When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution.
HEB.
HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
To the search for the next Rocket League team. My name is Fickle, and today is the finals where we will ultimately crown the champion of the search for the next Rocket League team. Beasley Esports, in partnership with the Outlaws as their parent company, have facilitated this tournament to find the next and greatest team to compete in the RLCS. And what is on the line, may you ask? It is a $5,000 per player per month contract, net $60,000 in a year, and support from the Beasley Outlaws group, which is a unprecedented name in esports. It's going to be a fantastic series. We have 4 amazing teams and a great day of Rocket League ahead of us. I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsor, Nerd Focus, who is presenting the show today, who has kept us all energized through these very long days as well as this very long process. We've done 3 qualifiers to determine all 4 teams that will come up to this point. 8 teams from the first qualifier, 8 teams from the second qualifier, and a single elimination yesterday that has determined our top 4 teams. And if you want to go get your own can of Nerd Focus right here, make sure to go to the GoPuff app, Amazon, Walmart, or nerdfocus.com to get your case now. And to help me solidify which team will be getting that contract today, let's bring in our first set of casters. It's going to be none other than Craftman and Taco. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you doing this morning, Taco?
I'm doing well. This is a lovely, well, not morning, but it feels like morning because we're starting the new day of the search. The sun is shining on these competitors and this competition because we've come so far together, and Craftman has come in very graciously to lend a hand, especially because we are down to the thick of it. These are the teams that everyone not necessarily expected to see, but no one could be surprised that they've gotten this far. So a lot on the line, and it's going to be sure full of twists and turns.
And Craftman as well, all the way from Glasgow, over in Scotland.
Glasgow. Oh, Glasgow. It's Glasgow. You don't say the W. It's Glasgow.
I think it's Glasgow. It's something more like that.
People make Glasgow.
Sorry, I'm a native Texan, and my southern drawl sometimes gets the best of me. But how are you doing this evening for you, actually?
Yeah, it's coming up to about 5:47 just now here in the UK. I'm feeling a little bit tired. It was a long one last night. Exciting one though, and I'm really excited to see these semi-finals. I imagine yesterday was a little bit of a sweep city with a lot of teams getting 4-0s through. But now as we move into this brand new format as well, I think we're going to see a lot more closer games, and I'm very excited.
And let's talk about the bracket as well as the format. Let's show it up on screen right now. This is how we've gotten to this point. Of course, Zookeepers and Frequence will be our first matchup. Second matchup of the day is going to be Vibrance and Nefarious, and you can see the teams that they took down in those quarterfinals. That's Square 1 Zookeepers, 4-3 scoreline. Game 7 OT. It was a masterclass of competitive Rocket League. Frequence had a little bit of an easier road there, getting a 4-2 over Team.exe, but they have shown they have putting in the work in the last 2 weeks to get their scrims ready and be prepared as possible for this tournament. Both Vibrance and Nefarious swept their quarterfinal opponents, and they're sitting pretty over in the winners semi-finals. Now, let's talk about format, because this is going to be a very important thing to cover. We are doing best of sets. And what that means is it's going to be 3 or 2 best of 5s. So what it means is it's a similar scoring to tennis. You have your sets and then you have your match, right? So in a traditional competitive Rocket League game, you play either a best of 5 or a best of 7, and whoever wins that first to 3 or first to 4, they will win that series. But the way we're playing today is we're doing a best of 5s. The best way to explain that is if one team wins the first series 3-0, and then they win the next best of 5 3-0, they win that match 2-0, and then they will move on. Consequently, you could see up to 15 games of the same two teams playing, depending on who makes this adaptation. This is a format that will ultimately decide the most consistent team to win this grand prize, which is a juicy prize, might I add. Not only is it a guaranteed contract salary with a renowned name in esports, but it will be a chance to compete in the RLCS under that brand. Taco, we've talked a little bit about this format, but I want to know your thoughts on how to go about approaching this really, really long set.
I think it's really an interesting concept because when you have best ofs, it's one complaint about some teams when they get into tournaments is, we had a bad day. Well, it's one thing to have a bad day, but usually it comes down to a series. But this is multiple series in a row you get to, as you mentioned, explain how consistent you are. And at this level, these players really don't have too many off days. It's more about just consistent execution, and that's what this tournament is trying to show off. If you're trying to approach this, I think teams need to take a special care of how much concentration they're putting in, because esports actually can be a surprisingly exhaustive thing if you don't keep yourself topped off, keep yourself hydrated, get up, walk around maybe every once in a while, and more importantly, keep yourself fed. The brain literally has no glucose to burn through. It has nothing to go through. So something like a Nerd Focus or something like granola bar, something that just you can burn some energy slowly, is really important. And I honestly see a lot of teams just try to grind it out long term, and they're just running on fumes. And this is definitely a sort of setup where it very much is a marathon, not a sprint. You really have to pace yourself while trying to keep just ahead of your opponent the whole time.
I draw a very parallel to tennis because, like tennis, whenever you finish a set, you kind of get that break in between where you change courts. Well, every 2 sets, but you change courts and you have a little bit of time to refresh, get some water, etc. And that's kind of, it's not very common in a game like Rocket League. You do your 45-minute sprint or your 30-minute sprint and your best of whatever, and then you're done. But now it's going to be an ultimate test of endurance and consistency to take home this prize. And who's taking home these prizes today? Let's go ahead and introduce our 4 teams in depth. We have Vibrance, Nefarious, Zookeepers, and Frequence. On the side of Vibrance, it's going to be Astro, Fifi, and Oath. Nefarious, Adam, Buddy, and Hockey. Zookeepers, Tool, Bambi, J-Bot. And last but not least, Frequence with their captain Flitz, Shay, and Kiri. Those are the 12 players and 4 teams that we have coming up in this bracket. The first one I would like to talk about is actually this Zookeepers and Frequence matchup. Frequence is really impressing me with their adaptation and their ability to improve. We spoke to Flitz many times as an interview, and he was saying consistently that this team was putting in the scrim work, and it is really showing on paper. Taco, how do you feel about this team coming into the matchup?
Well, as someone who got kind of egg on their face by predicting against them and saying, well, they're playing against Team.exe in this quarterfinal, and I think they got it in the bag. And then Frequence not only comes out and is able to get wins on their own, but then even against adversity, I think one of the most important things that a competitive team can show, they started to go down in certain matches, and specifically on a Utopia Dusk game, down by 2, and then just quick as you like, turned it around and then got the winner almost all within about 90 seconds. And so it was really impressive to see. And I started thinking, okay, maybe they can do this. And then from then on, they just kept on bringing the heat. They kept pushing it back, always adapting to whatever Team.exe was bringing. And that was actually a favorite of many people coming into this tournament. They qualified for Qual 1. They pretty neatly and routinely won their first round here in the finals. It's just an impressive thing to see, simply because Frequence has players on there which you might recognize around the scene, but maybe not as substantially as some of these other teams. So taking down a team like that, I think they're really putting out their resume first and saying, like, no, this isn't just a fluke that we're here. This is not a Cinderella story. We're here because we are true competitors. And honestly, they're a very exciting team to watch because of that. They're so fast, they're so coordinated, and all that work they're putting in, it definitely shows.
I couldn't agree more. I think this is one of those teams that is showing that grit and determination is a little bit better than just having the pure skill when it comes down to it. Let's talk about another team that Craftman is a little more familiar with. That's going to be Vibrance, which potentially could be the team that takes it all. He's on the Vibrance train, and he would like to talk about their performance yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Vibrance were just on a roll yesterday. 4-0, 4-0 in both their matches. They just looked completely unstoppable. I mean, myself and Leaf were going on about saying that they had the speed and, most importantly, the consistency to keep themselves at that high level. They were rotating rounds. Oath was always there, just taking the ball away from every single one of his opponents. He just wasn't giving any quarter when it came to any of his opponents counter-attacking. So in that match against Nefarious are going to have to look out for Oath as he just zooms around the field going for the ball all the time. But yeah, like you said, Vibrance is still my pick to win it all. We'll see them in the second match of the day. But yeah, I would, if I was a betting man, and I am a betting man, but if I was putting money on it today, which I'm not allowed to, I would be picking Vibrance to take it all.
I'd actually like to take the table here for Nefarious. I think this team is slept on. Even though they're going up against Vibrance, I feel like they are going to have a very good chance of doing this. Both Buddy and Hockey are most likely playing in person at the Northwood University esports facility. Northwood is like the best collegiate team in Rocket League for the past 2 years. They have a fantastic program. They have the college backing them. Buddy was an OG player, and now Hockey is joining them for their first season at CRL. And so now both they're playing CRL and these competitive tournaments together. I think it's a really good duo dynamic. Plus they have Adam as well, who's one of those younger teams that's coming up and rising and showing that he is the best. I think Nefarious is slept on. I think they're my dark horse pick in this. They haven't really gotten a lot of talking points, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to take down Vibrance in this matchup. Last team we have is Zookeepers, and that's going to be Tool, Bambi, and J-Bot. I think this is the team that has the most history as a roster, and I'll let Taco handle this one.
Zookeepers have been around for a while, and they've always just barely either missed out on some opportunities or gotten through and then maybe struggled that higher tier. But I do love the rosters that do stick together, that do try to play together, because one of my biggest frustrations when people are trying to make a roster is that they make a run together and then maybe it doesn't go incredibly ideal, or maybe they get eliminated early, or they do get far but maybe not as far as they thought, and then they break up, and because they think, well, if that combination's not good enough right off the bat, like that instant chemistry, it's not going to work out. But that's the thing, is that chemistry is built up over time, and I think you see that with Zookeepers in the way that they play. There's very few double commits, except if it's like a desperate moment on defense, which is understandable, and from there you see a lot of nice passes. They're always playing creatively because it's almost like they know each other so well that they can play predictive beyond normal just comms. And I think it does show yesterday where they're playing very intense series, and it feels like they're always in control, and even when it gets slightly out of hand, they don't panic, they have each other's back, and I think you definitely see that exuberance come through with comms when they scored that Game 7 OT goal. All three of them freaking out, all three of them yelling in comms on the face cams. It was a great thing to see, and I think that chemistry, and of course, obviously, their improved skill over time, it's going to take them very far, or at least they hope so, take them very far in this competition.
I think J-Bot was actually in tears. He was so relieved to get through that last day. You could see it on the face cam. He was doing a double-handed fist pump to solidify that they were going on into the finals. I think it means a lot to them as a history. They've been on org in the past, but I think this is an even better opportunity with this brand. Speaking of Zookeepers, let's actually talk about this matchup directly as we are almost ready to get into the match. Zookeepers and Frequence. Now, this is a bit of a run back because if you remember from qualifier number 2, Frequence swept Zookeepers in the upper bracket. That was amazing performance from them. Everybody was counting out Frequence. They showed up one more time, but Zookeepers eventually made it to the lower bracket. I'd like to know Taco's prediction on this to get into this first matchup.
I think matches like this are interesting because you do see that, and that was one thing I was worried about Zookeepers, because they were coming in a little bit less consistent in qualifier 1. But I think all of those fears, at least for me, have been completely calmed here in the finals. They're here to play, and I think coming into this match, I think they can step up to the plate, but I would not be surprised if we see this run really deep down. I think the Zookeepers do take this, but it is going to be an absolute slog through this Frequence squad, which is on fire lately.
Okay, you got a long one. What's your score line there?
I don't know about individual series, but I think this does go all 3 series in the set.
Okay, he's got a 2-1 victory in favor of Zookeepers. Craftman, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to disagree and say that it's going to go 2 series, but I think it's going to be Zookeepers, and they're all going to be really close. Like you said, Frequence getting that 4-0, Zookeepers are going to have a chip on their shoulder. Obviously, the 7-game series they had yesterday against Square One, that's going to light a fire underneath them. We've seen that they have the capability to go long in these competitions. So I think maybe 6 games in the first one, 7 games in the second one, but they'll both be Zookeepers at the end.
Well, these first sets are best of 5 of.
Oh, sorry,
3.
best
Yes.
of 5. My
Yes.
apologies. I'm used to the best of 7. I'll say 4 games and 5 games. So 3-1, 3-2. The second one.
All right, I really want to go Frequence here. I think they put in the work. They're putting in the scrims. I think that Zookeepers, they've lost in the past, and they know what it takes to beat Frequence. But Frequence is putting in the effort, and I really want to see this Cinderella story come through. And I've got Frequence in a game 3, all right, in a set 3, and taking it in the very finals. But no more Rocket League. The first game and match is ready to play. Will it be Frequence to put the Zookeepers in their pin? Or will it be the Zookeepers to put the hurts on Frequence? To call it today, it's going to be Danger Taco and Crafton. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Fickle. And getting into this first set, I mean, like we said, very long series set because we have to see a lot of consistency. But this first series, I think, will set the tone. I think it's not out of hand to think that one team might come out a little bit faster out of the gate. I know usually within series, game 1 is the tone setter. It's weird to think that we could look at an entire span of a best of 5 as really the tone setter because there's so much more to go, so many adaptations to make, and honestly, very excited to see what these teams have to offer.
Yeah, and like Platypus said on the desk, a total of 15 games possible in this series, in this competition, in this match, as we get the first best of 5 underway. Remember, 2 best of 5s required to win to get yourself a place in the grand final, which will be best of 3, best of 7s. So a long way to go still for both these teams. But I'm not expecting a quick start, and certainly so we've not seen that 30 seconds in. Really, only the first shot coming out of the match for Zookeepers there. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a feeling out process, as we usually see most of the time here in Rocket League Taco.
And one thing that I was really amazed by when I was watching Frequence in the beginning is when they get into the games, they are just fearless on some of these challenges, but you also have to be accurate. No touch from the defense, and J-Bot opens the game up.
Yeah, Bam able to slow that one down, just fakes the flip reset, and the defender has no idea where to place his car on that one. Excellent setup by Bambi, and then the slot home by J-Bot. Accuracy personified. Gets the first one on the board for Zookeepers.
I think now that Zookeepers have that opening, it might be a little bit calming knowing the history against this roster, but certainly they are here to play now. They are trying to bring absolutely everything, and at least for that first goal, I wouldn't necessarily it's unearned, but it does come off the face of kind of a defensive mistake, so a little bit of a warm-up period, very evident lead between these two teams for right now, as we see our first demo come in from Zookeepers. That's actually a strategy they employed in previous series to open up the defense, and something Frequence may also have to adapt to as the series progresses.
Not just the demos they're using it to open up the play, they're going straight towards this backboard. You see Bambi just hurling it from long range towards that backboard. Draws Frequence defenders up, and like you said, the sort of slight hesitation from the defense initially opened up that shot for both Bambi and J-Bot to get the first one on the board. So if they can make Frequence hesitate on that back line, that'll open some avenues for them. Oh!
Zookeepers get one through a misclear, and same with Frequence. Long ball from Kiri, very tough bounce there as Bambi tries to pre-jump it, and Kiri just tries to get on top of it. And that's something Kiri's familiar with. A lot of putback goals right in that 6-yard box. Close range from Frequence in previous series, and that pattern will continue now that we're all tied up 2 minutes in.
Yeah, not 100% sure where the defense of Zookeepers were in that one. Opened up, and again, just these passes back and forth between Kiri and Flitz, trying to draw the defenders out a little bit from the Zookeepers backline. Now Frequence starting to show a little bit of fight and aggression, and going for a lot of these 50-50 balls, but Kiri loses that one, and Bambi slots it home.
I mean, what a strong challenge. Not only just beating this defender, but then they had 2 players back, and yet the bounce was just a little bit too nefarious. That one gets around Flitz, doesn't get the angles they want, and such a painful way to score, too. It's a slow roller just out of reach of the goalkeeper. And, of course, this game is going to continue the way that it has started. A very close affair as we enter halftime. Zookeeper's just barely edging out Frequence.
Back and forth we go, and it looks like Frequence looking to tie things up yet again. Kiri, nice shot from the corner, but J-Bot able to block. Here comes Kiri once again. Can he drop it down? No, he can't. Fitz is there, tries to squeeze it in on that left post, but again, everyone from Zookeepers hurling themselves at the ball. No, you shall not pass, and off the crossbar will go again. Great offensive drive here from Frequence, but still can't come away with points. Flitz again from the corner and finally ties it up.
Persistence, persistence, persistence. All those 50s in the corner until Flitz will come through, get a miracle pinball of a 50, and more importantly, beating out J-Bot in the back. And a good job by Frequence to keep that play alive. And it really shows that even though the ball isn't necessarily in a dangerous position, Frequence can really convert anything so long as they have just the right amount of boost and the right coordination on their movement. Yet again, we're going to be tied up here. Maybe not for long unless they defend this backboard. Ooh. Bambi from distance trying to get that air dribble will be denied. Tool will send it again into backboard, but this time Shay will get it clear and Flitz will happily tap that one down.
Ever since that first goal went in, Taco, it's just been non-stop action. It's been back and forth every end of the field. Frequence and Zookeepers going at it. If this is the pace of play that we're going to see for maybe up to 15 games, sign me up. This is so much fun to watch, and Bambi looking to get another, can't turn it off the Doomsy dish on the backboard, but their Frequency can just sort of reset as these soft shots come towards their net once again.
Zookeepers trying to just pen in Frequence. They're doing a good job about it. I'm going to be curious to see if they can get any results, though. Bambi off the backboard just barely cannot get contact. Flitz will be able to extend that down with the help of Shay. So J-Bot and Tool will have to regather in their corner, but that's something that Zookeepers are really a huge fan of, along with Frequence, is being able to rotate through, and if someone lands in the backboard, it's not an immediate rotate out. They use it as a pass, and Bambi this time is set up for a nice lob, and they're going to bury it home.
Let's see how far Bambi comes back. He was past midfield. He was on his own side of the field and sees this one a mile away and dives up for it in the air. Nothing the Frequence defense can do. You're not expecting someone to dive from that far back. Great field awareness by Bambi, knowing that ball's going to be free. But now let's see if Frequence can answer quickly, because they've only got 50 seconds to do so.
It's certainly a tall order, but this, as you said, the game has been very back and forth. So it shouldn't take too much time. Ooh. Almost happened right there. Flitz just out of reach, so Tool will send it down. Fury needs a touch, will get it. Shay trying to kickstart another one off the ceiling. Has the reset. Great dunk. Fury lurking in the middle, but Bambi is there to curtail that attack. And another clear will go down. Fantastic defense from the Zookeepers, and Frequence always trying to bust out with those surprise passes.
I gotta give props to Shay on that one. He was running out of boost and then has the presence of mind to stick his wheels on the roof and get that flip reset so he can continue his run. But 9 seconds to go, full court carry required unless Bambi can maybe put the nail in the coffin here. Kerry will have a chance and Flitz will keep it up at 0 seconds here.
Shay desperately reaching for that, but unfortunately Zookeeper's a bit too fast. And they will be able to get that game number 1 here within our first series, and that's such a nice step forward. So Frequence can't hang their heads too much, but at least they'll have a little bit of a break to think things over after this Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
And so, Craftsman, after looking at that game number 1, we're definitely set up for a great pace, and it looks like it might just come down to a few touches with the scoreline this close.
Yeah, I know you said that it was going to be fast from the offset. It was a little bit of a field out process for maybe a minute or so, but as soon as these guys got going, oh man, they totally went for it. 7 shots in the end of Zookeepers, 5 for Frequence. But it felt like both of them had fair chances on offense and defense. One team was really taking control over the other. So I could see this second game going the other way. And Frequence tying this up if they can maybe just get a little bit more possession on their side, make it a little less even, have maybe 75% to 25% in their favor. That's what they're looking to do, and maybe take control of the midfield a little bit more for both teams, I imagine, because they were mainly happy just winning the ball and then going back and sitting on the back line if they lost it.
And it's certainly going to be a tale for Zookeepers of close games. Square one, where they actually were able to qualify here into this final day, into this final 4. It was almost entirely 1-goal games up until about game 5 and 6. So when we come into this series, I can't be surprised when we see yet another really knockout, drag-out brawl between two top teams, especially one being the Zookeepers. But I think we might be seeing a trade of games, but Zookeepers are going to want to prevent that as much as possible, not only for their series health, but also, I'm sure, for their cardiac health. The heart can only take so much in a couple days, Craftsman.
Exactly. You're going to have to slow my heart rate down a little bit if these guys are just going hell for leather the entire time. See Zookeepers there. Mainly in the first minute, it's been them on offense, but Shay finally gets a lick in. Saved away by Bambi. Now J-Bot, does he have the space to go for the Shay's chasing, but no one is there to stop the J-Bot.
And those are one of the most tormenting air dribbles you can get from J-Bot. Just barely touches it beyond the defender, barely touches it beyond the goalkeeper, and now it's going to get past the post as well. Straight down off the bar and in. 1-0 to Zookeepers in style, and it's J-Bot, someone who has been leading the charge for this team time and time again. Always the consummate playmaker on that squad, and he'll rear his head yet again.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those air dribbles you just kind of have to watch and appreciate and just say, okay, that's fair enough. You've just scored on us. Oh, has he got it? No, he saves it himself. Shay had the shot, but Flitz, I don't think he knew nobody was in net. That was a goal for sure.
That's a tough one. It's a game of pixels. And I think sometimes you just have to commit to those touches, and unfortunately didn't work out there, but they'll try again, and still within reach, though, as they're still at least baiting in Zookeepers with some of these tight touches. Shay is eventually going to run out of boost, so good defensive structure from Zookeepers will at least keep things level, at least for now.
J-Bot just slowing things down, knowing his team has to reset after Frequency on a little bit of a counter-attack there, caught Zookeepers with not a lot of boost in the tank. So what J-Bot there does, keep the ball high up in the air, not really planning to hand it off any particular way, he just keeps it high up in the air for as long as he can, lets Bambi and Tool refuel their boost tanks, and they can go again. Have to shift in defense. Splits goes for net again, but it's a good save by Tool.
It's a nice save across, and all that defensive structure, they seem to be somewhat parking the bus in front of net sometimes, but what can you do when Frequency is trying to slam you back as far as possible? Now they're going to try something a little bit slower. The air dribble opens something up for Kiri. Can they put it away? It's off the post again. Goal just has to be a little bit wider for this Frequency squad. Otherwise, it could be tied up here.
Oh, that was almost a tough break for Frequency as well. Almost, well, barely missing the goal on the other end, on one end, and then down the other. A quick counter attack by Zookeepers. Hopefully, it was a little bit too high and wide on the side of Frequency. Still looking for that elusive first goal here in the second game of this first best of 5 of the match. Kiri just slowed things down again, and Zookeepers, I've got to say, their rotations have been really good this game, Taco. They've just been sticking to their fundamentals and giving Frequency a lot of problems when it comes to their offense.
I think they're showing a lot of trust in each other. Even when one person crashes in on the ball, the other person is already playing the predicted touch. And I think it's a strategy that works so long as Frequency doesn't start disrupting those passing lanes. Right now, Frequency doesn't quite have an answer. They are working this backboard, though. Kiri's gotten so close so many times. Shay, though, is going to have to put the final touches, and Kiri somewhat deservedly will steal that away, but they all count the same, and it's 1-1.
Luckily, I think Shay picked up 100 boost pill in the corner there of the orange side, so he had a full tank of boost at least to turn and put that one into the hands of his teammate, Kiri, as he touches that one and ties things up. There was a little bit of a manic play, not clean Rocket League, you would say. It was a bit hectic, but hey, a goal's a goal, and they've got one on the board. And it might have just been back in favor of Zookeepers if Tool was able to make contact on that one. But I think in Frequency they would happily take overtime here. I would say you just need to keep it out for another 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think Zookeepers definitely have some momentum, and they're going to continue with it. It's bouncing straight down. J-Bot with the pop and Tool with the berry.
Oh, where does this one come from? It was Shay just laying it over softly. I think he was expecting Kiri to pick this one up. But in flies J-Bot, and Tool is just sitting there waiting, hands clasped, arms open, and heads it into the net. 55 seconds left, and Zookeepers eking out, looking to eke out a win here in game number 2 and go on to series point. Obviously not set point as of yet, because two best of 5 series wins required get yourself a place in the grand final, but it's a great start for Zookeepers. 30 seconds in, they've only got to hold on.
And there's something comforting about knowing that you don't have to score anymore. It's just about holding that lead. So playing a little bit of clock management is Bambi, just taking it off the ceiling. The tap from Tool, a great fake by J-Bot.
Oh,
Could that open up? What a pass by J-Bot! And Tool's gonna get a third.
Oh, you see J-Bot he looks at Flitz dead in the eyes like, you want this ball? You want this ball? No, it's mine. I'm having that back, pal. Just slowly taps it in. Wonderful slow play by J-Bot and sets up Tool. J-Bot has been phenomenal this game. He has really stepped things up since game number 1. Not to say he played bad in game number 1, he was very good there, but this has been a standout performance from the man with 4 letters in his name.
It's incredible to see from J-Bot. There's still so much to do, and yet gets a flawless pass and helps that team get that security goal. And it's going to propel them to a second straight win here for the Zookeepers.
I like how I called J-Bot the man with 4 letters in his name and Tools on the field. And Shay. And, oh no, Flitz has 5, never mind. But nevertheless, J-Bot, phenomenal performance there. 2 assists, 3 shots. He didn't get the match MVP, but he's the MVP in my heart.
Certainly. And with that, we will be able to give Frequence another chance to think it over with an HEB game break.
The next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
Just something about that game with Zookeepers. It's a close game until the end. They started getting some goals, but I just have to talk about the skill. I'm still mesmerized by that J-Bot play, mainly just to revisit how the fake comes in, it gets deflected to the sideline, and you're thinking it's over because it's to the corner, but instead gets around it just enough that he angles it flawlessly into for Tool in the middle. It's just the composure that these guys are showing, even knowing how close these games have been.
I didn't even see it from Flitz's perspective before. I just saw it in the replay there. And when you're in a position like Flitz is there, you've really only got one option, and that's just to smack your car into the ball and hope for the best. And J-Bot, great position in there, knows that ball's going to fall in a favourable position for him, and the angle that he had his car at is going to neutralise the ball, and he can just sail it in and let his, either score it himself or let Tool come in as he did. But great performance there, and Frequence needs this reverse sweep to stay in this series, to not go down 1-0 in the set.
It's certainly a tall order, really, in any series, but especially now that Zookeepers have run through. But at least they know that they do have a lot of wiggle room if they make mistakes. And I mean, they say series about adjustments, same with sets. You have a lot of time to think about it. And right now, it's really just Zookeepers just punishing mistakes more often. I don't really think it's been a weak showing by Frequence, but they're not shutting down passes like this. 3-person passing play, and Bambi opens things up in style.
And that's why you have 3 players on the pitch. If this 2-man doesn't work out like that, that's a lovely 1-2 for a start. Tool can't send it home, but Bambi is there to be the janitor and clean things up on the back line. 1-0 Zookeepers in quick fashion.
That's a beautiful, well-worked play because it gives somewhat of the defenders whiplash as they're trying to look left and right, try to see where that ball is going. It keeps them just off balance enough for them to be able to step in and put it away. Tool almost getting a crazy angle on this one, but mostly they're just happy to keep the pressure alive. Zookeepers just relentless in their seizure on the ball. Tool will get rejected as boost runs low, but right off the bat here in game number 3, the pressure will continue.
Absolutely, and Zookeepers, I think that's their game plan from now on. Just don't give Frequence an inch. Hold them back for as long as you can, because when Frequence have got it going in the Zookeepers half, they've been able to put a lot of pressure on, just retain possession, and create so many opportunities for themselves. The Zookeepers now just holding on to this ball for as long as they possibly can, and again, out of that corner, Bambi flying in. J-Bot's going to hold this one down, back towards midfield, but who is there to pick it up? It's Tool. And again, every touch that Frequence is making out of their own half, Zookeepers is picking it straight back up.
It's a good job by Zookeepers to make sure these touches are fairly secure, but they're not all secure. As Shay will put one near, Kiri will try to crash, and Tool will be able to just get that up. It's a good defense by Zookeepers, something that also has shown up very strongly in this really entire tournament run. But specifically yesterday, they had plenty of very close saves, and even though it feels like they might be scrambling, it does feel like as long as they get these touches, as long as it's secure, it's going to count a long distance. They don't need to win by a lot. They just need to get that lead and protect it. So Frequent's going to have to get very creative about how they start to break through this defense, especially with the first match really on the line in the next 2.5 minutes.
And I was saying this about Vibrance yesterday as well. Every touch that Vibrance opponents were making out of their own half, they just felt like they were trying to clear long, trying to gain some ground on Vibrance. But Vibrance were holding down the midfield, just intercepting every single ball that was coming their way. Yeah, again, you see there, it was Bambi to pick it up in the midfield and just takes this all by himself. J-Bot will finish it off, but make no mistake about it, that's all Bambi right there.
Look at the trust from J-Bot, practically pre-jumping the flip reset because they have that much faith in their teammate. And that's what I was trying to allude to on the desk when we're talking about the chemistry these players have. They just go up for a play in which they still have to beat 1 or 2 defenders, but they know their teammate is capable of getting that flip reset, of getting that flawless pass. And J-Bot might have just sealed it here, but 2 minutes remaining. Very doable to get the comeback from Frequence, but the shots are definitely not in their favor. They've had really 2, but none that really have any real lethality.
Yeah, 6 shots on the side of Zookeepers right now as well. 2 just alone for Kiri, as you mentioned. Not a lot of the way in the way of offense, excuse me, for Frequence. It just comes down to Zookeepers holding on to this ball and playing really keep away. Oh, that's dangerous from Flitz off the side post there. Touch he really had to make. Now the game opens up for Shay, and he just gives it straight to Tool. You cannot afford in those situations to give up possession in your opponent's half when you're 2-0 down. That's just pure awareness from Frequence.
Now it could have gotten
save,
just worse. It's a nice save indeed. They're going to have to tap another one out. And as you mentioned, it's so brutal to be able to get those dribbles and then it just gets cut out because they're trying to get a fake. It's almost like you give up a touch on the ball in the hope that it can get past the defender. But Zookeepers are airtight right now. And now they just have to stare down 60 seconds before they will sweep our opening match of this series. And Bambi's trying to put the dagger in, but they're just barely missing the mark. Could come back to haunt them as Shay sets up a flip reset, flits on their post, and there's one back.
50 seconds to get another one as well. Lovely play by Shay. Draws in 2 defenders. What is J-Bot trying to do? He's just stuck there like a deer in the headlights. Stuck on that front post, like not entirely sure what he's trying to do. Nevertheless, a goal's a goal. Frequence back within 1, and they've got still plenty of time on the clock right now to get a second and force our first overtime of the day. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Shay. He's been starting to be the standout player, but everyone from Frequence sheets up, not expecting that ball to pop the way that it did. And Tool, that might be it for this first series.
That's so unfortunate for Frequence, and you can't really help but creep up and want to get close to the goal, knowing how small the gaps in the defense have been for the Zookeepers. Unfortunately, that is a fantastic deflection on their post, and really hats off to Tool for that awareness to turn that upfield, get that 3rd goal, and now it's right back to square one for Frequence, trying to get 2 goals in a very short amount of time. J-Bot trying to make it even more difficult. Can't get that first read. Tool keeps it alive. J-Bot follows, and there is number 4.
Oh, and that's going to be it, at least in this series. Series number 2 between these 2 teams is going to be coming right up for you. But realistically, Taco, when you know you have to play at least another 3 games against the team that's just swept you, what does that do for your mentality? How are Frequence going to, in this break between the series that we're going to have, they need to reset their mindset. Like, they have to forget this series ever happened. They have to start a fresh slate. It's 0-0 in the set, because a 3-0 dropping there from Zookeepers, that's not good for your confidence. And Frequence, they need to step it up if they want to continue in this tournament.
And this is certainly a difficult situation because I was trying to ramp up. I was trying to create a narrative in this match, and we see that Zookeepers and Frequence are getting these games in, and unfortunately for them, they're just going to go down in a clean sweep here. So when we look at the games like this, I think the mental aspect of trying to come back from this, knowing that you kept it close and then slowly got eroded away, can certainly do quite a lot of damage to your mental.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what Frequence have to change here, because they look competitive in the first in the first couple of games. Really more so in game number 1, I would say. Game number 2, they started to slip away, and then game number 3 was the crowning moment for Zookeepers in that one. It's just, yeah, it's going to be a mental thing for them, because they proved to me in game number 1 that they have the capability to take Zookeepers to the limit. They have to do that now going into series number 2. Is it going to happen though? I very much doubt it, but I guess we'll find out in due course.
And that will indeed do it for at least the first series within this whole set here. So we're going to be able to throw you guys to a brief break as we will ready up the next match here between Frequence and Zookeepers. And Frequence has a lot to think about. Drop in the first set here, 3-0. We're going to have to get 2 more in reverse sweep fashion in a set series to beat the Zookeepers and move on to our grand finals.
The original Think drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So much stuff. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
To the search for the next Rocket League team. Today's broadcast is sponsored by HEB. No store does more to bring it to your door. Go to HEB.com if you're in the Texas area to do a $35 or more pickup at curbside delivery as well as in-store pickup to get all of your grocery needs to support yourself for these long best of sets. And what a short one it's been. A very, very fast routing from Zookeepers over Frequence. A bit surprising, but I think that Frequence is the king of adaptation, and they will come back into this one. Danger Taco, do you agree, or do you think that it's going to be another Zookeepers routing here?
See, this is a weird series because even though it just gets 3-0 and it looks pretty uniform from kind of the zoomed out perspective, the Zookeepers game started exactly as I thought it would. It was just a close game one, and like, all right, we're back to normal. We saw this was square one. You're seeing them play against really high level teams. They keep it close and maybe just barely get a win or just barely get a loss. But then by game 3, they were opening it up. It was constant pressure. Frequence barely really had shots, and their main goal that they were able to obtain was just off of a failed clear, and J-Bot just barely missing out on a tap to the corner. Not to say that Frequence only getting goals off that, but they were really pushed back in their half. Zookeepers, I felt like, figured out that series. So I think this set scenario, this set format is going to be very advantageous because I think Frequence did need that time to sit down, think, calm themselves, because by the end of that first match, it was getting very out of hand, it seemed, on offense.
When I talked to Flitz yesterday during the interview, they seem to have this one moment that all it takes is one moment in the match and then they can click it on. I don't think they experienced that zen during that matchup, but this next best of 5 is a completely different series. That's the beauty of doing these best of sets formats. You're going to have time to adapt to your opponent, and I really hope we see a better performance coming out of Frequence. What do you need to see out of Frequence, Craftman, for them to come back into this game? What was lacking in that series number 1?
I think I mentioned it towards the end of that one. Game number 1, it was more even, and they were getting shots in. Everything was a little bit more of a level playing field. But as Zookeepers went into it, they held onto the ball a lot more, and just weren't giving Frequence that many touches and that much possession. So if Frequence can play a little bit of a more aggressive style and look to take this ball off of Zookeepers whenever they can, and try and control the midfield as well. If they can control that midfield, they can do whatever they damn well please. They can go upfield as much as they like, and it's just about creating opportunities. If they get more shots on net, maybe they'll have a little bit of better time. But I think Zookeepers are going to hold on in this one.
During these long sets, remember to get your Nerd Focus and drink it, because it contains the nootropics that you need to continue during the day. And I've got mine here as well as Crappin.
Got my knockoff Nerd Focus.
I haven't seen that flavor.
It's paper and Sharpie.
I think I've finally hit the stride of doing the perfect can drink in the frontal facing position.
He's mastered it. You know, label out, you know.
That's hours of practice, everyone.
Why does everybody do the pinky? I really want to know.
I don't know.
Elegant.
It's elegant. I'm a classy gentleman, Platypus.
Exactly.
You know.
Make sure to get your Nerd Focus at nerdfocus.com, as well as any major retailer, including Walmart, Amazon, or on the GoPuff app, delivered straight to your doorstep. These players are going to need it, especially Frequence. Let's do our round of predictions for the second series in this best of set. Remember, this is a match point for Zookeepers. If they win this second best of 5, they will be on to the grand finals and they'll be sitting pretty, waiting for the winner of Nefarious versus Vibrance. Danger Taco, next best of 5. Will Frequence turn it around, or will it be Zookeepers?
I did predict this to go to all 3 best of 5s, although I did not expect Zookeepers to come out that strong. With that said, though, I do agree that Frequence have shown probably the best ability to adapt to adversity throughout this tournament. I think they do come back here and take this next match, this next best of 5, but I'm going to give it to them in 5. I think they're going to have to go all the way. Zookeepers just look so in form right now.
Craftman, thoughts?
I'm going to give you 2 predictions. If Frequence win this first game, it'll go 5 games and Zookeepers will win. If they lose it, it'll be a 3-0 and Zookeepers win. Zookeepers win is what I'm saying. That's my 2 predictions.
Well, he's got Zookeepers. Danger Taco's got Frequence. I had Frequence from the start, so I got to keep pulling for the boys. I think Captain Flitz is going to pull them together for this next best of 5, but no more Talk It League. The game and match is finally ready. So in our second best of 5 to determine who will move on to the grand finals between Frequence and Zookeepers, it's going to be Danger Taco and Craftman. One more time. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Pickle. And Craftsman, I'm going to be honest. I predicted this to go all 3 series, and part of it is just for me to save my hide, but it's going to be tough.
You're trying to will it into existence.
I really am. I want to see this go the distance. I want Frequence to step it up, but my goodness, Zookeepers only got better and better and better as that first series went on. So Frequence has a lot to fix going into this next series, but at least now they have a fresh set to focus on here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And like I said, I think if Frequence come out and win this opening game, it's going to give them a chance because they've not been able to win a game so far. If they can come out and really shock Zookeepers in this opening game, I would say, maybe run up the score a little bit, maybe a 3-0, 4-1, whatever it may be. If they can put up a big score against Zookeepers, they're going to be served well for the rest of the series, and they could end up taking it in all 5 games. I think if Zookeepers win here, even if it's a close game, a 1-0, a 2-0, what have you, I could see this being a sweep again because I don't think Frequence are going to be able to mentally reset in the 60 seconds between each of the games here.
So at least right now we're seeing Zookeepers continue trying to go to the air, J-Bot getting a nice little air dribble bump. They will flick that one on. Flitz will be left alone temporarily. Tool keeping it alive. Gets demoed, but it still will go across. Kiri has to reach, and it will. J-Bot will then try to control. So back and forth we go in the midfield a little, just a tad bit of ping pong as both teams not necessarily playing for possession, but this is definitely the speed I think we were expecting out of this series. It's very hard to set up a lot of these plays. Just an immediate challenge on the ball up until Shea has a little bit of open room. Can't get the second touch though, and it'll go back out to mid for Flitz to flick back.
I was going to say this is kind of what we saw from both these teams in game number 1 of the previous series, just back and forth a little bit until one team eventually scored. That team was in fact Zookeepers. But this is much better from Frequence than we saw in the last couple of games. They are holding on to possession in their opponent's half, and they are getting a few shots in here as well. Shea just winning that challenge, a little bit off target this time around. But they're running out of boost a little bit too quickly, and Zookeepers just holding their own, slowing things down, and working the pace to their advantage.
On will play as the 2 minutes tick down. Zookeepers doing a very good job, but actually, as this game has progressed, they've been mostly playing in their half, as Frequence has been trying to push the tempo in their favor. So not much success found yet, and sometimes it's these disconnects on these passes as Flitz was a bit too far away, makes up for it with a good challenge, and Tool will go for another air dribble. J-Bot clearing the way with a demo off the sidewall, will continue to dance. Flitz will have to cut that one out and be able to be out Bambi. Does that have the accuracy? It does! What I think started as a clear is actually going to end as Frequence opener.
Yeah, you'll take them where you can, and Flitz just winning that ball, sees Bambi flying in and spies the open net right past them as well. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. It's going to be 1-0 in favor of Frequence, but we are going to get a little bit of a tech pause. I think Shea on the side of Frequence is lagging out a little bit, so we'll let him get a reset a little bit and we'll get this one underway. But like I said before, Taco, this is a much better start from Frequence than we saw in those last couple of games. They're retaining possession quite a bit, and they're really going for these challenges against these Zookeepers.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I really did like from Frequence in their previous matchups, especially yesterday in Team.exe. was a team that loves to go for air dribbles to really bait in challenges. And one of the hardest things you can do when you are getting on those air dribbles is letting the team have space, trying to predict it down the stretch, because there you can have more direction influenced on the air dribble as the offensive player. But Curie was having none of that. Flitz was also having none of that. They were immediately challenging. They were getting a lot of pressure. It was forcing the other team to basically decide to take it to the ceiling and lose it, or just get rid of it as quickly as possible. That pressure we weren't seeing, I don't think, as much in the past best of 5, but this series, at least here in game number 1, seems like they're trying to take the issue to the Zookeepers. Not necessarily that they were lacking aggression in the first half, but this one, it's much more efficacious. They're getting a lot of backboard pressure, and Zookeepers are mostly just trying to throw it into midfield with some slower plays, and it's just not working out so far. So that long clear might be a little bit of a clumsy way to get your first goal, but it's a one that they'll certainly take, and it does generate from just a nice production in speed from Flitz, that captain, that player who knows how much work they've put in, and now at least they have a foot forward here within this new series.
That they do, and we're back underway. Let's see if Frequence can keep this momentum going. I think Shay is still a little bit of a higher ping, but hopefully everything's all sorted. There's not been a call for a pause just yet, so we're assuming everything is A-OK on their end. Nevertheless, Zookeepers looking to get back into this one, drawing everything downfield. And we talked about Zookeepers being able to hold possession down in the Frequence half in the last couple of games of the last series. They've not been able to do so far here in the first game of set series number 2. So a little bit of defense having to be played. Still only 1-0. Anything can still happen as Tool tries to slowly dribble that one out. But like you say, the aggression from Frequence is palpable.
They're just on top of the ball. Doesn't help when Zookeepers don't get their touches. Shay has a chance at it. Fields flips, unfortunately. J-Bot on the pass. It's off the ceiling. It's off the backboard, and it is off of Shay and out. A very good save and a demo coming through. One of the Zookeepers potentially preventing a goal there. We will keep on playing. We slowly tick down. It's at 70 seconds remaining. Frequence still pressing up the field, still forcing the issue. Shay just barely puts that one wide. And I think Frequence would absolutely love an insurance goal right about now. This is still neck and neck, even with the lead.
Oh, for sure, they want some breathing space in this last 60 seconds because they know how quickly Zookeepers can turn on the heat whenever they get it. And it does seem like Zookeepers are getting a fair few chances in the last minute and a half or so. If Frequence can keep this play at bay, that was a very risky one there. Blitz does get in front of it in the nick of time. Oh, Tool, can he turn it in? Oh, it's off the top of the bar and in. 38 seconds to go, we're tied up.
This is such a tough play here because Curie's coming through. They don't really have much to do. They're driving straight at the near post, straight at the goal. And you can really only flick it up or try to hit it across. They opted for the latter, and that's exactly what Tool was hoping for. Great positional play, and they'll tie it up almost at the death of game number 1. They're looking for more. J-Bot lurking, finds Tool with a beauty in the bounce shot. The instant comeback from Zookeepers.
Oh, you cannot script that any better. Bambi, J-Bot, and to send it home is Tool. 1, 2, 3. Good night, Frequence. 30 seconds to go, and to be in front the entire game, Taco. To be in front only by 1 goal, having that 1 on the board for pretty much the entirety of the game, and then to lose it in the last minute, perhaps? Oh, that's a kick in the teeth for Frequence if they don't get this equalizing goal in the next 20 seconds to send it to OT.
Not starting well. He gets a boost steal from J-Bot. Tool is up again,
and
Tool will score again. The hat-trick hero for Zookeepers, and Frequence they're just in shambles right now.
Oh, I'm looking over at the player cams. I'm just trying to see if we can see what their reactions are. Just a little bit of dejection, it looks like. And like I said, after being up the entire game, after being swept out in the first series, now here in series number 2, a series that you have to win to stay with a shot of getting this contract. Oh man, what a deflating game for Frequence, and Flitz just gets out of his chair and walks away. I can't blame him, but Zookeepers, well done for sticking with it and getting that 3-1 victory.
And with that, we will be taking a Nerd Focus game break to let Frequence yet again think about how they want to try and take this series down a different path from the first.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
So when we look at this game, you mentioned, I think, a great term as a very it paints an image, kick in the teeth for Frequence. That's exactly how it must feel, is that you get 3-0 and you're thinking, it's fine. It's a new series. And then you get the lead. You're like, see? It's all fine. And then, bam, within the space of 20 seconds, you give up 2. And then about 30 seconds later, you give up a third. It's such a brutal thing. But it also shows that once you get that goal, there's no room to relax. You always have to be alert. You always have to make sure any mistake is squashed down. And unfortunately, they just could not do it. Zookeepers is just still a little too sharp.
Yeah, like I said, it's just so deflating for Frequence and for Zookeepers. Like we mentioned before, we know that we had that 7-game series yesterday against Square One to make it to this stage. We know that they can go long and just grind out victories. That was a real grind it out, gritty game of Rocket League that we saw from Zookeepers. And winning it in the last minute, that's got to feel good for your confidence going forward. But going into game number 2 now for Frequence, I don't see a way back. I don't like to be the pessimist here, Taco. I like to look on the bright side of life. That's bad reference. I don't like to kick a team when they're down, but I don't see a way back for Frequency. I'm sorry to say.
Well, they have plenty of time to think about it. They're actually, we're getting another player just sorted out on connection right now in between Game 1 and Game 2 here in Series 2 of this set. And I somewhat agree. And the weird thing is that Frequence was so incredibly dangerous yesterday because I think their infield passing, their teamwork, just those fearless challenges, that was what was making them a constant threat. They were forcing you to throw the play away, and instead of just knocking it right back with an air dribble or hitting it back on the backboard, they would find each other with cross-field passes, and we really have not seen that. Most of Frequence's success on offense seems to be just trying to create chaos and score on a loose ball, but as long as the Zookeepers can remain calm, get those touches clear, and get solid contact, it doesn't seem like that's a viable strategy, and it's, I think, partly due to Zookeepers being so aware, being so well positioned that it's hard to pick out a pass that is open. But I would love for Frequence to try to get more creative ways forward. It just feels like it's a bit too direct, and over time Zookeepers just have no problem countering that, and eventually goals will fall in the other direction if they don't find some way to find a way to just be able to mount pressure on offense and then keep it there for at least a little bit.
I mean, you mentioned it with Frequence yesterday. Their passing play is what, really kept them afloat. But right here, it's Zookeepers that are really pulling out all the stops when it comes to team plays. The 1-2-1s, the 1-2-3s. It's brilliant to watch, and they're flowing so well as a team, well communicated. Really, what we saw from Vibrance yesterday, I think the only difference for me right now between Zookeepers and Vibrance is the pace of play. Zookeeper, if everything goes as we are, at least I'm expecting them, and we see Zookeepers and Vibrance in the final, Zookeepers are just going to have to up the pace to be able to compete with Vibrance. But all the elements are there for them to potentially take the crown at the end of the day. They've just got to knock off Frequence and Arc 2 times, and I believe they will do so in quick fashion as well.
And at least to credit for the Zookeepers, we're not necessarily, I don't want to paint an image where it's saying Frequence is just falling apart and they're not playing well. Zookeepers are playing very well, and of course we really love to hype up JBot around here, especially yesterday on the broadcast, but today they've been at the center of so many plays. But just watching Zookeepers just so elegantly set up these 3-person passing plays, just being able to find someone on the backboard, mount it down into the third on the midfield, and then be able to still get a shot off. The confidence and coordination required to do that. I mean, Zookeepers are here to play, and like I said earlier in the broadcast, and yesterday even on the broadcast, qualifiers, Zookeepers looked incredibly rusty. They looked very out of it, and I was thinking they do not have this. Frequence was actually the team that swept them in that qualifier, and now it's completely turned around. This is Zookeepers in full form, and Frequence are learning why they have to bring their A game every single individual game within these matches, because right now, as you said, you don't see a way back, but there has to be some adaptation, otherwise that prediction, I believe, might be coming true.
Yeah, that is a far cry from the 4-0 that we saw in qualifiers Frequence over Zookeepers. And one interesting thing as well, all 4 teams that we're seeing today came from the second open qualifier. They all competed in that one. Everyone except Zookeepers got in through the upper bracket. Who was it that came through the upper bracket from that one as well? It was Vibrance, Frequence, Nefarious, and Square One was the other team that came through the upper bracket of qualifier number 2. But they're not here. They got beat by Zookeepers yesterday. So how'd you like them apples? But coming into this one, like you said, Zookeepers are starting to find their form. They're looking really, really good. For Frequence, we know the talent's there. We know the talent's there, Taco, and we just want to see them unleash that potential. And I think throughout most of that first game of this series, they did show that. It was on full display. They were going for 50-50 balls. They were challenging in good positions, setting up for passing plays. But the defense from Zookeepers was just a little bit too much for them to handle. And when Zookeepers was able to turn on their defense into counter-attack offense, that's all said and done. And I think if they keep that up, we're going to be sitting here in maybe about another 20 minutes looking at Vibrance versus Nefarious.
Yeah, well, we're certainly trying to keep a timer on that as we're just, again, trying to make sure the lobby is ready. Everyone is connected in as really, I cannot imagine the stress of already playing an event like this, but then having any flicker or lag must be absolutely terrifying when it comes to trying to get back into a series like this. And it is really just a mental jaunt. So I know Zookeepers have Ronxian on their side, a coach, and a lot of people, when you think about coaching, you think you're really trying to keep everything in order, and half of it might just be calming them down. If something goes wrong, just say, hey, keep your eyes on the bigger picture. We're still playing fine. Keep the strategy and go on. And something like that might be helping out the Zookeepers here, but we'll have to have a little bit more help for Frequence, maybe in the help of some tech help, as we will be thrown to a short break as we figure out these connection issues. But hopefully we'll be right back with Game 2 of this semifinal between Zookeepers and Frequence here on The Search.
When it click through, try to send this box to be a show big fun.
Welcome back, everybody. And we do have everyone back in the lobby. One of the players on Frequence was encountering a storm, a literal storm outside the house, but they're also encountering more of a figurative storm in Zookeepers, really just bringing the heat on offense. They're able to take that first game. And with this long break, we'd kind of mentioned it the other day with some pauses in between games or trying to get players back in, that these tactical timeouts may feel somewhat frustrating because it's breaking up the flow. But I think if I'm Frequence, I would love as much time as possible just to talk things over and make sure that we have everything ready and everyone's pointing the same direction going into this next game, which we do have ready now, because they still have to dig themselves out of a hole. They have now dropped 4 straight individual matches here.
Yeah, and like you said, just having this break, I know just Shay is trying to get his internet sorted. Is he seriously in like the middle of a storm or something? Is that what's happening?
Well,
that's pretty mental. I mean, good on him for playing through it. What an absolute trooper. But he's going to have to weather the storm right now, as you said. Oh, he's made a bit of a mistake right away on the backboard. Luckily for him, none of the Zookeepers were flying in to capitalize on that mistake. Like you said, Frequence, they need to hip up their ideas a little bit. Start to shove this ball down the throats of Zookeepers and maybe change up the play a little bit. Start to dictate the pace of the game, because Zookeepers right now are still running away with things.
So we will be seeing a fresh start to this game, and it is still back and forth for at least the opening minute, and I think we often see this in every new game where it starts off a little cagey, a little back and forth, just initial probes into the half before things get a little bit more decisive. Nice pass off the backboard, can't quite reach it, so Bambi will set up the first.
Yeah, nice touch by Bambi off the backboard, and malfunction at the junction between Blitz and Kiri. Just a little bit of confusion about who's going for it, and then just get tangled up together. And some miscommunications on the back line yet again for Frequence, but can they get one back immediately? Kiri trying to redeem himself, but Tool able to step in front of it, and Zookeepers will play this softly into the midfield and be able to reset a little bit now. Good offense off the bat from Frequence, but you've got to be a little bit quicker. Take another chance. You can't have one shot and rotate out. You've got to take multiple opportunities.
And they're just sending some long balls down. Always nice thing just to keep the defense aware. Same with these flip resets. Bambi not going to have time to set that one up. The cutout to Tool will also be pushed away, and Shay will then slap one into the corner. Trying a tight read, no touch. Again, Frequence going to have to go back to the drawing board. Still lacking that infield passing that I was looking for from them earlier on. Seems like they're really trying to test this backboard and use that speed, but right now Zookeepers still have the number on that. Still have that lead as well, but Flitz has a lot of time on this and will use the flip reset to set up the ball off the backboard, pinballing around, and Kiri comes up with it at the end.
That's Flitz doing his best Bambi impression. Set it up off the backboard, draw the defenders out, making everyone think that you're going to shoot from there, but no, you play it down to your man Kiri and get one on the board. 1-1. Lovely play from Frequence, and it's those kind of setup plays that we want to see from them. I believe we've seen, well, you mentioned it as well, Taco. Their passing plays and their teamwork down the field is what got them to this place in the first place. So go back to the well, and maybe you'll start winning again.
And it's something that they had done really well against Team.exe, is that they had infield passes, but also just being able to put the ball in a very uncomfortable position. Even though Flitz has an air dribble and a flip reset that isn't going directly on target, they can pinch it off the backboard. They can take a great 50 off the defender who's really standing still waiting for it. And things like that will be able to make it pop out in the middle, and then it's just on your two teammates to make sure you get on that ball as quickly as possible and make sure it goes in as quickly as they need to get on defense, nearly letting that one slip. Zookeepers still around the ball. What a save off the post by Kiri. Bambi's going to get denied by Flitz in the aerial, and Frequence will be able to wipe their brow there as they had quite the close call there.
Oh, that is a heart-in-mouth moment right there. If you're Kiri and Shay just getting tangled up in the corner, you know, I think it was Shay just needed to get himself out of the way, let Kiri go. But no, he backflips into the ball, and it's almost disaster. Kiri can't get to that ball in time. Bambi shooting from long range, and Zookeepers will take the 2-1 lead.
Bambi.
He's touched from Tool there.
And a great pass in by Bambi, but also the awareness I think sometimes the tendency when you get a nice setup like that is maybe go for something flashy, get an air dribble, try to get a double tap. Instead, they recognize that there is a gap between that defender and that back line. Nice little lob just underneath the crossbar, and that's enough. Just brutal efficiency coming in from the Zookeepers. They have their lead back. That's about protecting it in the final 2 minutes. Frequency, they found their way back in. They got their goal. They're going to have to do it one more time.
They will. You don't want to be 2-0 down and on the verge of elimination, having to pull off not only the reverse sweep, but then having to win another best of 5. And J-Bot is just not going to make it easy on Frequence. Another one off of the bonnet of the man who's been the most impressive on the Zookeepers side for me. J-Bot, I know you've been singing his praises all tournament long, but for me watching this guy for the first time, he's been everywhere on this field. He's been the MVP for Zookeepers so far, and he's going to take them far in this tournament, I feel.
I think one of the more important things as well is I always get worried when teams have one player as a standout player because it feels a little top-heavy. But there is no such thing right now. Everyone is stepping up for the Zookeepers, and they are almost checking off bingo boxes for how creative they can score. Every single different way you can attack the goal, they are finding a way through. And now it's just simplistic stuff, or so I thought. Bambi doesn't go for the open net again, tries to get a double tap, but at this point I think it's just about eating down Frequence's morale. They have 3-1, and suddenly this game has really opened up for the Zookeepers.
Certainly has. Can Flitz maybe get it back within one? No, goes for the musty in the air, but isn't able to get enough power on it. But I like what you say about the Zookeeper side. Yes, we're talking about J-Bot a lot, but Bambi and Tool have been phenomenal in their own right as well. Bambi shooting from long range, and even just touches that Tool can get in the midfield to set up J-Bot and Bambi. They've been absolutely outstanding, and this is a really solid team, and deservedly so. 2-0 in the lead with a 1-set advantage as well. One more game win and they will bag themselves a place in today's grand final and be only 8 wins away from grabbing themselves a contract to play in the RLCS.
And yet again, Zookeepers taking a 5th straight game in this set. They're 1 away from taking the entirety of that set. With that said, we're going to have to take another break, this time an HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
This is, I would say, Craftsman, the last thing I expected to see out of a series on the day, especially here in the final 4 of the search, to have teams this well matched, and yet it's still just one team kind of carefully going through the other team, just picking them apart, getting the goals that they need to, and now they're just 1 game away from completing almost a near flawless run through this first set.
Yeah, it's just been a complete domination from Zookeepers, and you really just feel that they are in control. You really don't feel Frequence has a way in here unless a miracle can be pulled off by this blue side. It is going to be Zookeepers in the final, in my opinion, probably against Vibrance as well. Can't wait for that grand final matchup. But hey, I've been known to call series far, far too early. I know Stax is in the chat watching. He knows I called series far too early. So about 4.5 minutes to go, anything can happen.
Certainly.
It's going to be Zookeepers win. And there you go, J-Bot scores the first.
I was about to say, I'm like, well, I mean, that's a little early. As soon as you say that, Bambi, that's a wide open shot, and Flitz just can't get back to it. Good crash by J-Bot. That will be the opener. And again, it's just so brutal to see. You see this opener, and you're thinking, this is going fine. And then suddenly Zookeepers just find a way through. They are constantly learning a way to break down the defense, and it's really something special to see. I think we really got together, coach and all, yesterday and said, look, I don't want to have another close game.
Ooh,
can we just bring it all out today? And they're certainly doing so. But they're getting help from a 4th man with the crossbar. A couple times now the framework has saved them from a goal, and it's another one that's going to be quite the headbanger for Frequence to deal with.
Yeah, whenever you're just putting so... I mean, Kiri was in such a good position to shoot that ball if it dropped to him, but he gets demoed out of the play before he can even make the touch. And you just feel you're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this net and nothing's dropping. Finally, something does as Kiri gets it on the respawn.
Touch by Shea, and JBot has to respect that touch. Their jump up for that, preventing the double tap, doesn't come through, and then it's just a wide open. So again, backboard defense always being one of the fundamentals of high-level Rocket League, and both teams being taught a lesson here. Along with 50s, as Flitz almost opens that up. Bambi had to really steer very sharply in to prevent that. JBot on the follow off the backboard yet again. Tool, slow play, and that's going to get blocked out. Kiri and Shea both going upfield, trying to get a lead blocker across. Flitz from a tough angle, and a brilliant save by Bambi will keep things level.
We've not really talked about the defense of both of these teams, really. It's all been about the offense, but that was a great defensive play from both Frequence and Zookeepers to keep this one tied up. And I think that's what the focus is going to have to shift to for both these teams. They just need to hold their opponents at bay, especially Zookeepers now, because Frequence are starting to... They've found something, and you mentioned it earlier when... Or I think it was Platypus mentioned it earlier. Flitz said in an interview that we had yesterday that they can just have this one moment where everything starts to click. Maybe they've had that moment already, because this seems like a new Frequence team, not a team that we've seen throughout the course of this match so far. So it's good to see them turn on the jet engines here as we tick towards 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go in a crucial game 3.
Hopefully they do not succumb to the same fate they did in game 3 of our first best of 5, getting a bit too eager on offense, moving upfield. It gets pushed right over the top of them for the game dagger. This Tool will try to get a lead block. They don't even need one. It's just right over the top, and just like that, Zookeepers have their lead back.
I'm riding on board with Flitz here as the last man back, but he just drives so far upfield, an early turn from him. And it just leaves this net wide open. Really, if you're Flitz, you need to get back to net, get on that back post and sit and wait for the shot to come to you. Because if you're too close into the play, it's just going to sail over your head and it's going to be all said and done. And that is exactly what happens as the second goal goes in for Zookeepers. 2 minutes still to go. Oh, can Flitz tie it back up? Excellent save by Tool. But Frequence, they know they're in a pinch. They know they need to go all out here.
2 minutes remaining to go all out, not just to stay in this game, but stay in this set. They will try to just push the ball forward, doing just enough to keep pressure, but not much more than that. JBot with the cutout. Bambi, a little bit of an extension, will help out from their teammate, keeping it high above the ground, being just out of the bumper's reach of Frequence, and it's opened up into this opportunity. JBot will be denied. A nice positional save from Shea. JBot will throw it again onto the backboard. It'll generate a double commit. You can start to feel the desperation on the side of Frequence. You have to wonder what the nerves are like, especially with impending Zookeepers pressure. What a touch by Bambi off the post and into JBot.
Oh, it did seem like desperation on the side of Frequence, but lovely stuff by Zookeepers, just holding their own, showing the world what they are all about. And the three-man passing play, yet again, has been the undoing of Frequence on the goal line. Zookeepers are just on another planet, man. Can Bambi get a fourth right off the kickoff? Gets the flip reset, but Kiri is able to save it away. But with 60 seconds to go here, Taco, this might be all over.
It's such a brutal way to go for Frequence. They have a minute remaining. It's more than enough time to get something going, but they need anything to go their way. Just tantalizingly close as Flitz on the dunk. Kiri will try and salvage a slow air dribble, but can't get it past Tool. Flitz into Shea. Tough angle under the defender, and there's one back.
That is one back, and still plenty of time to work with for Frequence here. Nice slow down play by Kiri, excuse me. And Flitz and Shea, a three-man passing play of their own. Anything you can do, I can do better is what Frequence say, but they've got 38 seconds still to try and tie things up and send us to overtime. Can they do it? Or will Zookeepers hold on for the next 30?
Great win by Flitz. Tool is left alone against 3 defenders. Slows it down just enough. A deflection by Flitz into open space. Kiri off the ceiling, met by JBot. Tool into the sidewall, wins it into the corner, gets the boost, and will pinch that above again. It's not to a defender, but has burned off so much time. Essentially, a full pitch carry required. J-Bot will win another one
Nice
down,
touch.
and he,
Oh,
yet again
man.
will set up Tool. J-Bot has done so much, and right there, he might have just delivered this set.
Yeah, GG's been said in the chat, and I talked about Tool's slight touches that he was getting, these little ones that just turn the ball ever so slightly, take all the pace out of it. J-Bot did that all by himself, and then Tool were there to clean things up. It has been a clinic from Zookeepers. 3-0, 3-0. They sweep Frequence out of the tournament. They will not be the next Rocket League team, but will it be Zookeepers?
This is a very interesting situation when you get to the Final Four and you're on the other side of the bracket watching this semifinal, or maybe just keeping an ear out and headphone in as you're warming up with your team and learning, what's that? The other semifinal was clean sweep through both series, and just thinking, oh, okay, not only do we have to now beat our opponent, but then we have this Zookeepers waiting on the other side. That is a terrifying prospect, and we always said it takes a lot of consistency. And we just saw a heck of a lot of consistency from Zookeepers. 6 straight games, 6 straight dubs.
Yeah, unflappable in their offense right now. They just seem like on another level. Although I keep alluding to, I'm still on Team Vibrance on the other side of the bracket, the team that we're going to see next up against Nefarious. If they played like they did yesterday, Zookeepers it's still going to be a tough matchup for them, but Zookeepers is still going to have to step their game up, because yes, Zookeepers is on another level for Frequence there, but Vibrance is in another galaxy right now. If they can keep that consistent play up, that is, we'll find out what happened in that match against the Fairies coming up in a few minutes though.
And unfortunately, Frequence's run will come to an end, as all runs have to do, or at least for most teams within this bracket. And it's well done by Zookeepers to be able to keep it alive, but I think the one thing that if I'm the other side on that bracket, looking forward to this grand final, if you're trying to prepare, just the 3-person passing plays from Zookeepers. I had mentioned their chemistry. I didn't think it'd come out even really in higher contrast to other teams, where Frequence seems like they're playing very straightforward passes, trying to just find one other player and get a shot off. Zookeepers, the amount of 3-person passing plays, or at least just rotations that involve every single one of them multiple times. It's just the trust they have, the coordination they have. It's very difficult to really reach that level, but Zookeepers have, and they're peaking at the exact right time. This is the series, this is the tournament, this is the singular day of the year that you want to hear that.
Yeah, it's great to see these guys just working as one cohesive unit. And when you look for the next Rocket League team to break through into the top scene, you look for those qualities. You look for consistency. You look for team chemistry as well. This Zookeepers side has that in abundance. But is it going to be enough to take down the mighty Vibrance in that grand final? Possibly, maybe it will be Nefarious. I don't want to do Platypus dirty. I can't do them dirty like that. We'll still have to wait and see in our second semi-final match. But Taco wins that match coming up.
Coming up right after this, but we are going to throw to a brief break. We'll be hearing from a member of the Zookeepers, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the search for the next Rocket League team.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So much stuff. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. We just saw a mollywhopping from the Zookeepers against Frequence as they won 6 games straight, 2 sets, and won the series 2-0. The future HEB Pro Cam is sponsored by HEB, of course. Make sure to go to HEB.com, fill out a recipe guide. They have this cool thing on the site where you can choose a recipe, it puts it into your cart, and then you can go into the store and pick it up and put it into your cart automatically, so you don't automatically have to search for the groceries. It's a really cool, interactive website. Check it out if you're in Texas. Let's go ahead and bring in one of the players from the Zookeepers. We have Bambi on the line to join us one more time on the broadcast, and you gotta be feeling pretty good about that series, man. Tell us how those games went. It was a pretty clean one from you guys.
I mean, ever since we won the first game, I feel like our confidence was like through the roof because we could tell that we were just kind of dominating, and we got scored on a couple of times the first game, but I could tell myself, and I'm sure my teammates could say the same thing, that we were just dominating and it was going to be an easy one.
If you remember back to qualifier number 2, you guys actually lost 4-0 versus this same Frequency team. What was the difference maker in the qualifier 2 up to today? Because it looked like a completely different performance. What changed from you and the guys?
I mean, a couple things did. That week before we played the last qualifier, or we played Frequency, or Frequence, we didn't scrim for the whole week because we were on vacation. That's one thing. I literally came back from a flight the same day to play that, and so yeah, that was a bit sloppy. And they were playing really good that day. I feel like today they weren't playing the best. Maybe the nerves got to them a little bit, but yeah, I think we played good as a team and punished them.
So the next matchup is going to be Vibrance versus Nefarious, and the winner of that will play you guys in the finals. Who are you looking at particularly in that matchup to play? Who do you least want to play? Who do you want to play the most?
Ooh, this is a toughie because I don't know. I feel like the more consistent one of the two teams is probably Nefarious. So they always consistently, I feel like, play well. But Vibrance, like, if they're popping, like, they're like one of the best teams. So it's kind of scary. I think I'd rather play Nefarious, but honestly, give us any team and we got them. So
confidence coming out from the Zookeepers. They are wanting to win this contract, and I would like to reiterate one more time about what this contract would mean. The next set is going to be a long one. It's going to be a best of 3 of 7s, and if you win that, you will be winning that contract and salary. And so now it's becoming more tangible for you guys. Have you started to think about what you're going to do with this position and the salary that you're going to get?
Honestly, not yet, because we haven't gotten there yet. So after this dub, then we'll start thinking about that. But the job's not done yet. We got to finish it.
I love that grit and determination. That's Bambi, everybody, from Zookeepers. You can catch him in the grand finals, and that's coming up in 2 matches. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast, and best of luck in your next game.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bambi. That was an amazing interview. They said the job's not done, and they do not care who is put in front of them to get the dub. But let's bring in our casters again to talk about this next matchup we got coming up. We got Taco and we have Craftman to join us back on the broadcast. Thoughts on the Bambi interview? They seem confident going forward.
Yeah, they do seem confident, Pickle. I do think they seem very confident going into that. But how can you not be? It's one thing to be humble. It's one thing to be humble, but it's another thing to actually realize in the moment, oh, we really did just 3-0 twice to get into this, even in the longest, one of the longest possible formats. We still just got it done. And it's something that it's nice to have that confidence, but I'm glad to see they also still have that long distance. Like, yeah, we can celebrate this, but like they said, job's not done. Still have to actually get that next series in. And they're, I'm sure, going to be looking very curiously onto this next matchup.
Well, we have a tweet here. Sorry to cut you off, Craftman. We have a tweet from Pythian Legume, who is our, I believe, technical director for this show. Final day for the hashtag search. Big life change for 3 people, depending on today's results. Praise hands. Going to be a great time, 100%. Thanks, Pith. That's a wonderful, wonderful tweet for us, everybody here on the broadcast. and amazing performance from the technical directing crew as well. You guys are killing it on the back end. If I do say so myself, graphics are on point and looks fabulous. So enough about the broadcast tech. Let's get into the actual game itself. And we have Nefarious and Vibrance. This is a matchup that I feel is going to be much closer than Craftman alludes to, but I'm going to let him shill for Vibrance here. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say about that interview as well, if I hadn't muted myself, done a LeafX, I was going to say, I just agree with Taco, basically saying that, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you be confident if you just 3-0'd a team twice to get to the grand final? But Vibrance, they're going to be feeling confident as well. 4-0 sweeps against Isolated and Boards, who are no pushover teams as well. They played very well in their round matchups yesterday to get to this stage, or to, I suppose, go out against Vibrance. But like I mentioned earlier, when we saw Zookeepers were a very coherent, put together team. They know where everyone is exactly the same time. They're all on the same page. Vibrance is that times 10. This is a team who are just that good, and they have the speed and the confidence and a little bit of arrogance to back it up as well. I can see these guys. I don't think this is going to be a sweep like we saw in the last few sets, but I think this is going to be a fairly dominating performance from Team Vibrance.
I'm just so disagreeing upon your statement. I feel that Nefarious is the more consistent team. You even heard it from Bambi. He said that Nefarious is more consistent, but Vibrance could pop off, especially with Oath. I want to know the Danger Taco's thoughts on this matchup.
I think Nefarious definitely has a lot of history as a roster, playing together, making sure that they are building that chemistry, and that's the one thing I love about the Zookeepers roster. The only thing about Nefarious is that there are times where I think the nerves might get to them, and I think that they have a lot of experience to try to steal those nerves, but we had seen this roster within a DreamHack format, and they dropped a couple games simply just because they were not getting clean touches. They were not able to actually clear the ball and just make simple mistakes. Granted, that's a very isolated incident in one tournament, but it still shows that even players this level, you can't afford those mistakes. Every time that Frequence made those mistakes in last series, Zookeepers ate it up, and if Vibrance is very much that times 10, as Craftsman has said, then that's a mistake you cannot make. So I think Nefarious tends to be more consistent, but I also think that Vibrance is a team that has an incredibly high peak. When they're feeling themselves, when they're playing at really full gear, they are a horrifyingly good team to play against, and I don't know if Nefarious has that defensive capability to keep up with that.
Well, let's put it on paper, boys. The match is nearly ready to go. Back over to Craftman. Put your official predictions on the table, because I'm already over one. I took Frequence in that last matchup, but you guys are sitting nice at 1-0, so I'd like to know what your thoughts are.
Well, I can't say all that without picking Vibrance, so of course I'm picking Vibrance. I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think Nefarious do have the capability to take a few games off of them throughout the course of these two sets of 5, or best of 5s, I should say. But overall, Vibrance are just going to come out here, zoom around this field, and Oath is just going to be an absolute nuisance, and Nefarious want to get off the field before Oath just annoys the hell out of them. So 2-0 in favor of Vibrance.
And Danger Taco, in 50 words or less, who do you got?
I think Vibrance takes it. Nefarious makes it somewhat close. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that we'll take it to match 3.
33, I think that was.
Okay.
I didn't get a count.
I was counting quickly.
All right, 2 for Vibrance. I'm going to go against the grain. I love this Nefarious team. I think that I have a bias towards Buddy. It's one of the players I grew up with and kind of nurtured in the cultivated land scene. I think he is a veteran warrior. He's got the support of Northwood behind him. He's playing with hockey in person. I think in this long set, that will be tantamount to be able to come back if you're coming down in this set. And I think they're going to be able to take this in 3 sets. I think it's going to go the distance. But enough talking. It's time to get into their game, our second semifinal here for the search. Winner goes on to play the Zookeepers in grand finals, but they got to get through this slog first. To call it, it will be Danger Taco and Craftman. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Fickle. And that is actually an element that is always underestimated. The ability to physically, in person, fist bump your teammate after a goal. And I think if I had known that, I probably would still pick Vibrance. But we still got a long set to go, and Vibrance is going to have to live up to our praise. And I'm sure Nefarious is maybe listening in or maybe suspecting that they might be against the grain, and I'm sure they are looking to pose the upset.
Yeah, certainly are, as we pan across the concourse of Manfield. As the night has descended, we are underway, and you can see there on the player cams as well, I believe that's Adam and Buddy on Team Nefarious, as we said, at Northwood University. Looks like a great facility there. Would love to see what they have out there. I think you mentioned to me, or one of you mentioned it to me before, one of the top collegiate teams in America right now in terms of Rocket League. So a great pedigree behind them, but they've got to knock off this Vibrant squad who, as I mentioned, are just going to be going so damn quickly. Lincoln, you will miss them. Got to offset that pace. A little bit of strategy.
And we're certainly seeing right now a quick flurry of shots, and we'll finally see Nefarious break out and get a little bit of a clear, but it's only going to go as far as Fifi. Oh, trying to annoy that back defender. Not able to get Adam on the bump. Astro keeps it alive. Nice air dribble. Flicker out into the middle. We'll keep it again in the midfield pressure right now from Vibrance. And this is the thing that always impresses me. It's one thing to play with speed, but they're always taking a nice zonal approach on defense. They're locking down that midfield. And it's so difficult to get them off the ball because you just constantly find a way to put it back. So you got to take your opportunities when they come. Buddy almost sneaking through on that shot, though Vibrance defense will hold. And now Nefarious has at least a little bit of a chance to mount some offense. So unfortunately, that 50 calling into that.
Yeah, it's a good point you mentioned of how Vibrance adapt wherever they are in the field. No need for adaptation there. That is just straight up out of their own damn playbook, off the backboard, and Astro there to follow it up. We're going to see a lot of that connection here in this matchup, Taco, between Astro and Oath. These are the two players, in my opinion, that were really stand out. Fifi had his moments and was really good at playmaking as well, but that dual connection between Oath and Astro, that is something to be feared.
That's something that's so important as well, to have that tight rotation. That pass off the backboard wasn't even necessarily right to the defender, really right in the middle of the field. It just opens up enough that they have a near post shot. So make it count. They certainly did. So now with one goal on the board, Vibrance has stated their claim to game number one. Now it's about defending it. They're doing a good job of keeping that pressure again. Oath trying to annoy that back defender some more. Fifi with a 50 to keep it alive, and Oath will send it right back into the corner, but a nice clear by Nefarious will allow Buddy to clear it down. But even the demos there, everything that Nefarious is trying to throw at their opponents right now, it seems like Vibrance has the answer. It feels very similar to that Zookeeper's roster.
Yeah, it does, and it feels very similar to the game ones that we saw between Frequency and Zookeepers, where it's a little bit more even than certainly I was expecting. The Fairies do seem to be fighting fire with fire. I mentioned about Vibrance, especially Oath, just getting in the face of his faces of his opponents and taking balls away quickly. And it seems like the Fairies are doing that themselves. They're looking for these 50-50 challenges really quickly and really often as well. That's given Vibrance a few more things to think about as they come to their field.
Astro would just send one on target. Hockey not worried. He saw it was wide. Oath cutting another ball out. Buddy will win it into the midfield, but Astro is unimpeded in the midfield. Up, gets the flip reset, tucks it up, only into Buddy. Oath will keep it alive with another touch off the corner. Nice read down. Fifi up for it, and that will be a miss. Very acrobatic approaches to offense being shown by Vibrance. At least keeping Nefarious somewhat unstable in the back line. That's not where you want to be, especially when you need to get upfield and get a goal, not defending on your back line. Speaking of, what a save by Buddy, and it's still 1-0.
Excellent defending by Nefarious, but it lands right back into the hands of Vibrance, and Astro go for it again. Adam is there to send it into the corner. Now Nefarious, what they need to do is transition downfield quickly, but they just cannot bear the fact that Vibrance is right on top of them. Every time a save comes through, it's right back into the hands of an orange player, and Astro slowing things down. Adam does get a save. With 60 seconds left, they need to go the length of the field to try and tie it up. but it's not going to happen. 2-0.
That's a crazy angle by Astro, but what the camera might not have picked up is that every single person was on that. Fifi was in the back line. Oath double committed on that touch, and the defender was a pixel below the clear. All 3 Vibrance players went upfield for that attack, that confident that that play would work out. Unfortunately, Nefarious will not be able to find the counterattack, and now they'll need 2 goals to get back in. Is this number 1? Hockey will at least try, and the Astro will answer back with no.
3 shots on the board for Hockey, and I was thinking that was going to be a 4th, but was far too wide on that attempt. A little bit more play upfield required for Nefarious because Vibrance have just been throwing everything they can at this blue net, and they've got 2 to stick so far. Hockey won't get a 4th shot there, but he will get demoed for his efforts. This is where Vibrance can really start breaking teams down. Whenever they just put shot after shot up onto the Nefarious net, it just gives this blue side a lot to think about and a lot going through their minds thinking, oh, can we actually break out of our own half? It breaks down their confidence, so when it comes to actually attacking, when they do get that opportunity on the Vibrance net, they're not confident enough and they just slap it into the crossbar, wide, what have you, just simply not on target. So a few more on target shots from Nefarious come game number 2, and I think they'll serve themselves well.
And game 1 run in the books, so we'll have to look forward to game number 2 right after a Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Grassman, I think this is the exact reason why I love the Vibrance playstyle, and I love watching this team. The first time I got to witness them in the search, they're so fast, they're so furious, but it works so cleanly because they're always in the right position, and it's almost seemingly getting the flawless touch on the ball. I think we saw it in full display here. This is a semifinal, but we start off with Vibrance just constantly pushing the issue on that back line.
Definitely, and these shots, you see this one from Astro, what an angle. I think he scored a few like that yesterday. I know, was it Astro or Oath? I can't remember which one of the 2 of them it was, but they ended up scoring own goals for fun at the end of their series yesterday. Hopefully we don't see that here. Hopefully they just get the job done. But like you said, when they can score from anywhere in the field, it does put a little bit of doubts into the minds of these Nefarious players. So to try and change it up and dictate the style of play to Vibrance, it's a tall order. That's what they're going to have to do if they want to take game number 2.
So Vibrance has a nice foot forward, but that's what's nice about game number 1s. You're just getting used to your opponents. And what an introduction for Nefarious, getting pushed around a little bit from just the sheer velocity and flair of Vibrance. And it seems like it at least is continuing in the opening 20 seconds as Astro will continue the high-flying pace. It's going to go right out to Oath, and you can't place it much better than that.
Oh, and you can't flop around on defense like Nefarious was. I think Adam just misses that, and Hockey all with a poor touch straight into the path of Oath. And Oath, he does this quite a lot. Him and Astro do this quite a lot, actually, from what I saw yesterday. They just lurk in that 6-yard box, in that penalty area, marked out around the goal. They just wait for a loose ball to become available to them, and they smash it towards net. Doesn't matter if it goes there or not, but they're just putting that in the heads of the Nefarious, saying if you make a loose touch, a bad touch on your backline, we are going to be here to hunt these balls down and take advantage of every single mistake that you're putting up.
And I 100% agree. The amount of earned goals has to be at 100% for your teammate. So, of course, if you get an errant clear at this level, more often than not, that ball is going into the back of your net. The lesson that Nefarious has learned, I'm sure, many times throughout their development, but we'd hope it would come at a less opportune time than right now. Astro trying to force the issue again off of the backboard. Fifi keeping it alive with a double 50. Astro just swarming around the ball, just waiting for a challenge. Oath will join in, and a bit of double commit might have opened things up for Hockey one-on-one temporarily with Fifi, but they will stand strong. Buddy on the follow, the double straight down. What an angle by Buddy, and a goal line save will keep it 1-0.
Oh, you've got to score those ones, Nefarious. That was a lovely layoff play by Buddy to find Hockey, but he doesn't find the back of the net. Oh, that is absolutely brutal for Nefarious. The chance to tie things up early on in this second game. That was a chance blown. I don't know how many of those chances you're going to get again.
Fifi will have their own chance. Brilliant setup, and they can not miss from there. 2-0 to Vibrance.
Every time you see someone up in the air from Vibrance just like that, you know that's heading goal bounds. And like I said, Nefarious, every opportunity that they get down the Vibrance end of the field, they have to make it work. They have to come away with points whenever they are given a chance, and that was a prime opportunity to tie things up, and they have paid the ultimate price by going down by 2 now.
Vibrance is such an electrifying side to watch, as Leafex and I were able to cast them in the qualifier, which they got into this finals. And the crazy thing about it is that those double taps are normally like series highlights. It's like a daily occurrence for them. They just hit them all the time. They're so consistent. And so it shows that not only do you have to watch for those passes and cut out all those crashes on net, but the solo plays can pop off at any time. Like this from Oath, the flip reset into Astro. Adam gets just enough to clear that to the corner, and Nefarious will try a counter.
Oh, and it's Adam there running a bit of interference as well. Just even being in that position, you know your teammate might not hit it into you, but it makes the defense think a little bit more. But maybe the ball did need to bounce off his wheels to cause a little bit of a distraction. Now 2-0 down, 2 minutes still to go in this game number 2 to avoid going down by match point. We've seen 2 3-0s already today. Will we see another? If Vibrance can hold on and then get the last game in their favor, or the third game I should say in their favor. Hockey has different ideas. Adam lurking there. Fifi just so solid taking this into the corner with not a lot of boost to the tank as well. He's done well to keep possession.
And we'll slow things down again. However, the pinch generates a double commit, and
man.
Just desperation from Nefarious trying to throw up will result in a third Vibrance goal.
Let's see what happened here. Adam tries to play it through. He hits it off the demoed Vibrance player. And then I think Nefarious just got a little bit confused. Where's the ball? It's gone through the smoke screen. And Oath just says, Astro says, thank you very much. I'll have that. Have a freebie. Minute and a half to go. And just Vibrance vibing right now. Is Fifi looking to flip reset towards a 4.
The path by Oath, fortunately right into the goalkeeper. So we will keep on playing, but at this point, Vibrance is trying to stat pad a little bit here in this game. It never looks like they were out of control of this. They're even getting bumps just to secure the lead. They're having fun. This is the same team that was own goaling just to really wind down the clock in former series. They're looking like they're having fun now.
Yeah, and I suppose when you're having fun, that's when you're playing Rocket League at your best. You're just there with your buddies, hanging out, and maybe just winning a contract by the end of the day. Or nothing here in game number 2, and I saw a little bit from Nefarious, in game number 1, saying maybe they can keep these games close, maybe get a couple of goals on the board, but they're currently 6-0 down in overall goal totals, and I think was it yesterday it was 4-0 from Adam almost gets the first one on the board for Nefarious, that clatters it off the crossbar. But it was Vibrance against Forge yesterday. It was 4-0, 4-0, 4-0 in the first 3 games, and then 4-1 in the final game. So Vibrance outscored them. Quick mass, 12-1. They outscored Forge. Let's see how much they can keep the Nefarious off the board before they end up scoring. I'm predicting maybe, I don't know, like, what are they on there? I said 6-0. I'm gonna go with 10-0. I'm going to think they get 10 goals in a row before Nefarious end up getting 1.
Bold plan, but even I can't argue with that. You after a performance like that, we're going to have to see a game refresh. I'm sure Nefarious would like really just a full series refresh at this point. Vibrance are dancing all over the defensive Nefarious in game number 2. They're going to get rewarded with a second straight win to put them on match point.
Yeah, never mind just the game break. They just want a series break right now. They're going to get it after this game number 3 if this keeps up from Vibrance, but I don't see any slowing down of this Vibrance team right now.
Let's see if Nefarious can fuel up here leading into a pivotal game number 3. We'll be taking an HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
So Craftsman, I think this is an interesting series for many reasons, but we were both hyping up Vibrance, asked for who we like in this tournament. I think, believe both said Vibrance for our pick to win it. And it almost feels like we're still underselling them after this performance. They're looking so clean on both sides of the ball as that highlight plays through with Oath with the backflip save on the goal line. And the double taps, the consistent play through. They're smothering Nefarious on offense, and Game 3 is going to have to bring some fairly drastic change, I think, from the Nefarious side.
Yeah, they just out here styling on Nefarious, and I know, like you mentioned, we can talk them up all they want, but their actions are going to speak louder than our words, and they're certainly showing why they are the #1 contender right now to be the next Rocket League team and get that contract with Beasley Esports for the next RLCS season. They got one more game to go in this series, and then they're going to have to win 3 more. Remember, sets of best of 5s, best of 3, best of 5s. You've got to win 2 best of 5s to get through to that grand final where it is Zookeepers lying in wait for you. Oh, Vibrance, keep the momentum going, or will Nefarious get one on the boards? I think this is Vibrance's time, to be quite honest with you.
Especially since you have predicted the perfect sweep, predicting 10 goals down, 0 given up. Sure,
No, I want to clarify. I said they'll score 10 before Nefarious score 1.
They're giving them the option to get back in it and avoid the perfect
sweep. Yeah, I'm going to say this. Well, they're at 6-0 right now. So if they score 4, if they go 4-0, I'm right. But I was almost wrong as Adam. I might still be wrong if Bloody goes for net yet again, but off the post. And Nefarious, they just breathing sighs right now. It must be absolute torture in the comms right now.
It can't be easy knowing that not only it's one thing to get completely prevented from scoring, it's a whole nother to have so many shots hit off the frame. I believe that one will be the 4th of the series that will go off of the frame instead of finding its way in the back of the net. Though they have controlled the pace, at least here on Utopia for this game number 3, though they have to be thinking in the back of their minds that sense of dread that Vibrance is only 1 4A upfield from changing that up, but 50s like that go a long way. Adam into the ceiling, though Astro will keep the Vibrance defense intact. Hockey with another throw. Beefy, a precarious touch, but still gets that cleared away.
This is certainly better from Nefarious, though. They're getting shot after shot up. I mean, 4 shots already compared to none from Vibrance at this stage of the game. Almost 2 minutes in. Make that 5. Make that 5 to nothing right now. There's still no goals to show for it. That is the most important statistic of them all. They are putting a lot of pressure onto this Vibrance defense. They are holding on, and you mentioned it during game 1 as well, Taco. The way that Vibrance adapt to wherever they are positioned on the field, whether if they're moved up, if they're on attack, they're really aggressive. If they're set back, they just go into the rotations, play fundamental Rocket League. But they can't stop that one from Adam, and unfortunately I am wrong.
Well, the streak comes to an end, and it's going to take a heck of a shot getting around it, far post top corner. And Nefarious will not only have the first goal of the series, but their first lead as well, right at halftime, trying to prevent the clean sweep, trying to organize the reverse sweep in the first series, and they're on fire, especially Adam off the ceiling, though, on the counterattack. Oath looking for a pass, the pinch middle. The first player out of the way, Fifi will fake, and they will have to give up on this. This is the most passive I have seen Vibrance. Nefarious is looking aggressive as heck. Buddy on the open shot, and it's going to tuck in a second.
That was a great bump from I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Adam. He bumped Astro out the way, clears the path for the clear ball to come through, and then a great passing play in Vibrance's half of the field. No chance they were saving that one, and Nefarious have lit a fire underneath themselves. 2-0 in the blink of an eye. What do Vibrance have to answer with?
Now we'll have to see if Vibrance does have the answer. They've the ones dictating really the flow of all of the games so far. Up until right now, they are on the back foot. Still yet to record a single shot, a seemingly improbable statement but 2 games ago. And this is the reality. Nefarious has figured out a plan, and they're executing it to perfection, even with deflections. Astro calling Hockey into action. Oath keeps it alive yet again to the corner. with a nice fake. We'll set up another flick from a tight angle, but it's just going to glance off that near post and go to the corner again. 95 seconds. Vibrance is still searching, but they have not found anything.
Still nothing to show for it, like you said. Only one shot on the board as well. Really rack up another maybe 2, maybe 3 shots, because they've had a couple of good opportunities to turn a few in, but Nefarious have been on it and just taking the ball away from Vibrance where it matters. See them all just clumped in this corner, really not communicating quite well. Both runs out of boost, but luckily for him, Astro and Fifi are sat back with a few more boost ticks in their tank. Fifi, great save there, but can't stop the follow-up from Buddy as Nefarious take a 3-0 lead.
It doesn't look like the most graceful shot from Buddy as they're trying to bend their car all the way around, but ultimately they're just trying to get it high over the defender and underneath the bar. Well placed, 3-0. And we can talk about adjustments. This is a 180, a full turnaround from Nefarious, having their 10th shot go in for their 3rd goal. Vibrance held to 1 shot, and really, I don't know what that mid-game conversation, what that HEB game break was like for Nefarious, but they have figured this series out if they can replicate this past this game, as certainly with 40 seconds remaining, you have to think Nefarious has taken a game back.
Yeah, they seem to have down some nerd focus in the break. Probably bought from HEB as well. 30 seconds now, and still all to do for Vibrance. Remember, they do have that 2-game cushion. It's not all over for them in this series, but this is going to be a dent on their records after going 4-0, 4-0 yesterday. Everyone thinking, or at least the two of us thinking, that Vibrance are just going to rock today. They're going to come out here 3-0 the first set, 3-0 the second, get into the grand final, no problem at all. But Nefarious have given them some challenge here, and they are starting to come to life. Nefarious take a game. Reverse sweep still required. Vibrance still need 1. Nefarious have a chance.
Certainly do. More than that with a 3-0 goal. This is not a squeaker of a game. It is an absolute statement being made. We're here to play, and we want to get in that grand finals. We'll try to continue on in the next game with after a Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
We had said that the shot differential for Nefarious in that last game was, or really the shots in total, it took 10 shots and they got 3 goals. The shot differential is a positive 10 in that match 3. So a 100% turnaround from Nefarious. And really, for me, it has to come down to whether or not that is just a fluke. They just caught Vibrance in an awkward cycle, or if this is Nefarious truly figuring out how they need to play and getting more comfortable.
I mean, you saw the passing plays from Nefarious as well. They just looked a lot cleaner than what we had seen from Nefarious in the past. They were giving Vibrance a lot more to think about. They were not being one-dimensional. They were starting to evolve their play and give Vibrance a lot more to drink in about this team, saying, all right, we might not have figured these guys out just quite yet. Now they need to factor in these passing plays. I think Vibrance, we know how well they can adapt. Let's see if they can adapt here in this game number 4. Can they win this one and get a series win on the board, or will Nefarious push it to game 5?
Could be, in Vibrance's eyes, just a speed bump on the road to their first win in this first match, though certainly Nefarious have other ideas. Feeling, I'm sure, somewhat rejuvenated for that win, and we'll have to see if that pace that they were showing, all those passing plays, will be able to continue. You know, Vibrance is a team that excels when they're playing at full speed and dictating the flow, and at least now they have a fresh 5 minutes to try and see if they can get back into that rhythm. But here with Astro in a deflection, Fifi, delayed dribble, gets past 1, deflection past 2. Astro is going to have to take time on this and just flick it high. It's a temporary gambit, really, to buy time. Adam and Hockey will be able to cut that out and throw it into the corner again, maybe even extending it again, forcing Oath into the air. So that air dribble will be able to scoop it over, and Astro will extend it out to the corner.
That's good from Vibrance as well, as Astro's just, or excuse me, Oath lays it up as Fifi just to send it downfield, and that's what Vibrance have built their offense on, where one person does something and then if they lose control, someone else comes and sweeps it away and keeps the ball out of Nefarious's hands. Pinch towards the net. Great defense by Nefarious. Hockey takes it upfield all by himself. No defender there to make the save. So Nefarious is going to get the first one on the board here in game 4.
I don't think Fifi anticipated that clear. They're in no man's land. You can see them halt in space, waiting to see what will happen. Is it going to be a whiff, a slow air dribble? Instead, Hockey just goes with the old reliable, just smack it as hard as possible into that top shelf. Very hard to save, especially if you're Fifi, but not much you can do as that last back defender. 90 seconds in, and Nefarious will continue their success.
I love that in Rocket League. If all else fails, just smack it as hard as possible and hope and pray it goes in. But nothing hopey about that for Hockey. Hockey. Do the hokey cokey and you turn around, and they have turned it around as Nefarious. Certainly looks like a completely different team from what we saw in the first couple of games. They're giving and Vibrance just, I don't know what it is, but they seem to be just going back to the well. But Nefarious have started to figure out what they're doing, and they're beating Vibrance at their own game. They're going for these 50-50 challenges, and they're winning them most of the time. And Vibrance, they need to come up with a new playstyle in my humble opinion.
I have to think that Vibrance is a team that loves playing at a breakneck pace, and as long as you allow them to do that, it's going to really be your downfall. If you give them space, they will take advantage of it. They will run through, get bumps, get backboard plays, get these quick follow-ups, and it's going to wreak a lot of havoc on your goal. Where I think Nefarious is finding success is that not only are they challenging faster, but they're also willing to slow the play down just temporarily. You see a lot of dribble setup or air dribbles, and it forces Vibrance to think a little bit before challenging and throwing themselves out of position. I think that change-up that Nefarious is throwing at Vibrance is forcing them to slow down and play more considerate play, and I don't think that's their strategy, and I think it does throw them a little off kilter. I agree, this does look like a very different Vibrance team. For example, 2 players underneath that ball, and Buddy's just going to tuck a simple roller into net.
I was thinking it was looking a bit janky on defense. 3 players huddled around the ball for Nefarious. I thought Vibrance, that's a goal for them for sure. But somehow they find the space, dribble it away, and Vibrance just have no one back for that. It's very, very odd. They're just, like we said there as well, Vibrance, they thrive when they're given space. And Nefarious are just shutting down these lanes. They're crowding the ball, not giving a chance for Vibrance to pass out into open air. They're making them play this close quarters Rocket League. And Nefarious are thriving from that. Minute and a half still to go. And they are starting to, or I say starting to, they are in control of this.
And we also had mentioned how Vibrance is certainly having fun out there on the pitch. As that second goal goes in, all of Nefarious was nothing but smiles on the player cam. They're enjoying what they're seeing right now, especially as their defense continues to hold. Fourth defender coming in clutch to prevent Vibrance from clawing one back. And this might actually be 2 straight games now without a Vibrance goal if nothing changes in this next 60 seconds. They're still looking through this corner, these long balls stifled as Adam will send another one down. Astro down to Oath. A lot of time in the midfield, but wastes it with a little touch, and Buddy will close again. Just every tiny miscalculation from Vibrance being closed down by Nefarious. Strategy keeps on going, and Vibrance is going to have to figure out another way through this defense.
Yeah, it's been complete shutouts so far in this series. 3 already. 2 for Vibrance, 1 for Nefarious, and it might be the second for Nefarious, even if they can get this one in as well. Hockey can't turn that one in, no boost, but 25 seconds to go. All they need to do is drain this clock down, and they'll send themselves into a deciding game number 5 for this opening match, opening series of this set of 5. It is a real interesting one for sure, Taco, and I think game 5 is really what we deserve. Nefarious have played that well that they deserve to take it to Decider.
And we are certainly, you try to strain yourself as a caster coming up with all of these metaphors and similes and analogies to make. And you talk about a pendulum swinging back and forth in the series. These are very long swings, 6 unanswered from Vibrance being met with 5 unanswered from Nefarious. And of course, that final swing, we'll have to see if it will go back to Vibrance, because we are going to game number 5.
Yeah, and you saw across the board there, 2's all for Nefarious, 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 saves, 2 shots, 2 saves for Hockey. Hockey, it's a weird name, okay? two saves for Hockey, two for Adam. So it's 2s across the board for Nefarious, and they got their second game to boot as well. Now the thing for Vibrance, they had 6 shots in that game, and I talked about, we said in the last one, Nefarious had 13 shots to 3, and that was the key difference. This time it was their defense that started to show up. They were getting these great saves where in the clutch and rotating around really well. So Vibrance, yes, they had a little bit more control, a little bit more pace in that, but Nefarious were just killing the ball and killing the momentum of Vibrance where it really mattered, and that's what swung the pendulum back in their favor, as you mentioned, Taco. And here we are, Champions Field, game number 5.
And the stage is set. This is Nefarious' chance to get a nice little reverse sweep to start off this set. However, 5 minutes is an agonizingly long time, especially when playing against the high-powered, slightly down temporarily team of Vibrance. We'll have to see if their fortunes change. And I'm sure we're in for a cracker of a start. How about that? 4 seconds in and it's Oath.
Well, if this isn't an omen to contend with, all the games so far have been shutouts, no matter who has won. The first one in favor of Vibrance. I imagine Nefarious is going to get goals in this one. I'm not going to lie. Let's not read too much into all the shutouts that we've seen so far, but it's good for Vibrance to get back on the horse. 4 seconds in, nonetheless, and they have their first goal since game number 2, since they shut out Nefarious 4-0. In that second game. How much can they run up the score in this one, or how they want to run up the score? But obviously Nefarious now in a swing of their own, trying to keep it close. They've got to get this ball off them first of all, and they've done just that.
Hockey with a lot of time. Fifi not giving him any respect. Almost a pre-jump onto that, Buddy. Actually, bumped into a nice dribble. Tried to play it slow, gets a 50, but not past Oath on the near post. Hockey on the follow, slows it down, leaves it for Adam.
Oh, that
hard
is
angle.
nasty.
It's a very, very clever approach to goal from Nefarious, but they will not find their target.
You see it in, well, we call it football, but you see it in soccer all the time when they go to take the free kick, and there's 2 players there. You're not sure which one is going to strike the ball. They just both stop, and the defender just flies past them. Maybe not in soccer if they do that. Obviously, they can't really do that. But in Rocket League, just fake him out, make him think twice, and then you communicate who's going to take that one. Well played by Nefarious. No goal will come of it, but maybe it'll come here instead. But he does get it off the boot of Hockey as well, and we're tied up.
And no longer will we be looking at shutouts. Hockey and company will be able to generate a goal. It's a 1-1 here in game number 5, and we're definitely looking for a battle. And somewhat fittingly, we're going to have 2 shutouts and then another 2 shutouts being answered. So now it's just an all-out brawl here in game number 5. It might just come down to who executes a little bit cleanly down the stretch.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a shootout before long. 1 apiece. I imagine the scoreline's going to maybe go 3-2, 4-3, I can imagine. It's going to be a goal fest for sure. The next 3.5 minutes, Oath might open up the scoring yet again. Well defended by the Nefarious defense, who have another goal from that left-hand side. Again, they're going back to their old style of play here, or what was working for them, and they're starting to work again here, Taco. Vibrance, they're just sitting back, waiting for Nefarious to push down, and then they're hogging all the touches for themselves. And every time Nefarious clear down, always into the path of a Vibrance player. But at least from a difference from yesterday when this was happening to board and isolated, Nefarious are actually following these touches up. They're clearing long and then going to put pressure onto Vibrance.
Speaking of pressure, Oath is fully boosted up in Hockey. Doesn't want to give any space off the ceiling. Immediate challenge will curtail that attack. Fifi starts a second, gets a 50 down. Buddy, another 50 will ricochet that one all the way across field. Both quick following, trying to extend the play out, but Vibrance reaching for these passes. Nefarious will be more than happy to sit back and get their clears out. Now on attack, Buddy try their own, but Adam, a little bit of a disconnect here between his teammates. He's very far back. Hockey will temporarily cut that one out, and good midfield challenges have really kept both teams alive here as we're still looking for the next goal to bring the team ahead.
It's a nice play from Hockey, but look at this play from Oath and Fifi hooking up in the middle of the field. Can Astro dunk this one down? Fifi is still there to keep it dangerous, but he saves. The drop down from Fifi is not there either. Astro and Oath shoot once more, but the defense and the The fourth man, the crossbar and post, will keep it out for Nefarious. Oath again will try his hand, but straight towards the backboard. Buddy clears long. Oh, and after a flurry, Vibrant still can't get the second on the board. Nefarious licking their chops, thinking, oh, how the hell did we get away with that one?
Buddy was able to be robbed in an earlier game off of an immaculate double tap, and they just made up for it with a brilliant save on the goal line to keep their team in it. Might be rewarded if Ferris can go on and get that next goal, which at this point is looking like a silver, maybe a golden goal here as time is ticking down. Not many shots, and so therefore nice on-target opportunities come at a premium. Various trying to generate their own, but that's 2 players up. Now to Oath, looking for a double tap. Adam doesn't have
there
it.
He's got
Oath
it.
does. It's
Oh!
off the bar. Astro will keep it alive, and Fifi will just go for a double. Buddy will tap into the corner, and pixels away, and Oath might have had the lead.
Oh, you've got to shoot those ones on target, Oath. We've seen you score from nutty angles. Him and Astro have been the scoring machines on this Vibrant side. And Fifi will get credit for this one. I thought Astro got the touch here, but it must have been a Nefarious player. Let's see what happens as Buddy went for it. I was on Buddy's camera. I thought I was on Astro's camera for some reason, but it's because he's got the Vitality decal on the blue team, and it threw me off. I mean, in that position, you kind of got to go for the save and hope for the best. It didn't work out for Nefarious, but they still got plenty of time to maybe tie things up in the last 20 seconds.
Buddy's sake, I sure hope they do. Setups like this will help, but Buddy, too much time will be cleared out. Hockey trying to salvage something on an air dribble. Oath quickly up, will knock it away again. A 50 by
That's
Buddy.
it.
It's going the distance. It's going in the back of the net. 6 seconds remaining, and Nefarious is tying it.
Right at the death, Nefarious keep themselves alive in this opening game, and the mirror image of what we saw on the other end of the field for goal number 2. It happens the other side. Fifi going for the save, couldn't quite get there. And Nefarious tie things up. The timer ticks down. Will we see a 0-second goal? No, we will not. We will go to overtime, and we will sweat it out as the clock ticks back up from 0. How long is this one going to go? I haven't a clue, Taco.
Might just end right here, but Oath again will put it off the bar and out.
Surely that's it. Fifi.
They might have to come back and regret that, unfortunately. They will have to keep on playing, and Nefarious has a lifeline yet again for a clutch goal from Buddy. They will try to build out with Adam and Hockey, using the boost, cutting across. They do not get that 50 as Astro, or boost rather, as Astro will pick that up. The bounce shot almost finding its way in. An awkward defending, but it works all the same. And a very frantic opening minute to this Game 5 overtime in the first match, and both teams still looking for a way ahead.
I was on Oath's camera as he made that doink save, and I didn't think he had enough power to get it, but he doesn't get to this one either. Out of the back of the field, Adam just spies this open net and has a crack at it. Everyone from Vibrant's cleared out, and beyond all the odds, well, myself and you, Taco, didn't think this would happen. Platypus on the desk is going to be a really smug, I imagine. The Fairies take the opening series. Vibrants now need to win 2 best-of-5s in a row if they want to keep themselves in this tournament.
It's fitting, at least, as the series has progressed, that we go to Game 5 and, of course, go to overtime. But it ends the same way, actually, that Zookeepers' Square One ended the other day. Just a clean, solid 50 on that last defender on Vibrance, and then it bounces straight down, and all it is nothing really too complicated. Just a long ball into an open net. Vibrance so tantalizingly close to the save, but neither defender can get it in. Nefarious, this is the exact type of series that you show your grit, and what a way to do it. Getting really knocked around. We were writing them off after game number 2, and they're able to scratch and claw their way through with some defensive brilliance to be able to come out with this series, and they're on their way in this set.
Oh man, not Crafters calling a series early again, is it not? Oh my goodness, that was absolutely insane from the Fairies. Nonetheless, let's remember that was a reverse sweep they just pulled off, and now they have a chance to maybe just close out 3 in a row. See you later, boys. if they are able to knock out this Vibrance team who looks so good. Even throughout this series, they have been so consistent and clinical. But when it came down to it, the Nefarious just turned up the jet engines. They fired on all cylinders and just took Vibrance to court over that, or held them to account is what I'm trying to say, and made them play their own game. And I got to commend Nefarious for that, because that was just insane.
It's incredible to see, especially because we often talk as casters, well, it's possible to get a reverse sweep, but it's quite a lot to ask for. If you're going to do it, granted, Nefarious maybe like a cleaner ending to that reverse sweep, as games, I would say 3 and 4 certainly went according to plan. However, a lot of clunky plays and an unfortunate own goal, it seemed, from Buddy at some point, but did they make up for it? Gets the tying goal, gets an amazing save on the goal line on a pre-flip, and then ultimately helps to set up with that crucial 50, Adam's long-term goal to be able to put that game away. It's just incredible to see. And now, when we're talking about what adjustments Nefarious has to make, now Vibrance has to contend with the brutal reality as they get ready for this next match in the set that they just dropped in a reverse sweep, a series that looked all but theirs at one point.
Yeah, you gotta remember, you just seen from the replays there as well, 31.7 seconds was on the clock when Vibrance scored the second to put them up 2-1, and with 5 seconds remaining, that's when the Nefarious strike, and then 47 seconds into overtime, they strike once more, and just like that, Vibrance let that set slip away from them. When they had it in the bag, when it all came down to it, they just could not hold on towards the end. Oh man, they've got a lot of work to do in this second series coming up, Taco, but for my money, I think they're still going to be able to do it. I think we see a third series out of this one.
And I gave Nefarious the benefit of the doubt, and I did predict it for Vibrance in a full set. So we'll have to see if that prediction does come true. Nefarious taking the first best of 5 in a Game 5 overtime. We'll take you to a short break, and we'll be back with the second best of 5 here in the semifinals to determine who moves on to face against the Zookeepers in our grand finals here for the search for the next Rocket League team.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high-potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So let's stop. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. This is Team Nefarious headquarters here, and I'm Fickle Platypus to flaunt my smugness over these other two casters who were disbelievers in the fact that Nefarious could have taken this game. But before I get into their responses on their predictions, we have a tweet to read. Incredible 20-second defensive sequence from Nefarious to keep the game tied inside 2 minutes. This is tense. Hashtag the search. That is none other than Sean Stackhouse, aka Stacks from the RLCS. Thanks for doing the remote play-by-play via Twitter. You can follow him if you want some word play-by-play if you can't hear his voice on the broadcast. We also wanted to do a shout out to HEB for helping us get through these long sets. I know when I'm watching these sets, I also got my my snacks over here. You remember those Carolina Reaper Cheeto Puffs? This is the second bag.
They look good.
Right? And then I also have my these are kind of like Oreos, but the HEB brand, which is like has the cinnamon filling in the middle. It's like a cinnamon filling.
Oh no! Oh man!
In case you're a carb person and you want to stay on your branched chain amino acids, they also have these 100-calorie cashew packs. They sent me roasted cashews on the side that I've been nomming on as well. So
I need to go to Texas, man.
Exactly.
Go visit an HEB, man.
Yeah, make sure to go to HEB as well. So let's talk about this next set coming up. We already had Nefarious win their first best of 5 in a reverse sweep fashion, might I add, and it was none other than Buddy taking on the brunt of the effort, both good and bad. He had an own goal at the end there, and I don't really think it was a forced error. I really think he could have taken a better pass of that ball. It just seemed like a clean mistake, and thankfully he was able to recover that, got the 50 at 5 seconds to go straight into the net, then was the catalyst on the overtime goal by knocking the defender out of the way and getting the 50 to let Adam shoot. It was just the Buddy show in the last 30 seconds of that game 5. But a fantastic turnaround from Nefarious altogether. Taco, what are your thoughts?
And Buddy is a person that, as someone who does a lot of collegiate Rocket League and is really tries to live and breathe that scene, you'd mentioned how Buddy and Hockey are both now on the Northwood roster, one of the best teams in the entire nation for collegiate Rocket League. And of course, they work too well together. They have that synergy. And yet it always impresses me that even though that roster is filled with incredible players, Buddy, time and time again, is the one that almost peaks out above the rest of them. Not necessarily carrying, but just always comes up big when they need to. So when that own goal went in, it was like I had seen something shocking, like a cosmic event that you really don't often see out of a player like that. But then they show why they're Buddy. And they, as you mentioned, get that crucial goal to tie things up, then get the crucial 50 and the bump as well to not only tie things up, but then to win the game. So Nefarious has the backing of a fantastic de facto captain, if they aren't already, in that sense. And so Vibrance came out strong, very fast, very furious, but then slowly but surely, Nefarious was able to figure it out. And that game 5, even though it came down to the wire, it's still Nefarious rolling with that momentum. So it's a tough ask for Vibrance to try to figure things out because they like to be in control, but it was anything but down the stretch.
I really feel that Vibrance also faltered in the fact that Oath's shooting was not as clinical as it really could have been. There were multiple instances, and even in game 5, multiple times, he hit the crossbar on a relatively open shot and a double tap that you would expect him to hit 9 or 8 out of 10 times. I think that Nefarious got pretty lucky there that Oath was not shooting his best, but I don't think he's going to let that type of shooting get to him in the next series. I'm hoping we see a better prime Oath on the side of Vibrance because I feel that he is their showstopper. He is their X factor, etc. And he really needs to show up in these games. Craftman?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Oath and Astro for myself on Vibrance are the two catalysts on this Vibrance team. And yes, they were clicking in the first couple of games, and even towards the end there as well. But as you mentioned, the shooting just needs to be a little bit more clinical because there were some open net opportunities for Vibrance. They just couldn't send them away, and that's ended up being the difference maker. And that's why Nefarious ended up winning, because they didn't take those open net opportunities when they possibly could. So if they can clean those up, they'll be a much better team, and we'll see ourselves into a third best of 5.
Speaking of these best of 5s, make sure to go grab your Nerd Focus today, packed with nootropics. It's getting us through these long best of 5 sets because we've got another, at least one, maybe 2 coming forward if Vibrance can turn it around. I know I've got my can here. So you guys make sure to get yours. I
got
really
mine.
like the 0-calorie version that has the.
You can't get Nerd Focus in the UK, so this is the best I've got. So,
Can we get an alternate design for Craftman to do like a parody?
I said
version?
yeah. I did say this yesterday. I will sell this design to Nerd Focus for $1 million.
Yeah, that's just graphic. That's graphic design at its finest. It's relatable. It's something that I feel like I could do, but of course it has that professional touch that shows that there's a lot of thought being brought into that logo. I like it. I think they should go for it. I will vouch.
Yeah. Do you not know the hair and glasses is actually based on me? I've just realized that my
it kind of looks like this actually. I have the reference picture if you really want.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh,
this is
look
where
at
I
that,
get it from. So this is the. I'll put that on for finals. We'll save that for the later time.
There you go. That's kind of the spiky hair.
All right, guys, let's get back down to business. Best of 5. It's going to be another best of 5 for Vibrance versus Nefarious. Back over to Taco. Give me your prediction. Will Nefarious take this in 2, or will we see Vibrance bounce back after that reverse sweep?
Saw Vibrance start strong, then end a little bit weaker, but as you'd mentioned, Oath missed a double tap and also barely put another shot over the bar in overtime. So I think if those shots land, we're looking at a very different, really broad spectrum of games, and we're definitely looking back at that first series in a bit different tint. So I will say the Vibrance does bounce back. I think they look strongest in that most recent game. Not quite overcoming Nefarious's offense, but they're doing a lot better job of consolidating that pressure and then turning it around. And if the shooting accuracy improves, I think Vibrance is right back to form. I'm going to give them in this next series, and we're going to be seeing a match number 3.
Okay, still on the Vibrance train, Crappin. Are you going to change your opinion here, or do you still got Vibrance?
Oh man, it's difficult. Do you know what? Nah, I'm getting off at this station. I'm getting on the Nefarious train. I'm joining you, Platypus. Sorry, I'm jumping ship, man. I am believing in Nefarious right now. I think this one will be close again. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Nefarious is running away with this 3-0. Possibly Game 5. I could see Nefarious closing out in 4, but I don't think Vibrance is going to have what it takes to take down this Nefarious squad who's starting to come to life.
If this was going to be like a best of 7, one singular match, I think that going into that Game 7, Nefarious had the upper hand with the momentum. But now that we've reset, although I think that Nefarious will end up winning the series, I do think that Vibrance claps back in this one. They'll fix their mistakes. Oath is going to hit his shots, and we're going to see a much different Vibrance coming forward, at least in the set number 2. But that is all circumstance, and we are ready to determine who will win this next best of 5 set between Vibrance and Nefarious. And to call it, it's going to be Taco and Craftman. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Figgle. And I would say I'm betrayed by seeing that you getting off the station, leaving me to keep riding along on this journey. But I understand that Vibrance confidence is a little bit shaky on the Vibrance train here, but we're going to try and endure it till the end. Nefarious has brought the game, and it's about this new series, this new best of 5 to determine which the teams will be able to be the most consistent, take that game, potentially see a match number 3, or Nefarious is going to nab a quick series and then continue their dominance here in the second best of 5.
I think this opening minute of game number 1 is going to be very, very telling on how this one is going to end up going. If Vibrance can just come out all guns blazing and start racking up the score early, maybe they've just slipped back into their old ways, and their old winning ways, I should say, and maybe Nefarious has to go for that underdog story yet again. But if Nefarious, like they are right now, just keeping it competitive in the orange end of the field and not giving Vibrance too many of these breakaway chances like that, it might spell a victory for them. But Vibrance do break through eventually. Nice play through by Fifi to open things up for Ash.
And you have to clean up that defending, especially when Fifi is underway with an air dribble. No one obstructing their path, and they will pay by setting up. Nice pass into Astro. 1-0. Said in that first minute, it's going to be telling. Vibrance striking first and within just about 30 seconds. That's on Nefarious. Hopefully not having some deja vu from the last series, having to endure another potentially Vibrance barrage.
Yeah, let's see if they can hold them off here as the game starts to slow down a little bit and open up a fair bit for Nefarious as well. Good clear there by Buddy. Astro able to dump this one away, but he doesn't get it out of the path of Adam. Less than 30 seconds after the first one goes in for Vibrance, Nefarious there to tie it right back up.
And again, Buddy in the mix there, as Astro might have touched that and had a follow, and I think they might have called on their teammates, please help me clear this, I don't know if I have the power. And as Oath comes across, Buddy does too, bumps him out of the way, and you mentioned Adam coming through and burying a goal for Nefarious. Buddy trying to get a goal of their own, but it's going to ricochet off the frame and not find its target. This time Nefarious, the victim of not quite being able to tuck it in between the posts. We're going to keep on playing 1-1 as everything has reset, and I guess we're done with the shutout phase of the evening.
Absolutely. No shutouts to be reported here in first game of this second series. Various needs to win this best of 5. They are through to face off against Zookeepers in that grand final. Vibrance need to win 3 games here. Keep themselves in contention. After the second goal here, the first from Nefarious, everything seems to have slowed down a little bit. Both teams a little bit more intrepid to go downfield. At least with a solid passing play. You see Fifi there just taking it himself. Waiting for Oath. Actually, he gets it from the angle on the corner. Oh my goodness, I didn't think this was going in for a million years.
The awareness from Oath, though, to see that tiny gap as Adam will cheat out on the near post. Buddy too late on the far, and they will be able to thread that needle into the open net. 1 back for Vibrance, and now 1 in the lead. We've been seeing a fairly quick, for the standards of this series, exchange of goals throughout this first game. We're still not at halftime. We've already had 3 knocked down. A bit of back and forth, and both teams still just trying to jockey for any semblance of control. I think they're not content with this really mercurial back and forth that we've been seeing start emerge in this set.
Yeah, I think both teams are really not wanting to take it back and forth, although Nefarious would like to get one back there for themselves. Buddy, a phenomenal, thunderous shot towards net. Adam will center that one, but Hockey knows his place, knows his role to stay out of the way. This is a good flurry of offense for Nefarious. They are going all out here. They are all in on this attacking phase. It is complete double or nothing right now for them. Adam has to rest on his laurels and head back and reset on the boost front.
Hockey will keep things alive for Nefarious. Can't get the pinch off the ground, but will be able to attach it to Buddy. Now Astro dribbling it out. Will force out a 50. Oath setting up Fifi. They're uncontested again. They have another double tap. Tough angle. It's down on the near post, but Buddy, well, as always, seemingly for Nefarious, will be able to get that save out just in time. Arvin's nearly grabbing a third, but they're going to have to be content for now, remaining with just 1 goal ahead.
Oh, nice touch by Oath to try and center it, but it's straight into the path of Nefarious. Buddy tries to slow things down. He's been the man to watch on this Nefarious squad, and he's been asking a lot of questions to Vibrance. They've been struggling to come up with the answers as Adam tries to just bulldoze that through on the goal line. Still 1 goal to find for Nefarious as Vibrance just clinging on to this 1 goal lead.
Fifi with a tuck over defenders very far across the goal. Astro can't quite reach, and now Buddy. Adam playing a bit of 1-2 to each other. Fifi to the corner will now allow Hockey to enter the fray. Pass down to Adam. Astro will cut that out, and Buddy is left alone temporarily. Quick up in the air. They will be able to knock it down into the corner. So getting into a bit of long ball as both teams try to find some passes. How
Nice
about that
touch.
from Buddy? Astro, it's right in front for Hockey, and that is a brutal way for Vibrance to lose the lead.
Lovely 3-man play here. That's an exquisite touch from Adam to lay it off to Hockey and Buddy to follow up and go the 1-2-1 right into the net to tie things up. 42 seconds to go. Nefarious have shifted themselves into full gear. Can they hold on and take us into overtime, or will they even get another one to stave off overtime and take the first game in this second series?
Only time will tell, specifically about 30 seconds of it, as we look for these teams to not go to another overtime, maybe decide things in regulation. Adam trying to do that right now off the ceiling and just wide. Oath will then mount up a counter. Fifi going for a demo in the back post. Buddy will evade and get a nice clear down. Final 10 seconds. Are Vibrance feeling lucky today? They'll try 1 more attack. It's Oath up on the ceiling. Gets the reset, gets the near post shot, and it will be saved across. Defense will hold. And this overtime has been reached here in game number 1.
I think you could tell both teams were really content with taking overtime, at least Nefarious were, and just slamming it into the ground. Astro will try and end it quickly here in overtime. Fifi, again, keeping it competitive, and that's what Vibrance do best. They just hold their opponents back, keep themselves in contention to pull out a shooting opportunity from anywhere possible. 25 seconds in, it's been all Vibrance here in the early stages of OT.
So Oath trying to continue that dominance. Another double tap. It's a hard angle.
Oh.
Brilliant contact, but it's not going to be saved away. Astro keeping things alive off the ceiling. Buddy clears it out. Fifi for the third chance. Not the touch they're hoping for, and they're only going to settle for a 50-50. Oath will desperately try to clear that one back out. Astro with an extension. Now we're getting into long ball again as panic might be setting in overtime. Stakes becoming abundantly clear to both teams. Astro again! And this time, Vibrance will find the back of the net.
Astro has been nothing but dynamite on an absolute rampage here in game number 1. A third for Vibrance, a second for Astro, and they stave off Nefarious right at the death of it and hold on to take the first game here in this second series.
Well, pattern is somewhat repeated, but not by the same scoreline. It had to go to OT to be separated, so before we get to game number 2, we will give these teams a little bit of chance to breathe with a Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
I think we talked about how this, I made a comment earlier how this series felt like a pendulum swinging back and forth, and then when everything comes to a head, game 5 of the first leg of this set, it was back and forth, and it will continue on this game. Vibrance with 11 shots, Nefarious with 10 shots, 7 saves on the side of Vibrance, and 8 saves on the side of Nefarious. I mean, neck and neck, it feels like an understatement at this point. These teams are so incredibly close to each other, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see plenty more overtimes as this set progresses.
Yeah, I think obviously we saw 4 shutouts in a row in the first series of this matchup. I think we might even see 4 overtimes out of this. I think Nefarious and Vibrance are that close right now. They are starting to read what each other are doing, and like you said, like the amount of shots put up in that game from both sides of the field was just absolutely phenomenal. Both these teams know what it's going to take, and it's going to take a lot of offense to get past these staunch defenses. And they're putting up the shots to boot. Can they keep it up in game number 2? Will Vibrance hold on and go to match point again, or will Nefarious tie things up?
We're headed over to the Serene Forbidden Temple to answer just that question. The demo from Fifi might have given us the answer. Vibrance with the shot, and it's not fast enough. Buddy, the goal line hero consistently for Nefarious, going to keep that one out. Nefarious will be able to avoid the early embarrassment.
Thankfully for them, they stave off the early goal yet again, which has been Vibrance's bread and butter. Get your shot in early, get that goal in early, and make your opponent work from a deficit. That has been Vibrance go-to the entire, not just this series, but the tournament as well. That is what they've lived by and died by. Still nothing to do in the first minute of this second game of the second series. Vibrance now looking for some kind of offense down into the blue half.
Rocky will try their own attack. Little delayed flick, but not a 50. Oath bumping into a teammate. Buddy has a little bit of a gap to the back post. Looks for a pass for Hockey, and that will be cut out. So Fifi continue on for Vibrance. Deflection across. Hockey is testing the defense with a shot into Oath. Nothing they can't handle. And Nefarious is looking like they have a little bit of a leg up. However, the shots are being able to get past the defense so far. But I do like the variety where they are testing the defense with these longer shots, but still looking for those infield passes.
That's the thing when you clear long. If you clear long into the corner, then you're not really giving your opponents anything to worry about, because all they need to do is sit back, get boosted, and keep it in the corner and then recover. If you long clear it towards net, they have to go and make a save. so that you're making them work. If you clear it straight into net, you're giving them a lot to think about, but that's a great play there by the offense of Nefarious. Buddy and Hockey just working in perfect tandem.
A cerebral play from Buddy. They find the 1-2 with Hockey, and then you might think that the first instinct is to shoot, but if you look at Buddy's car, they immediately roll over so that the hood of their car is facing the ball. They get a flawless 50, and Hockey, the sister, is the one that's actually going to get that goal. It's well worked from Nefarious, and a well-deserved lead here, especially the defense they've been pulling out. There's another great save, and now Buddy will be able to control and get another one out. Or so they thought, actually. Fifi quickly up, but Hockey just a bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, we give a lot of praise to the high-flying passing plays of both these teams, but that's a couple of times now where a member of each team, Fifi in this case, has just gone for the hard challenge and won it out as his opponent flips away, flips through that ball. He just stands there like a brick wall, starts to roll it down, and we've seen that come out from all 6 of these players at various points. It's those kind of plays you really need to be careful of in your defense, because you want, if you want to go clear the ball, you make sure that ball clears either into the corner or way downfield. You don't want it sticking on your opponent's car like that.
So VP will no longer be looking for close control, just a long clear. Astro hits off their own backboard. Fifi will have to read this, and does with control. Can they amend for that earlier mistake? The delayed flick, and it's going to go right down into Buddy. Not the height they were looking for. Oath with a pre-flip will extend things temporarily. No Hockey now in the midfield. Now a chip up to Buddy. We'll find Hockey in the corner. They have a pass set right to Fifi. And Vibrance, even though they're playing some fairly good defense, they only have 3 shots, and this is not the same offense that they were showing, say, last game. I think Nefarious, outside of really those 2 shots that were goal line saves, has mostly been tamed in the midfield. It's up to Vibrance, I think, to get back to that highly mechanical play, or at the very least, try something a bit harebrained, really, to break down this Nefarious defense.
Yeah, and it is, I mean, Nefarious's best defense right now is complete offense. They're just keeping this ball deep in orange territory, and Vibrance struggling to get a few shots on the board. 6 alone from Hockey, 1 from Buddy, 7 total for Nefarious, whereas Vibrance have 3 total. They're just retaining possession, and that's they're playing Vibrance at their own game, and they're winning it out. I said that's what you need to do if you want to win against a team like Vibrance. Play them at their own game and out-skill them at that game as well. Though sending this deep into blue territory could open up a chance for Vibrance.
Just trying to keep things alive and chaotic. It will, albeit into their own half. Hockey, their own touch over defender. Pass to second, nice bouncer. Outh will take their time. A long clear up will be met by Astro. Adam gets a piece of it. Extension by Astro. Buddy just gets in the way. Fifi demos them right through the defender and right through the goalie for 1-1.
And again, it's Fifi, the one to just solidly sit there and say, no, I am a brick wall. I will demolish everyone in my path. And sent it top right corner. Great play by Fifi. Opens things up in 5 seconds left. We look like we're going to another OT, although Astro right off the kickoff. Hockey does get the save. Maybe full court carry, but I think Fifi's just going to touch this into the floor.
Buddy will keep things alive, and so will Astro. They're feeling courageous here at 0 seconds. Adam less so. They will be putting it down. We will indeed be seeing yet another overtime required to tear these 2 teams apart. This match is only getting closer and closer as we go. A series of bumps being exchanged at midfield, but to null effect.
I love that. I love that from Nefarious, knowing Oath is going to go up for it and maybe just get the dunk on them right off a kickoff. They just bump him to oblivion. See you later, buddy. Thanks for coming, man. Have another go a little bit later on, but that was hilarious off the kickoff. And that, I think that's the thing that Nefarious wanted to do. They know how well Vibrance can work off a kickoff. They've almost scored off a kickoff like 3 or 4 times already in this matchup. To try and neutralize that right off the bat, that's a smart play right there.
Fifi will get a clean touch over and extend it. That's pass to Buddy. They're left alone. Adam is going to have to turn on this one. Astro trying to get a 50. It's into Oath. Pass into the corner. Attack still on for Vibrance. Fifi is lurking in the backfield. Buddy will get a desperation clear. Nefarious is definitely on the back foot here in this overtime, but they are able to keep themselves alive. Really a Nefarious special throughout this entire set. Can they steal it away? Buddy gets over top the defender, but it will go out to the corner, and Astro will get it down that sideline.
You know, I said yesterday when Nefarious qualified in their series against Dream, well, whoever was going to win that one, it was going to be lambs to the slaughter to Vibrance. I just want to correct myself and say I'm very sorry, Nefarious. You have put up one heck of a fight so far. I know it's still a long way to go in this set, in this series, in this matchup. They've done a phenomenal job to neutralize what Vibrance have done so well throughout this entire tournament and really start to make them think about their plays. There's another bumper for Adam onto Astro. Buddy try to find a gap through, but Oath just sticks it back in the corner.
2 minutes in, still looking for a goal, but this is best we've seen Nefarious up until a miss. A pass to Oath, and it's a brilliant cutout by Buddy again on the back line. Hockey will extend it to the far side. Astro with a catch into the ceiling. Fifi up. A deflection. Oath again with the redemption shot. It's just going to be wide. The follow-up roller. Hockey will save it on the goal line again. And Vibrance still looking. It just seems like everything they throw at Nefarious has just enough in the tank to bat it aside.
And another really scrambly defense from Nefarious. We've seen that so often from them. I'm really surprised Vibrance weren't able to capitalize on that again. So often you see defenses scramble about on that like that on the back line and they concede straight away. But here comes Hockey. Oh, great save by Astro. Nefarious looking for a gap through on this counter attack. Cannot find it. Both defenses putting up a show.
The defense are certainly the stars here, but the offense is what is ultimately going to score and end this game. We're going to have to keep on searching. Looks like the backboard chosen method here for Nefarious turned away, and Hockey will have a chance to regain from the corner. Low giveaway. Oath off the backboard. Adam up for it. So is Buddy. Ladder will get the clear, so Astro will try again. Dribble pass one. Hockey left alone. It's a deflection. It's right into Oath, but it's just to the side. Vibrance can't get it to go. Buddy with a long hit. Adam lurking upfield, and Astro will cut out just in time. We might be looking at a marathon overtime here, Craftsman. 3.5 minutes into this, and we're still no closer to finding who's going to end it.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to that one mistake on defense, but we've seen that a lot from Vibrance. Two players going back, and they just cannot get enough to go onto the ball. What did he actually find an angle here? He's still, I thought he still had boosted the tank, but Fifi is able to cut that one away. But you saw, I think it was Fifi and Astro going back to the ball at the exact same time. I thought, okay, that's it. Fairies have scored. Keep it going, and Oath actually finds the top corner nearly 4 minutes into overtime. That's it done. And Vibrance will take a 2-0 lead in the second series.
I was about to say, Oath has been in that situation before in that last best of 5, and they had not able to put that shot in. This one is as close as you possibly can get to missing that off the bar, off the post, and in, and for the win. Vibrance takes it 2-1. And we're going to have to take a deep breath here, readying up for game number 3 in such a close series with an HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
Talk about adjustments. When we say the back and forth continues, that overtime, I felt like we were going to be here all afternoon and evening, and for you into the morning at this point, simply just because of how well these teams are countering each other. Goal line saves from both sides, a lot of midfield contests, and it really, as you said, kind of comes down to a mistake or just one errant clear that comes down to a nice shot, and even then, it had to be placed flawlessly to end that one.
Yeah, I said the defenses were the star of the show. 6 saves from Nefarious. If I do some quick cast maths, I can maybe get that. That's 6. 10 saves on the side of Vibrance as well. And can I just point out, 13 shots for Nefarious, and they ended up losing to the 8 shots of Vibrance. So shooting efficiency is definitely up there, and the defense is starting to play a more starring role in this one. And I think both teams realize that. They know they need to clean up their back lines, because especially on the side of Nefarious, and I think I've gone hard in on this, a couple of times already, Taco, but it's been a little bit sloppy on the backline for Nefarious, and especially here as game number 3 gets underway, just nobody was there.
And Oath is starting off this game number 3, their match point game here in the second best of 5 with the opening goal. It's the same way that they opened up potentially the final game of that last best of 5 in game 5, although they did end up dropping that game. Their Vibrance with a bit different path that they have tread. The second BO5 like to end things a little bit differently, and that's a good opening goal. And again, Nefarious will just caught a little flat-footed off that kickoff. If we know everything about this team, they are resilient. They'll try their own attack with Buddy with a pre-flip. A deflection from Oath, though. Aki was lurking. We'll have to wait another attack to get into it.
Yeah, step back and wait. And I don't think Vibrance are going to sit back and rest on their laurels right now. They'll be wanting more, and they've certainly got more. Oath with a second already within the first minute of gameplay of game number 3. And he goes back to the well on this right-hand side. He's been so deadly shooting from that angle that Nefarious just have no answer for right now. So if they can feed that ball to Oath on the right-hand side, if Vibrance are able to do that, they're going to be set for life here in this second set and in this game number 3, because you only need to win this game to force another best of 5.
And that's really something spectacular to see, Oath's consistency from that right side. Defense, though, not consistency on that right side of their own net. No touch on the bounce. Nefarious gets one back.
That they do, and you can't count them out of it right now. I mean, one quickly back as well, and I think that's the key as well. Getting those goals back quickly when Vibrance are able to score, because when Vibrance score, you feel a little bit deflated. If you can get one back in the next, 10, 15, 20 seconds, and like Nefarious have just done here, bring it back within 1, that gives you a lot of confidence to go forward, but you've got to defend as Vibrance again going right over the top, back to their bread and butter. Buddy, oh.
A nice little save to keep that shot out. Another series of 50s comes through with Hockey. Keeps alive in the corner. So Fifi go to the ground. Lots of demos from Adam clearing the way for Buddy. And a brilliant save again by Oath. And a second to put it to the sideline. Pulling out all the stops to keep them in the lead.
My jaw just hit the floor. The 2 people got demoed out of Vibrance, and I'm pretty sure one of them was Oath. And he still gets the save. That is absolutely ridiculous. Well done by Adam to have the presence of mind, just demo everybody out of the way. You've got to make the shot land, and you've got to be wary of those respawns as well. And alive, the Fairy is still only one back though, as we approach halftime through this game number 3. Vibrance holding on for dear life. We said one more match win, or one more game winner, excuse me. They'll be into another best of 5 against Nefarious.
Reflection here. CP onto the backboard, generates a double commit. Astro keeping things alive, keeps it close to the car. So Buddy will keep possession in the corner. Aki will be near the ball, but Fifi ultimately getting some pressure here. Astro sets up a double tap, goes for it themselves off the crossbar to Oath off the ball, and it's out!
No!
A save from Nefarious. It's gonna stay 2-1. Both teams getting robbed on the baseline.
Heartbreak for Vibrance there, and elation for Nefarious. They did not want to go 2 down once again. Oh, what an epic pinch there from Oath as well. I would not have been surprised if that ended up bouncing in. But Vibrance really should be 3-1 up here. You see that so often in Rocket League, bouncing on the goal line, and it just does not go in. Nefarious need to capitalize on that now. Just get that out of their heads. They're lucky to be here in this situation where they're only 1 down. Now they need to score. Can Hockey do off the Doomsday Dish? No, he cannot. Buddy will back him up. Towards the backboard it will go, but Astro is there to clear away.
So Hockey trying to continue things for Nefarious. Need 1 back to try and force overtime, or at least make a case for regulation win. Got a reverse sweep again. They'll have to do it one more time. At this rate, Oath into the ceiling. Buddy sends another long clear, but the off-target shot will be met by Astro. Hockey with the fake and Astro with a dunk. It's a bit of a fast break. Buddy racing back will get just enough. Oath Off that backboard, you know how dangerous they can be on that right side. They forced to commit. It's open shot for Fifi, and there is number 3.
And it was too many touches for Nefarious to make this ball just rattling around in their own half. Adam misses, and no one is around. Buddy tries to make it there, but it's all too little too late for the Nefarious defense. Vibrance now with a 2-goal lead. Certainly looks like they are going to take this series and force a third. Oh man alive. Nefarious in this position last series as well. We were counting them out before. We were counting them out of this series already. Still 40 seconds left now, but it's still all to play for as the Nefarious need to. Oh, can they maybe get one there? That would have kept it competitive. But the last 30 seconds here, all they need to do on the side of Vibrance is just ride out this storm and get themselves to fight another day and win 3 more games.
Right now it's all about clock management with 19 seconds remaining. Nefarious has been fairly clutch, but they've never had to overcome 2 goals. The demo will help out temporarily. Buddy has another open net, but Oath says no. Oath is playing out of their mind on both sides of the ball, and that save will secure this game, and more importantly, will secure this series for Vibrance. They have taken one back in the set, and we have to go to a third best of 5 to determine who's going on to that grand final.
And a 3-0 sweep as well. We thought the first one was going to be a 3-0 sweep, and then the Fairies end up making the reverse sweep. Vibrance, that was just flat-out dominance, showing why they are here in this semi-final matchup. Now 3 game wins away from a spot in the grand final. You got to remember as well, and the Fairies are right there as well. 3 more wins for them. They'll find themselves in the grand final against Zookeepers a little bit later on. But man, oh man, that is a completely different Vibrant side from what we saw during that reverse sweep.
A completely different Nefarious side as well. Both teams have had to duke it out, go back and forth with each other. And ultimately, this is, again, one thing that maybe the people who look back at the summary statistics might look at saying, oh, Vibrance might have lost by 1. But hey, they swept in the next one, so they blew them out. By far not the means through which they came away with this series win. They had to go all the way to the end, and Oath came out with a highlight reel on the defensive end to keep them in that game with several goal line saves. And so Nefarious is right back in it. I think, even though my prediction is leaning towards Vibrance, even though I think that they have what it takes to take the series, go on to that grand finals, Nefarious is making them earn it. And to be honest, I'm a fan of this game. I just want to see a good series, and I wish both teams best of luck, because Nefarious is certainly playing up to the billing.
They certainly are, and I'm glad we're getting to see another best of 5, because that is what this series really deserves, this matchup deserves, because both teams have been playing out of their minds, none more so than Vibrance in the last few games there. But Nefarious, we know how capable they are. They could certainly make a meal of it when it comes to this final best of 5, but we're just going to have to wait and see. These guys are going to take a break. I think we're going to go to a break in just a little bit as well. But Tackle, we're just going to have to sit back, reset, grab some nerd focus, grab our snacks from HEB, and send ourselves to a break when the semi-final continues in just a moment.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
Welcome, everybody, back to the search for the next Rocket League team. We are deep in a 1-1 series of a best of set between Nefarious and Vibrance. We want to make sure these players are stocked up on their good products from HEB, so make sure to go to HEB.com. They make it easier than ever to pick up curbside or at the store. $35 or more will get you free delivery and curbside to any participating location. We also have a tweet to read down here. Another one from Stacks. Vibrance holds off a Nefarious comeback effort and gets the job done after 3 straight games. That forces a third and decisive best of 5 with Nefarious in the semi-finals. Hashtag the search. Remember to use hashtag the search if you want to be featured on the lower bar there. Thank you so much, Stacks. Guys, this is a super back and forth series. It's an amazing comeback already from Vibrance to clap back in that second one. We have a graphics package or replay package here from Vibrance to show them some of their rewards and efforts in the tournament so far, and we can go ahead and talk over this as the series continues. Danger Taco, Vibrance, they looked really good in that game. Oath was shooting well. Fifi hit his double taps. Astro hit a fantastic double. He hit it literally perfectly in the pocket. Literally no defending there. Is this team for real now? Can they do it in this next set?
I think they've always been in it and really for real. It's just that now that Nefarious was able to figure them out, it was then Vibrance's turn to figure some way of still playing their method of playing breakneck pace, constant threats on goal, but play it in a way that Nefarious isn't just hard countering them. And I think they've somewhat found that niche, although it's still a struggle. Nefarious is in this game that even though it's a 3-0 sweep, they pretty much brought it down to the wire for most of those matches up until the very end of that game number 3 in that second best of 5. So I think this next one is going to be a continuation of that pattern. I think Vibrance does take this, but I am not counting out Nefarious. They are neck and neck in pretty much every single game in that past BO5. I think it's all about whether or not Nefarious can counter that playstyle and make sure they hit their shots, because if Oath continues playing goal line defense like they have been, I don't even know how you break through that.
There were some shots from Oath that were so pixel perfect. He got the perfect bounce off of that top corner in one of those. It's the Finnick diff, man. I think hitting the corner of those cars just provides so much extra power shooting from obtuse angles. It really doesn't even look like he's hitting it that hard, but like a shot right here, right? He's able to get so much power on top of that, even though that was a pass off the Astro. I thought we were going to see the replay package from when he shot it off the sidewall, but I'm really impressed with Oath shooting. Now, counter to this, Nefarious, what do they need to do that they found that magic in the last 3 games of the first set, Craftman, to see what they would need to get back into this one?
Well, the thing that Nefarious were doing well in that first best of 5 that they ended up taking the reverse sweep in is that they were really neutralizing everything that Vibrance was doing, really by playing Vibrance at their own game. They were going for those early challenges, trying to pick up the pace of the game throughout. But they didn't show that really in that second best of 5. They were just kind of they were holding back a little bit. I felt they left a lot out on the field. And I think going into this third best of 5, if Nefarious still want to take it, they've got to pick the pace of the game back up a little bit. They've got to go for those early challenges, shut Vibrance down before they can even get those passes off, because it has been those 1, 2, 3 passes that Vibrance have thrived on, and that is why they took that second best of 5 3-0, is that they had the space to work with, they had the passing lanes to work with as well. So if Nefarious can take that away from Vibrance, that is going to work highly in their favor and give Vibrance a lot to think about, because we've seen when they don't have the space to work with, when they don't have those passing lanes opened up for them, that's when Vibrance can start to really struggle.
It truly feels to me that the first set these teams played was lost by Vibrance, not really won by Nefarious. It was a last-second overtime, truly heroic effort from Buddy to even get it to that point, and it just seemed like Nefarious got a little bit fortunate in that first series. And the second one, Vibrance was like, well, that was just a fluke. Now we're going to show you what the real Vibrance can do, the real Oath, the real PP, the real Astro. Going into this next game, this is the last set in the best of 5 between these two teams. I've got my nerd focus here. Make sure you guys pick up yours as well. I'm about halfway through mine.
This is complete. It's an empty glass, by the way. I hate to ruin the illusion, but it's an empty glass.
You couldn't have at least put something in it.
No.
Well, Some of us are better at shouting out our sponsors than others. Craftman. But you're hopeless anyway because we can't get you the cans in time.
I'll import it.
No worries. But make sure to go pick up your Nerd Focus because we have this set as well as the next best of 7 of 3 coming up after this. So it's going to be another couple of games of Rocket League to make sure you're fueled up and ready to go. I know you guys are in chat hyping it up because this is a fantastic series. Speaking of that, let's get into our predictions. Another best of 5 between Vibrance and Nefarious. Danger Taco, you're on the Vibrance train 2 for 2 now. You're looking pretty strong after that last series. Are you going to go all the way?
I am going to go the full way because I am incredibly stubborn, but also because Vibrance is still looking good. I was a bit worried after that reverse sweep, but I am clinging to the idea, especially with that last prediction of that best of 5 in the second step there, that they almost won that overtime. They had a couple crossbars from Oath, and now Oath is just incredibly good with their mental. They've shaken it off. They're leading their squad on both sides of the ball, and I think that pure motivation is going to fuel Vibrance through. They're having fun again. The games are close, but I think the shots and the flow of the game is on Vibrance's half. Nefarious has a lot to do to make sure to combat that, and they're doing it well, but I'm going to say Vibrance takes it, but it's going to go all the way to the 5th game.
Over to our resident flip-flopper, Craftman. Are you punching a train
Wow.
back to Team Vibrance, or will you stay with Nefarious?
I feel called out here
You
because
are
I am
called out.
flip-flopping back to Vibrance. I am getting off the Nefarious train. I've gone one way, I'm going back the other. It's like the pendulum, like you said, Taco. But yeah, I'm getting off the train at the next station and getting the express train to try and catch up with Vibrance. I don't think I'm going to catch up with them, but I'm going to chase them down. I'll be on, you seeing those like old timey movies that on the railroad, they've got like the thing where they push it up and down and try to catch the train. Yeah, I don't know what that's called, but that's an action. That's the action I'm going with.
Seesaw emergency cart. I don't think that's the official name, but that's what it feels to me.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So Craftman's got Vibrance again. I am not a flip flopper.
Vibrance.
I am Team Nefarious through and through. Even though I did say that Vibrance would take game 2, I think that the pressure is going to be on for Vibrance, and when the pressure's on for them to win, it shows that they falter, especially Oath. I think Nefarious is going to get their mental back into this. We're going to see a long series here, and Nefarious is going to get the dub. That's my opinion, at least, but my opinion really means nothing when it comes down to what actually is going to happen, and the match is ready. So for the final time, it will be Taco and Craftman to call the final game between Nefarious as well as Vibrance. Take it away.
Thank you, Fickle. And for the last time, Craftman, we're going to have to tear these two teams apart. They've given us so much. They've given us some ups, some downs, a lot of drama, but ultimately they are seeking glory. They want to be the players to go onward, face off against Zookeepers in that grand final, and they have a series of games ahead to prove it. I think it's been back and forth, and really, I have a prediction that I've made, but I'm happy with any result. Vibrance and Nefarious, they're showmen. They're going to give us a great matchup, and it's underway now for the final leg of this set.
That they are. No more series after this for these two, unless they go into the grand final to see Zookeepers. Only 3 games to win. They will have that place in the grand final. Remember what they're playing for as well. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The contract with Beasley Esports, play under their banner for the RLCS Season 11. Coming up a little bit later this year. Can't wait for the RLCS to be back. This is only the beginning of it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting season for sure. It's going to be an exciting end to this tournament as well, Taco.
And a very unique prize pool, of course, and all these teams hungry to get it, as both of them jockeying for position in midfield. So they're sick of going on the ground. They'll try to go to the air. Adam gets snuffed out. Buddy chasing things down in the corner. It's a lob in the middle. Can Adam race to it? 2 players commit on the side of Vibrance, so Fifi will take over, buy some time with air dribble. Misses the flip reset. Astra will tap. Buddy, demo on a player. Has Adam lurking around the back line, but will not be able to find them. Go back out to midfield. So a fairly cagey opening from both these teams as they're just looking for a leg up.
Ooh.
And the infield pass is starting to emerge, but still getting caught by both teams' defenses.
I mean, it's relatively cagey too from what we've seen before, but Various starting to come out with a little bit of fire under their bellies, but Astro will be the one to light the fire on the side of Vibrance first. Nice pass off the back by Oath, and he gets the bump to boot as well. How about that for an opening goal from Vibrance after Nefarious hunting down the goal to begin with? It will go back in favor of the favorite team.
We keep talking about the Vibrance train, and if there is a conductor, it is Oath. They are so pivotal to this team's success, getting those assists, getting those bumps, and now potentially setting up another one, waiting for a pass, but Buddy will cut this one out. Astro extension into the corner. Pass down to Fifi. They'll keep it again in the corner. A demo by Oath again will leave Adam alone,
oh,
and
no!
the tough angle results in a pinch into their own net.
Oh, absolute travesty. On the back line, who is it? Oh, it's Adam. Oh, Adam. That is absolutely diabolical from the man who has my own namesake. 2-0 in the blink of an eye. And Nefarious at the bottom of a well right now. This is not the start they needed in this crucial third series against Vibrance, a team they have gone toe-to-toe with the entire way. And now they're 2-0 down, one off the boot of a nice shot by Astro, and one from a disgraceful defensive play by Adam, and Oath will get a third.
I don't know what it is, but I would love the training pack Oath uses for this right corner. How many times can they wrap around a shot and bank one in to a flawless placement? And that's a third goal. Something about these game ones for Vibrance. They just know what to do coming right out of the gate.
Yeah, they're just putting Nefarious back into a hole. And I mean, it's really been Vibrance bread and butter. They go up early, they go up quickly, and they make Nefarious play from so far behind that they might as well not be playing at all. And I know that's game one, and the score goes back to 0-0 at the start of game two. All right. Huh?
I don't often like to laugh at plays, but just every single player combined nearly for a pretty much triple pinch into the Yoga. So, not the way that Nefarious, I'm sure, is planning on getting a goal back, but at least they have some light at the end of the tunnel that they're trying to dig for themselves here in game one.
You know what? A goal's a goal. One is one. And with two minutes left, well, I mean, they're essentially 2-0 right now, or yeah, still. Oh no! Oh, what is going on? Tackle, what's going on? Pinch me, I'm asleep. I'm dreaming.
Blaster
right
made an okay save into a fantastic follow-up, although it was just not far enough. But that's another time that Astro in this series has had a shot at goal and just cannot get fully around the save. It goes right back out in the middle. Nefarious has a second goal. So something about these game ones, but this is not the same Nefarious as the first or second best of 5. They're looking for blood, and they're back within one with about 90 seconds to go. And with a double commit there, Buddy might have opened up a fast break. Fifi is left alone, but they challenge quickly.
Wolf is there.
And they will cut that attack out. Hockey with a fake into the sidewall. Goes for a solo play, but will just bring that around to the far side. Adam slows the play down, passes down to Buddy, but the shot leaves a lot to be desired. Hockey trying to amend forward, a high lob, and a pinch off the backboard will put it out to the side.
Just need to take a minute and calm down because it's been fast and frantic at the start of this game number one. Minute to go, and it's Nefarious with all the offense to boot. Vibrance just need to hold them off, and that's an instant demo, a necessitated demo from Astro onto Adam. Takes him out of the play. That was 3-3 for sure if he stayed alive. He goes to the depths of hell and goes back to his own side with the tail between his legs. Still Nefarious, one goal to get and force overtime. 30 seconds to do it.
Wonderful control to start off that counter with the long ball. Not going to be too difficult for Vibrance to deal with. Oath with a double tap flip reset. Not lacking for confidence is Oath. But it's surprising to see, especially since their massive lead was shrunk, but it can grow just as quickly if they don't snuff that pass out off the backboard and out. Astro, another tap down. We just need to burn off these final 10 seconds. Buddy trying to prevent that. Hockey with a nice pass in the middle. Buddy's up for it, and it's just over the bar. Vibrance had a large lead. It was almost snuffed out, but they will be coming away with the first win of the third set.
Oh, that's an excellent play right at the end by Nefarious to try and tie things up, going for that top right corner as Astro has done so often, and it just bounces out of the post. Heartbreak at the end for Nefarious, but they have shown a lot of fight and a lot of heart in this series going forward. I think they might take game 2 here.
And a good win by Vibrance, another one in the books, and therefore another Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
So coming back into this game, it's nice to see from Vibrance, but again, this matchup is living up to really all the previous games where there's a large lead come through, and it's not necessarily complacency that's getting Vibrance down, it's just the lack of quality saves down the stretch, it seemed, was really became their own villain. Nefarious was almost able to bring it back, if not for one shot at the end, just being slightly off target. That could have been seeing overtime. So Vibrance, I like that they're having fun again. They're playing fast and furious, but they need to make sure they close out these games because Nefarious is nipping at their heels the whole way through.
Yeah, you mentioned it. It's just the defense, really from both sides, I think. More so Vibrance, obviously, towards the end of that one. And that 2-minute goal, it was just, they pinched it into their own net. It was just crazy. I don't quite know what happened on that one, but nevertheless, they do come away with the win. We go again, but like you said, the defense just needs to be cleaned up by Vibrance, otherwise Nefarious is going to have a field day with this. Nevertheless, they are keeping themselves competitive in this one, are Nefarious. They're not going down with that fight.
Certainly not, especially with these demos being worked into the mix, as Buddy will get another one to curtail that attack. Hockey trying to push forward, but the newly spawned Astro will cut that one out. Hockey with an extension attempt. Fifi will tap it right back down. Giveaway in the middle. Astro finds Fifi in the shot. Just not strong enough. Oath on the follow. Over the bar. Astro lurking, and it will be met by Adam. A demo, though, opens things up temporarily. Can Fifi wrap around this one? The double tap. It's a high lob. Astro puts it into the ceiling. It's a sitter in front of net, but Adam gets a bumper on it and will tuck it to the sideline. Nefarious will survive the first real attack from Vibrance.
I was almost thinking that was a little bit too slow from Fifi as he just tapped that one up, and then it allowed Nefarious to rotate back and get their defense set up, but he lobbed it high, as you said, and this shot almost came through from Astro. But still nothing doing for Vibrance here in game number 2. A good couple of chances there. A good couple of chances here for Nefarious as well, if they can maybe turn this one in from Hockey, but Astro there to send it back to the blue corner.
Adam will opt for a slow play out. Oath will only be able to send it into the middle. Hockey learned their lesson. They tucked into goal. They do not want another demo from Oath coming through that back line. Been a menace all day with that. Fifi joins the fun with a demo. Opens things up for Oath. Goes for a flip reset. Doesn't get it. Bounce out for Fifi. They'll keep it on the solo play. Pass down to Astro. Tucked out. Double commit. Buddy. They're left alone. Oath on the double. And Buddy with a spectacular save to keep things even.
That is insane by Buddy. He has been stepping up to the plate every single time and keeping Vibrance at bay. Can he do it again? It's actually Adam who will be the one to get the save this time. Buddy went nowhere near that play. But nevertheless, this defense from Nefarious, I said they needed to step up as well as the one from Vibrance. But Nefarious' defense has been holding strong, and again, Buddy just pinches that one into the corner. Buddy? Oh.
Astro met by Buddy. Fifi into the middle. Oath is barely able to get around this one. Just trying to keep it out of that danger area in the middle. Ferris has been lurking there. Necessarily in position to strike quite yet. We are reached the final 2 minutes. Coming down to the wire, both teams still looking for that go-ahead. Vibrance leads the way on shots, but the Nefarious defense has been up to the task as of yet.
Oh, can they Nefarious offense be up to the task there. That was a bullet of a shot from the midfield. Only a few shots on the side of Nefarious, 4 to be exact, whereas Vibrance have 2 each, 6 in total. And Hockey trying to rack up the shot total in his favor as well. Buddy will again go for net, but all the most of the shots coming out from Nefarious here are very soft shots. They had that 1 bullet towards net. Luckily enough for Vibrance, someone was there to save it away. Nefarious, they need to get their offense going a little bit. They need to save this one as well. Buddy again steps in front, his third already in this matchup. 3 for him, 3 for Adam, 1 for Hockey as well. This Nefarious defense is something to be reckoned with. A fourth for Adam, in fact, as this one remains deadlocked at 0-0.
Buddy with some time. Over 1. It's met by Fifi with the deflection. Long clear. Does that have the legs? It does! And that is how we break the deadlock. Oath from downtown.
Well, if you can't beat them close up, you might as well beat them from long range. Shoot when they least expect it. And that is what Astro and Oath have been all about. Going for shots where the defense have no idea it's going to come. And what did I say earlier? If you long clear into the corner, your opponents have nothing to worry about. If you long clear towards the net, they have to be forced to make a save. And that's exactly what Oath did. Knew no one was going to be there to defend, and tries his luck and gets one on the board. 30 seconds to go. Nefarious really need to answer back now. Oh, Adam, he drops it on the goal line, but luckily enough for him, squeezes it back over to Hockey.
Are you trying to mount a counterattack? Another somewhat inadequate clear coming through from Vibrance. Double commit, but Fifi saves the day as the third. Hockey across to Adam. They need something in the next 8 seconds. Astro shuts the book on that attack. It's going to have to go the whole distance. Hockey setting things up. Adam is up with them. On the air dribble, Fifi is met with it. Buddy has to get a catch, and they bobble the landing. Vibrance has that ball hit the ground, and they're going to move on to match point, potentially moving on to the final game of this set.
Take a breath, everyone. That was edge of your seat kind of stuff from both Vibrance and Nefarious. And we're just going to have to take a breather as we go into our HEB game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
And it feels only fitting that that game was really just coming down to one play, one moment, and it's a full court clear, just perfect contact by Oath, and it's going to go over the top. And it shows just how many things you have to be aware of when you are playing at this level. You have all the passes covered, you have all the backboard covered, but sometimes the deep ball down the middle will be your demise.
Like I said earlier, sometimes you just need to hit it as hard as you can and hope and pray that something's going to land in your favor, and it's exactly what Oath did. And I mean, when Vibrance were, pushing upfield and trying to force Nefarious' hand on their back line, Nefarious were just so clinical, rotating in and out. But at the end of the day, they were getting desperate to score as well, so they pushed up a little bit, and that is when Vibrance were able to strike. Oath just booms it downfield, and it's those little errors that I mentioned earlier that Vibrance are going to pick up on. They have been the ones to capitalize on every single little mistake that their opponents have made, and they find themselves yet again on a Game 3 match point, one game away, one win away from backing themselves a place in the grand final. Nefarious need to pull off what they have done before and get a reverse sweep.
They've done it before, but maybe not with as much pressure on them as right now. They have 5 minutes to save this series, save this set for themselves. They're going home. The dreams might be dashed. And with the opposition like Oath, Fifi, and Astro, the tall ask, they're on the attack again with Oath, setting up an air dribble. Adam will cut that out. Fifi down into the corner. Buddy tries to get an outlet pass, but will be cut out by Oath. Another tap by Buddy, read by Astro. High deflection, Adam gets a good clear. And now we're going back to a little bit of long ball as both teams don't have any possession, though just trying to outspeed each other here at the beginning of game number 3.
I think both teams really know what this moment means. Vibrance know they just need one more, and then they're only a few wins away from getting a contract with a established esports organization to represent them in the RLCS. Nefarious know they need 3 on the trot. They want to still be in with a chance of that contract by the end of the day. Those nervy moments for both teams as they feel each other out again in game number 3. But I think Vibrance are looking to strike first, as they have done every single game in this particular series of 5, and they will strike first as Fifi puts one in.
And Adam just caught in no man's land. It feels so bad. It's behind them, so they go up to stay on the back wall, but they need to get down to cover the far post. And in that indecision, Fifi was able to strike 1-0 to Vibrance, and the task gets even harder. You have to come back in the series. Now you have to come back in the final game, potentially, of your tournament run. It's only going to get more difficult if you don't shut down Fifi. Not ideal contact. That one will flicker to the corner. Tack still on, though. Gets a 50 in the middle. Hockey trying to dig one out with an infield pass. Oath reads it. A deflection again. Astro will hound on the ball. And Fifi in midfield will tap that one across. They'll keep the attack on running. Nefarious needs to find a way to dig themselves out of this defensive rut.
Vibrance know all they need to do is keep their foot firmly pressed on the gas pedal, and there is absolutely no stopping them. I looked over at their player cams at the first goal, and I'm looking over at them now. They're a little bit happier about that first goal than they were the second, but they know now that they have that cushion. Look at Fifi in the top, smiling away. He knows he's only nearly 2.5 minutes away from a life-changing opportunity in that grand final against Zookeepers, but they have to hold on. Maybe even put a third in as Oath scores and puts it out by 3.
The boot is really and truly on the neck of Nefarious. Not only did they lose the lead early on, but now it is evaporating their chances. They really needed to get some game 1 magic, although this time it needs to be a full comeback. They got half a game to do it. They need to start right about now with Buddy on the dribble. Hockey looking for that read. They will get it. It's over the bar. Oath has the read, and at this point, I do have to wonder if Vibrant's going to keep this aggression up or really just try to park that bus and lock down this opportunity. All they really have to do is play defense at this point.
That's all they need to do, and that has really not been their strong point here, Taco, has been their defense. It's kind of been all over the place whenever Nefarious have been on the attack. But right here, right now, it is all Vibrance. They just need to hold on. Just go back to their fundamentals. Don't let Nefarious have a shot on net. And Fifi just locks that one down out like a lock. And a minute and 37 seconds left. Astro and the rest of Vibrance holding on for dear life, but they still have that massive 3-goal cushion.
Vibrance looking for the ice. These 50s are helping a lot. Astro, a 50 in the corner, slowing things down. Buddy trying to wrestle through defenders. We'll get it to Adam. Shot on Oath. They will be able to get that save. Ball will be able to go out into the corner. High lob, and another clear will go out. Vibrance will get a 4th one, and that might have broken the backs.
Yeah, that might be it. It was a little bit of a mistake here by a Nefarious player. I'm trying to see who it was. It was actually Buddy, the guy who we have been singing the praises of pretty much this entire matchup on the Nefarious side. Has that little lapse in concentration, puts the ball right in the path of the Vibrance defense, and they sling it downfield 4-0. The writing is on the wall right now for Nefarious. They've come so far in this tournament. They've made names for themselves, in my opinion. Buddy will get one with 48 seconds to go, but I think this one's all said and done here, Taco.
If there's ever a team to do it, it has to be Nefarious, but even this is maybe just too steep an incline. That 1 goal will give them any glimmer of a chance, but kickoffs have really not produced much of anything for either team all tournament long in this finals. They're going to need a lot of help from them. I think Vibrance, the Kings, are really burning down this time, making sure they are extending plays out. It is going to be all about them for just wasting down these seconds. If we will do just that with the air dribble, flip reset into the middle as well. Hockey can only just tap that above the goal. And all these hits across the goal from Vibrance are simply just omens for Nefarious, telling them what they might already know. This series is over. All the clock drowning down, and it looks like Vibrance can high step their way into the grand finals against Zookeeper in these final 10 seconds.
I step it into the end zone like Deion Sanders back in the day. A defensive game it was not for Vibrance. They have been full-out aggressors, and they have grinded out this victory, losing the first series, as we all expected, really. Vibrance end up going through to the grand... well, we all expected them going through in the grand final, but the thing is here, Taco, the adversity that Nefarious has put them through, it's brought them down to earth a little bit. Yes, they had those phenomenal 4-0 performances yesterday against, you would say, lesser teams. This is their first big challenge, and they have almost, well, not quite gone the distance, but they have been put to task by Nefarious. And I think in the grand final against Zookeepers, they're going to have an even tougher challenge, because that Zookeeper squad from earlier on was looking absolutely phenomenal.
Talk about a warm-up, though. Nefarious put up their best fight in the end. I think it starts to just come down to potentially nerves or just a little bit of snowball. Momentum, Caster's favorite word, really came out, I think, in sharp relief here. Vibrance got their first opener, and they started getting a second, and then it just kept on going and going and going. And even with 6 shots from Nefarious, only one of them was able to find that mark. And Nefarious, with a good fight, has definitely put their name out there. At very least, if an org is looking for a team to pick up, I think all 4 of the teams that have made it this far have put a name for themselves. Certainly Nefarious coming very close, but ultimately, I agree, it is Vibrance, the team that I think matches that Zookeeper-style play the best, that will be meeting them in that grand finals. And my goodness, is everyone in chat in for quite a treat. These teams have been putting on such a display, just highlight reel all around.
Yeah, absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. All 4 teams that have that made it to this stage, not only one of them is going to get the contract at the end of the day, but all 4 of these teams have really made a name for themselves. And in a crowded bubble scene in North America, it's great to have these tournaments to let you stand out from the pack. And maybe if any of these teams stick together, the 3 teams who end up dropping out and don't win the final prize at the end of the day, hopefully they'll stick together, and going into next season of RLCS, they could eventually get picked up by an organization. But for Nefarious, very good team overall. Loved what they were able to do, but they just ran into a bit of a buzzsaw at the end in the form of Vibrance.
And Vibrance will be able to, as we said, high step into the end zone, but they can't fully celebrate yet. We have both semis down. It's the grand finals. One more set, a best of 3, a best of 7s ahead. It's Zookeepers and Vibrance, the chance of a lifetime. A contract with Beasley Esports for their entry into the RLCS. Do not go anywhere, as if you even would think to do so. We'll be back with more for the search for the next Rocket League team.
The original Think Drink is back. Level up with proven ingredients formulated to crush your competition. No gimmicks, no jitters, no messing around. Just high potency results that keep you moving day or night. There's a new nerd in town, and we came to play. Nerd Focus, smarter than energy.
I have to drive all the way from Chicago to Houston to go to HEB. There's not a single HEB near me. And I really want to try it out. Try it out. Try it out. Try it out.
I made it! I finally made it! So much stuff. I think I need to move to Texas.
HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Catch the search for the next Rocket League team sponsored by HEB.
Welcome back, everybody, to the search for the next Rocket League team. We just saw Vibrance take down Nefarious in a 3-set match. They took the last 2 sets pretty convincingly, just as convincingly as HEB is the best store in Texas for groceries. Make sure to go to HEB.com for their new $5 delivery at home. So as opposed to the $35 minimum you would get for the in-curb at store pickup, you can actually pay $5 just to have it straight delivered to your house. And they do same-day delivery if you give them enough time. It's a fantastic service. You can just get your groceries directly to your doorstep. You don't even have to put pants on. It'll come directly to you. And let's go ahead and bring on a player from Vibrance. We got Oath on the line, joining the call. One more time coming in, the young god, it's Oath. Those last 2 sets in the series, they were looking so much better for you in particular. I want to know how you thought you played in game number 1 and what you changed going into the last 2 sets.
So starting off in just the entire set, they were playing a lot more defensive, and we took advantage of that. But towards game 3 of the first series, they started playing super aggressive, and that's what sort of tied it close. We just did it better than them. Did the same thing, just we were a little more accustomed to it.
And so what was that shift from Series 1 to Series 2? Because you guys went from getting reverse swept all the way to just flat out sweeping them in not 1 but 2 series. So where was the coach in the background? What were they telling you to change up in those series?
Yeah, there's Shubel. Shubel, he told us we were banging the ball a little too much. You know, he told us to slow down, and I feel like the nerves were getting to us a little bit. So once we calmed down and slowed down a little bit, we started having a lot more success.
And it seemed like the previous 2 sets, you guys were totally in sync. So you guys are going to have to go up against Zookeepers. Have you ever played this team in a hyper-competitive format before?
We've played them in a couple tournaments, and they're also a team that we do scrim pretty often. So we've had experience with them.
And so how would you fare to say that your odds going up against them are? Who normally wins the scrim bucks, if you will, and who is the previous track record from these 2 teams?
We usually go pretty even. Honestly, I think the main factor in whether we win or not is how we counter J-Bot. Because Bambi's a really good player, Tool's a really good player, but J-Bot, the main thing he has is his 1v1 plays are just they're really hard to stop. I feel like if we could shut J-Bot down, we have a good chance.
I feel like it might be the J-Bot versus the Oath show, as you guys are both, in my eyes, most of the determining X factor for the team. Of course, Fifi and Astro are always doing their part, but it always feels like the Oath shot comes in just pixel perfect to be right on target. Moving forward, you know, we are tangibly close to getting that contract going. I know it's a little foreboding and kind of bad fortune to think about what you're going to do with it, but I know those thoughts have come into your head so far. So what would you guys do with this contract money and the support from Beasley if you were to win it?
Well, right now I'm looking at a webcam. Been told multiple times by a certain person that I need to get a better webcam. And then, like I said, upgrading my PC is probably the next step. Just doing what I can to get better.
Hey, from yesterday to today, did you figure out which car you wanted to buy?
I've been looking at there was an old Chevy Impala that was really nice. And it looked pretty good. So that's what it is right now. Might change.
What year and how many miles is it now? And this is now a car talk.
I want to say it was early 2000s. I think it was 2002 or 3 or something. It had like 80,000, 90,000. It wasn't terrible.
Pretty good. I picked myself up a 2010 Mazda 3 with 100,000 miles on it not too long ago. It's been serving me well, so I hope you find that you're going to translate your car soccer money into an actual car, which is kind of insane to think about nowadays, but it's very, very close. I've got one final question for you. Any shout outs that you want to give and a statement going forward for the Zookeepers in this next match?
I think shout out definitely goes to Shubel for being there for us, coaching us and stuff. And then another one, I guess, to GC and Disguise, because they're always there supporting us, you know, and all the chats all the time.
You have that one picture on Twitter where it's the guy with the boombox on top of the roof, and he's like, "To my dedicated 3 followers," and they're all partying on the ground. I think that's GC in disguise for you guys at Vibrance. Well, I'm gonna let you go because you guys have the match of your lifetime coming up, so I want you guys to get prepared and mentally and physically. So thanks for joining us on the broadcast, and best of luck to you in this next match.
Thank you.
And that was Oath, everybody, on Team Vibrance. They are going to be one of our teams coming up in this next match. We have arrived at grand finals time, and we have another set of casters to bring in, none other than Turtle and Leaf. Welcome to the broadcast, gentlemen. Happy to have you on. There are their shining faces. First time talking to Turtle today. Let's go ahead and over to him, see how he feels.
Oh, I'm nervous. Okay, I'm so nervous for these teams. I'm getting literally secondhand jitters at this performance that we're going to see from not only Zookeepers coming out here, but then, of course, we heard Oath talking about how he's going to play Vibrance. This is so much on the line. A contract. You get stability. I've been talking about this literally all tournament long, but it's just because I love what's at stake, and I'm nervous, okay? I'm very nervous.
I love steak too, Turtle. Let's read a tweet here. So from Vibrance at RL_Fifi, with a huge momentum shifter that gives us the strength to win Game 3, we take the third set against Nefarious 3-0, match 2-3, 3-0, and 3-0. GG's to Nefarious. We will take on the Zookeepers in the squad in the finals. Hashtag the search, where it will be all or nothing. And I couldn't have said it any better. Leaf, how are you feeling today, my friend?
Well, I'm doing great. I'm concerned that he pointed out immediately that we have shining faces. We didn't put our makeup on, okay? We're sweating. It's hot out here, and we're just excited for Rocket League. That's why, okay? Shiny faces. We get it.
Look, we're all at a work from home mode, so our makeup artist is not with us at this time.
Yeah,
and we
unfortunately,
need it, that's for sure.
We miss them. We miss them quite dearly. They patch up all the blotches on our face, and
there's a lot
last minute pimples in it. You wouldn't believe it, but most of the time the RLCS people
at
the studio
puberty,
are
so
wearing
I'm really going through it.
wearing instead of makeup. So
it's funny too, because I was talking to my girlfriend. I'm like, I wear more makeup than you do. In all honesty.
All right, let's get into talking about this matchup because it's going to be a big one. But before we do that, another big, huge shout out to Nerd Focus, who is presenting this tournament as well. They've been keeping us going with all the things you want in the energy drink, with none of the jitters that you don't. And I have
Turtle, share, pour some down.
I have my can right here that I'm topping off.
What? I don't want to actually do it though, because then it's gonna get on me, dude. I'm scared, bro. I was debating on doing it, but I would have been uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
Maybe we can see a take the risk moment if one of these teams wins.
Man.
That's an old school throwback.
I would make Leaf do that because I can't handle stuff like that. I tried doing that with like a slushy and
Craftsman has the paper nerd focus. I have the invisible nerd focus.
All right. So Zookeepers and Vibrance, these two teams have struggled through a month of qualifiers and tumultuous efforts to get here. It is a fantastic showing from these both. We are changing the format just a little bit. It's still going to be a best of set match, but we are going to best of 7s instead of best of 5s. So that will be a best of 3, a best of 7s. So at minimum, we will see at least 8 games in this series, a maximum of 21. Gentlemen, I want to know your predictions. Leaf, you were on Team Vibrance yesterday. Has the Zookeepers made their claim, or are you still sticking with Team Vibrance?
This is so tough because from the beginning, during quals and everything, I was hype on Zookeepers. And when they didn't do that well during quals, what do you mean? I didn't conclude my sentence yet. Okay.
Knew where it was going.
I was on them. My boy J-Bot's on there, and I had to back them up. I even continued backing them up when they weren't playing their hottest in the quals. They still made it through, and everyone was making fun of me, but they still made it through, okay? Right? We get here, and all of a sudden Vibrant shows up. So now we have a real contender in the field right now. This is a nutty grand finals. Both of these teams, and I had a feeling it'd be these two teams, because they both have a lot of the same values here when it comes to just aggressive, fast offense. And it made sense that people are talking about it's going to come down to Oath and J-Bot on the field here. Now, I did say yesterday that I feel like Vibrance has a bit more speed on the field, but we did see some cracks earlier when they were playing Nefarious. So, ultimate decision. Very, very difficult here.
Just say it.
I can't.
Just say
it's so
it.
hard. I feel like overall structure is there for Zookeepers, but I feel like that extra speed might push Vibrance over the top, in all honesty. So I have to say it might edge. We're going all the way, 21 games.
Man.
But
Okay. I'm glad that you said that because I was initially gonna just go Zookeepers. Okay, I believe it is. If it goes all the way,
I can't do Warcast. We don't do math. There's a lot of games, and we're doing all of them.
Regardless, I'm happy that you chose Vibrance because I'm backing Zookeepers all the way. Zookeepers, I'm very, very hyped, and I'm on the J-Bot train at this moment in time because he was playing phenomenally yesterday. I casted both matchups between Zookeepers first against Jolly Rogers and then Zookeepers going up against Square One, which went all the way to Game 7 overtime. And J-Bot, the entire series, was creating so many plays for his teammates. And then even looking at today, they were 3-0 against Frequence both sets. And they just took that win in the semifinals to get to the grand finals with ease. And now I do want to say it does bode well because Vibrance, they got reverse swept, but still had the mental fortitude and that strength to bounce back. You got to give them credit where credit is due. But overall, Zookeepers, I don't think I can doubt my boy J-Bot. I can't do it.
Yeah, again, I'm a J-Bot fan. And so
No, you're not.
Fickle,
No, you're
but
not. If you were a real J-Bot fan, you would pick him.
You could
okay?
be. No, I am picking him to do awesome. But I don't know if overall they're going to take it. Either way, I got to say.
Oath or J-Bot. You have to pick one.
Oath
right
or
now.
well, okay, J-Bot's my boy, so I have to pick J-Bot.
No. You're lying. I know
No, seriously.
But
the
just
synergy I've seen from this other team is so almost flawless at times. Either way, what I have to say is either way, whoever wins this absolutely deserves that contract. Both of these teams are magnificent representatives.
There was lots of naysayers at the beginning of this event, and they were going to say, "Oh, I can't believe we're going to let some Champ 2s take this contract away." But
that's not.
No, I think this format has really shown the light on the two most deserving teams in the North American bubble scene who are not signed to a current contract, and that is the ultimate deciding factor that we are doing. If I had to put my references on paper, if I'm looking at this, I think J-Bot and Oath is going to be a solid matchup. I think those two are both an X factor that they can create solo plays just by themselves all at once. And then there's the stoic backman. You know, we have Tool versus Fifi in this matchup. It's two names that you don't typically mention when you talk about these teams, but they are fundamental backbone to each one of these. Tool was able to pop off in that Game 7 versus Square One. He hit the game winner. It was a very tough shot from a high angle, and he clutched it. That's the exact thing you want from that third man back. And then you have Astro going up against Bambi. Two all-around solid players. They typically don't do it much wrong. They're just a solid foundation for the team in the midfield. It's like these two teams clashing up against each other. It's like they're playing Mark to Man, right? They have the X Factor, they have the back man, they have the middleman all-rounder. It's such an even matchup. All that being said, I still feel that even both of these teams, they're coming off of two sweeps. They have both won their previous games 3-0 and 3-0, even though Vibrance had to do it in sets 2 and 3. I feel that Zookeepers here are still the stronger roster because they have the competitive experience and they've done this before. This is like the highest pressure situation you can be in. I'm not sure if Vibrance has felt this before. This is the same feeling that Zookeepers have felt previously in the RLCS.
Well,
I've got Zookeepers.
This is
here.
what I wanted, though. I didn't want to jinx Zookeepers. If I did it, we would have just cursed them by all picking them.
Don't go.
I'm
down
sorry,
that
I got a
route.
big
No,
brain,
this
and you're
is
just not used to it.
Because
Turtle.
now, but then you've also just reversed the script again because you're basically saying that you do pick Zookeepers, but you're not.
Or
physically
do I really
stating-
though?
Oh my!
That's what I'm saying. If I confuse the
insane.
universe, then they
Look,
won't know what to do.
Can we just be happy with the fact that this is the same format as the championships that we previously saw?
I did like
in
that. I did
Season
like
X,
that,
which
yeah.
I'm hyped for because if this was just a regular best of 7, I would kind of be like, okay, there's so much on the line. You know, this isn't just like a one payment prize, one tournament thing. This is a contract, which people, that's crazy. So if this was just one regular best of 7, I would be even
enough,
more
yeah.
nervous. But yeah, you're proving your consistency with a set of best of 7s, and I'm hyped.
And you heard pro players too before saying how that format really, at the end of the day, whoever wins that is the winner. There's no debate
W,
at that
yeah.
point. Like at that point, yes, okay, that was the better team.
it's hard to deny the fact that there's no any given Sunday chance in this type of format. If you lose 2 best of 7s in a row, 4-0, I think you were ultimately the loser in that matchup. There's no like, oh, well, we just had a bad day. It's like, in 2 best of 7s in a row, I don't know about that, man. But if history is anything to go on, I'm 0-2 in today's predictions, but I really wanted the Cinderella story to happen, even though I think I kind of knew my heart of hearts it would have been Zookeepers and Vibrance, but maybe picking Zookeepers here is a little bit of a jinx for me, but I'm still going to stick on that train. Match lobby is just about ready. Final thoughts before we go into this. I know we put our predictions down, but we have a little bit more time just to talk about the matchup coming ahead. Leaf?
Again, I want to reiterate that I think both of these teams are absolutely worthy of this contract. I think regardless, Beasley's going to be super happy with either one of these teams going forward. So it is going to come down to that day. This is a perfect format to determine who overall is that better team, which is why I think it's going to go the distance, because I think these teams are relatively close. You have that veteran experience on the side of Zookeepers that very well could hold them right through the end in this long series. It's exhausting to play these, but you also do have a little more speed and cohesion sometimes on those very creative plays on the side of Vibrance that could be overwhelming if not kept in check by the Zookeepers. So both teams have a very powerful asset on their side here. Both teams to make sure they're trying to utilize that asset as much as possible, but either one are winning assets.
And I want to know Turtle's thoughts on this whole contract thing, because I know we're trying to hammer home this point, but from being in that perspective, from seeing players as contracts, from seeing the rates they get paid, from knowing the safety net you have behind you of an org, it's like, well, it's a little bit different in today's landscape where the RLCS is more of an open type of process where anybody can join based on their skill. But in the old days, it was like, well, at least if you're not making the RLCS, you still have that organization behind you and the salary determined. So I just talk a little bit about what it would mean to win this.
Well, at this point, it's kind of the best of both worlds, because not only is RLCS now more of an open format where teams who are, on the bubble scene can ascend to the top and make it and play against the best of the best. But also you're going to be winning a contract. So you not only get stability and a fantastic organization to back you, but you're also getting several chances of an open format continuing forward, where you have shot after shot to make it back, to get that practice against the top tier teams. And even just looking at, both of these guys, I mean, for instance, Zookeepers, they lost, or didn't necessarily lose, but they separated from their org back in February, and they've been on the grind. And we even heard, I believe it was Bambi in the interview themselves, talking about how the motivation that being signed brings is on another level, because it relieves the stress. You don't have to worry about, maybe another 9-to-5 job or other priorities. You can invest more time into Rocket League, into your passion, and it's all because of what's at stake, and that is a simple but amazing contract.
Yeah, that's the key thing, in my opinion, is that, the reason that we have so many young professionals is because they have a little more time. They don't have their 9-to-5 jobs, so they come home from school, they play Rocket League, and then their parents tell them to go to bed, and then they probably wake up, sneak in a little more time, and then go back to bed, right? They have a lot of time to play, less responsibilities. But as you get older, that gets harder to do. And that's why I think just in esports in general, we had always seen a fall off past, like 25 of professional players. I think it's less to do with reaction times and all that. I think it has to do more with the fact that those players have other responsibilities to tend to. They can't put in as much time. This allows players to do that. You don't have to worry about, as Turtle said, just to reiterate, you all of a sudden have all this free time. As long as you're using that time properly, you're going to start excelling. You're going to be able to push ahead. And whichever team wins this are just going to have that much more chance to get better and better even.
Hey guys, we know we're trying to start the lobby here, but we're just making extra sure that the ping is perfect for all the players. We don't want to have any discrepancies coming into a really important match. It's not ready just yet, so we have to just talk a little bit more. We know we would want the casters, just why are casters not hitting the button to start? It's not that simple, we promise. We are really making sure this ping
is Leaf's fault.
It is my fault. They did send me a button that says start the game, and I haven't pressed it. I am sorry.
I wanted to talk about the fact that even as an organization coming in with the contract, this is not just some organization. This is like a established team roster in a different game. it's one of the biggest esports leagues in the world, the Overwatch League, right? This is the Outlaws parent organization. Even though Beasley is kind of an unknown name, they're kind of one of those silent parent partners that owns a bunch of companies, similarly to what you see as well in other different types of markets. Like eRect owns the Rogue franchise as well, and so there are these parent companies reaching out. We're gonna get to actually talk to one of the COO later with the winning team to talk about why they wanted to get into the RLCS and hear their thoughts about this, because this is no like, oh yeah, we're kind of like dipping our foot in the water, right? No, this is commitment. This is a commitment. This is a $60,000 per player. That's 180 grand out the window, and this is your commitment into RLCS, and I think it's 100% worth it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Again, I think it'd be very weird for either one of us to say, nah, Rocket League's not the one to get into. Yeah, no, Rocket League is continued to grow. It's continued to show the community is resilient, man. We're now 5 years into the esport, 6 years of the game being out. That's a decent amount of time, and the esport's been going for so long, progressively getting better and better and better, and bigger and bigger and bigger along that time. The fact that it's been this resilient, we have, I think, the biggest, from what I've seen, my own research, the biggest collegiate scene in Rocket League as well. Like, there is so much interest in this game. This is an incredible esport, and the fans know it, and they're not going anywhere, and we're only going to get more and more. So yeah, Rocket League is definitely here to stay, and this is a good call by Beasley.
Yeah. And with that sentiment, we are finally ready. Casters can finally start the match. Thank you, Leaf, for allowing us to start. Guys, this is going to be it. This is the grand finals at the Search. Winner will be taking home a contract from Beasley Esports, $5,000 per player per month over the course of a year minimum. It's going to be Vibrance versus the Zookeepers in a best of 7, a best of 3. It's going to be Turtle and Leaf on the call. Take it away, gentlemen.
Michael, thank you very much. As he said, grand finals are here, Turtle. It's great that we get to do this. It's unfortunate for you that you have to do it with me, but we're in it. We're in it for the long haul. This is a great series. We got best of 5, best of 3. A lot of games coming our way, Turtle. And both these teams are looking good into the grands.
It is unfortunate because I'm gonna look so horrible at casting
there
you and your greatness. You know what I mean? You got to lift yourself up too. But I'm excited because I couldn't have picked two better teams to fight up against each other. I did think Square One had a good shot coming in here, but Zookeepers again were able to beat them out in Game 7 OT, and then you've got Vibrance who just made it, had to fight off against a reverse sweep that didn't go their way, still ended up beating Nefarious. Huge performance from all three players on each side. We are certainly in for one heck of a match. And again, Rocket League, we talk about this esport. We were mentioning how easy it is even to watch as a newcomer. You look at this game, everybody can pick it up. Everybody simply knows what's happening. Even my grandma watches this esport. I'm not even joking. She literally watches this game and enjoys it. I don't know what else could convince you that this is just a place worth investing.
Yeah, it's actually fun half the time. My dad will just have it on in his living room too, and the family can just kind of tune in as it plays. So you're absolutely right. It's very accessible, but very difficult at the top level, that's definitely. For sure. And we're starting off these best ofs. Our first set underway as Zookeepers and Vibrance fight it out. Zookeepers on the orange, Vibrance on the blue half here.
Oh,
sorry,
maybe
I think I said best of 5 here. It's best of 7 in these sets.
Yes, a best of 7 set of 3. So if you win one best of 7, that means you've won 1 point. Sets, 1 point. And it's basically the first to win 2 best of 7s. Simple terms, a little bit complicated, but it's definitely one of the best formats we have to test that consistency because it's a lot of Rocket League. Okay?
Yes,
there's no just random bursts of greatness. You've got to be solid the entire way through.
What's great about watching these guys already off the bat here, Turt, is both teams taking chances, kind of poke and prod with some solo plays. But the fact that both teams have those mechanics, they know when, a double tap or a flip reset is coming in, and they've been blocking them off fairly well from both sides.
It's definitely been one of those first game feeler matchups where you're trying to understand what playstyle will be the best counter. And we're talking about what playstyle is going to work. It's going to be several shots on net from Vibrance and a couple of crashes then now from Oath to get that cleanup goal.
Yeah, J-Bot sent that one just right back out into the center there. Of course, as you said, clean up. Crew comes along, sends it away. Early goal, though. Doesn't necessarily show how the entire series is going to go.
Yeah, nothing too flashy. This is one of those games where it's both teams definitely a little bit nervous. Now, you've got a lot of leg room here, a lot of matchups, and a lot of games ahead of you, but still, you want to be careful as even the first game, gaining a little bit of momentum can be the difference sometimes for these teams and their mentalities.
Yeah, I'm very curious, as you said, too, because teams, they're not going to want to. You get nervous. You're like, okay, should I go for this crazy mechanical play or not? Will I mess it up? And I do feel like Vibrance has been that team to show that they'll just dive in head first and see if it's working or not. And you already see them starting to do that. A flip reset chance was coming on the other side. But, I'm very curious to see if Zookeepers start going for some of those crazy plays themselves. I feel like they're the team that will let the nerfs hit them early on, but then start to warm up.
And as much as we talk about this specific player, we look at J-Bot as one of the guys who's going to be making a lot of the moves downfield. As we do get a pause, a player disconnect happen, we're going to get him back in right away, and things should be returning smooth.
Right away, he's back.
Yeah, he's insta join back. That's how revved up these guys are. But I was just going to mention J-Bot on the side of Zookeepers. We talk about him a lot because he needs to make some plays in this set. Leaf. He's got to start going for those dribbles before that we saw yesterday, where he's literally 1v3ing even at times, setting up opportunities. Bambi and Tool, they're fantastic players, but they rely heavily on those opportunities to get set up. But we do have everybody back in the lobby, and we're going to restart from the kickoff and get things back going.
With a minute 30 left, Vibrant still up a goal. Again, not the craziest goal, and maybe that's what kind of goals we'll see, is just those kind of garbage cleanup situations. Nothing fancy because both teams know how to shut down the mechanical plays. Almost a chance there. We see Zookeepers trying to push, but Fifi on the way back. Get a little poke and prod on the way out. And that's something Vibrance, Kurt, has been so good at, is making sure that at all times every player is doing something useful.
Yeah, it's the positioning on the field that they have. It seems like everybody's very spaced out. They're aware of where each other are, but wait, hold on a second. J-Bot downfield doesn't receive the clear. The speed comes out, and maybe a demo from Tool could prove to be effective if Bambi could have just won a better 50-50. And another demo from Tool, but the defense from Vibrance just unshakable.
30 seconds. They have to shake that. They have to shake that defense. Demos maybe on the rotates. We know the solo plays, lifeline solo plays weren't necessarily working. Maybe we'll see some short infield passes too, but something definitely has to shake it up.
Ooh.
Oh, this is still dangerous.
Another one?
Whoa, did that stay out?
I have no idea. I think it was because two people double committed. This could be the perfect setup though on the equalizer. And never mind. I was joking.
Yeah, JK, guys. What a dribble from Fifi. He still had his flip there, too,
man.
I think.
And this shot from Oath was actually kind of crazy. It was almost a little bit of a mind game because the approach was slightly delayed. He let that ball come across the body of his car so that he could find that angle, get around the goalkeeper. Very clean performance from Vibrance. It's nothing too flashy, but their defense, even whenever they were tested with a couple of demos from Tool in particular, they stood tall and managed to keep themselves in the proper positions.
There's our first game. 2 goals coming out just as kind of straight shots from Oath. But we'll see if maybe some fancy plays happen in our game, too. We're going to give them a moment because it's time for a Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Vibrance. Game 1 down in our first set. These are all best of 7s. 3 potential total here, Turtle. But again, we mentioned just before the Nerd Focus game break is, it seemed like the goals were kind of just straight shots. The second one from Oath definitely was clever, but still a straight shot, no crazy mechanics.
We're watching the replay of that save again. That was ridiculous. I'm a little bit disappointed. Not even to show bias. I just want to see a play like that lead up to something to keep them alive in the series. But for Zookeepers, I think we need a little bit more spice, a little bit more creativity from them. That was definitely a slower first game where they weren't creating a lot of opportunities. The only thing that looked promising were the demos, and as I say that, we do get a demo from Bambi a little bit early on, but nobody's in position to follow up, and it's all out of order for Zookeepers as you've got Oath with another free look at the net.
Yeah, J-Bot flipping around. A little confused. Bambi didn't cut the angle real well, and that entire right side was just wide open. And I really do feel like we're looking at Qualls Zookeepers right now. And I have to imagine it's just because they know what's on the line, and that pressure might be sinking in a bit.
You're feeling the nerves at this point. The contract on the line. You've had all the experience in the world, but if you don't show up right here when it matters most, it's going to hurt, especially what you're fighting for. As Fifi off the backboard, maybe a flip reset. Does he get the pinch in? How did he manage to find this goal? What on earth? I think he got the flip.
Flip reset. Oh, the pancake almost.
I think Bambi touched it too.
Yeah, he might have there. I mean,
wow.
what do you do though? Like, Turtle, I just want to get up and get in the way. When I see Fifi in the air with enough boost to do anything, even as simple as an air dribble, you know there's a threat coming in.
Yeah, it's really hard to blame Bambi in that situation because, like you said, you just have to get up there and try to make the attacker do something. But when it goes off your own car and ends up falling in, it's just a bit unfortunate. And that could slip into the mentality a little bit of Bambi. He has had a couple of mistakes yesterday that I wasn't too impressed with. While he did make up for it later on in the series, he was having a couple of uncharacteristic whiffs. So hopefully we don't see that same performance because we want a close one here. We want to go the distance. And Bambi's certainly a player who can step things up whenever he needs to.
Oh, chance here. Fifi. Great read off the backboard. Pressure's not done yet, though. J-Bot has enough boost to maybe put some pressure on. Touch the side. Bambi was a little far back, gets the shot, but Astro, a little hard clear, and a recuperation phase starts for the Zookeepers on their own half.
Ooh, I like that from J-Bot. Little solo play there, getting a couple of extra touches, but ultimately doesn't lead to anything. And what I really want to see from Zookeepers right now is just keeping this possession, not being too desperate and overextending. They just need to find a rhythm that will keep presenting them opportunities, because so far we've barely seen them stay on offense for more than maybe 1 or 2 shots.
Wow, it's hard because this defense, Vibrance, is honestly pretty solid right now. They get some nice hard clears. Even when they're down boost.
Miss.
Yeah, there's no one there. Look at no pressure. Oath just hard clear. See, I think they are hurting for boost a bit right now, though. And so they weren't able to keep up some offense of their own. They do get kicked back there. So that is good on Zookeepers. At least try to shut down that offense from Vibrance. It is a strong offense and very creative. So if you can just take their boost on their own half, make sure if they do get down there that they're not going to threaten you, then I think that's a pretty smart play from Zookeepers. Start in your opponent's end, steal their boost, and then come back. So and then you don't have them charging you, which is honestly real nice.
We have had a couple of awkward demos here on the field, as we do have another little pause here for a technical difficulty in the match. We're getting the player instantly back in. Things should be smooth and good to go. And really what I've seen a lot from Vibrance has been Oath just being annoying, like flat out. This man is always in front of the ball, always in front of a clear, trying to disrupt Zookeepers from finding that rhythm, finding some momentum. And exactly, he's moving forward in the midfield, being aggressive, getting in front of the ball. And that's a player that's very hard to stop, because you don't want to go out of your way to demo somebody who's super aggressive, because then you're also out of the play. So the question is, how do you deal with Oath? How do you outpace him? It's going to be incredibly difficult, and Zookeepers certainly have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, at least from my experience, if you're bleeding that player cutting, you have to make sure your reads are on point too, because a lot of times you're coming in to make a dunk just to keep that pressure on. So if those reads are off, then that cut can really throw a lot of things off. So
well, look at him right now. He's going for an air dribble in the midfield. He just wasted a couple of valuable seconds off the clock for Zookeepers. And his teammates can also go back and get boost. But the miss from Bambi, the first solid look on the net from Zookeepers, and it's wasted.
They're still on there, though. Look at the boost stills are still coming in. And this at least buys them time if, and as they are now, Vibrance breaks out, the threat isn't that threatening. They now have a little more breathing room because Vibrance has no boost on that offensive half. So keep up that boost starvation, Zookeepers. That could be your ticket to finally scoring a goal.
Oh, nice read there from Astro. He was actually in the passing lane between J-Bot and the defender. Now he's rotating back, and then I have been on his perspective a lot. Astro is heavily relied on, I'd say, is getting these clears upward as he finds Fifi downfield. Oath now, of course, is going to be aggressive and trying to get a touch, but then Zookeepers, they are instantly finding counterattacks on net, but they haven't been able to get the solid execution they're looking for.
Then get themselves as much time as possible. We haven't seen a real hard Vibrance. I'm harping on it a lot because it's happening. A real hard Vibrance offense yet, because I feel like they can't gather that boost that's needed. But the thing is, they're still holding off so well defensively. They don't need offense. They have 2 goals already.
I mean, they're just looking at the scoreboard. They're saying, okay, we got 2 goals. We have a safety net. Literally, if Zookeepers even get a little bit of momentum here, it's not going to matter so long as Vibrance can continue to hold them off. And the demos weren't working, and they didn't seem to be too effective from Zookeepers, as Tool did jump a little bit early for that one. Doesn't manage to find any contact. Then a miss in the midfield. Oath is there to find a touch, disrupt the offense, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. If J-Bot can get the dribble, it's so unusual to see him miss that dribble, the 1v1 situation. That's who you want behind the ball, but he didn't find it.
They might finally squeak one away. No, that pressure will die out. Oath will hard clear. And that will go to the ground as we head into game number 3.
And this is unexpected. And also a very, very important matchup, or game, excuse me, coming up. We are looking at a potential reverse sweep if Zookeepers continue to struggle to get those final executions.
Well, let's take another break here. This time it's our HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
Zookeepers looking like they're starting to have some sort of solution as Vibrance takes 2 games in this first set. Best of 7 here. Turtle, it looked like they knew that they absolutely had to get those boost starvation rotations going, and that's been helping them shut down some of that offense. But at the same time, they've yet to connect with the back of the net.
Yeah, and game 2 was definitely an improvement from game 1 for Zookeepers. While they didn't manage to even find a single goal, which is unfortunate for them, especially with that J-Bot dribble at the end, they still were creating some more opportunities and chances. So at this point, we're just waiting for one of the players on Zookeepers to step up with their striking, and we should get a much more even match.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a solution. They've started to implement. It's just that finish they need coming into game 3. Vibrance pulling off a strong start here, but potentially a lot more games to come. Oath with an air dribble stopped by J-Bot.
He's so frustrating to deal with. I'm getting tilted, honestly, just thinking about the perspective of Zookeepers. Oath is always behind the ball. Here he is again. And, of course, he's keeping it close. The musty flick, even. He's trying to style on the defense of Zookeepers.
And that's a problem. When your opponents start feeling good like that, you know you're giving them too much space.
Oh, yeah.
First minute gone by, and they've held off so far. But now look, with boost, look at how well Vibrance has kept that ball in their opponent's half. And look, they're quickly ducking back. Like, okay, let's get these boost pads before Zookeepers sink it, so we can get back down to their end.
Yeah.
Because they know that was a problem before.
Oh, and I mean, it could be a matter of the midfield boost as well. Bambi has been trying to take them, but he's losing a lot of the times to somebody like Oath, who's so aggressive. And then the midfield pass comes in from Fifi, doesn't connect, but Oath is, of course, there to get the follow-up. It's weak, and this is a chance for a counterattack. If Bambi gets the second touch, he does find it. J-Bot just needs the finish, but it was too weak. The striking department still lacking on the side of Zookeepers.
I think that's simply it. I mean, they have a solution. They've been working. They've been making changes already from game 1 to game 2. And on to game 3, it's their striking that needs to connect, and it just hasn't yet. And they probably know that for sure.
Oh, yeah. And that's one of the most frustrating elements of the game, because it's it's right there in front of you what you need to fix, but a lot of times these players just can't, for whatever reason, get out of that groove and break the curse of a couple of weaker shots. There's one from J-Bot, a flip reset attempt. Doesn't go in, but they're still pressing on offense. They still have some solid chances. Still just waiting for that shot lead.
Well, they're holding off right now. It's still scoreless as we approach the halfway mark. But we have seen a good amount of pressure from Vibrance onto the Zookeepers half of the field. But some back as well. Great pass, Bambi, just behind the shot. That was the right idea, though, but just a little slow, and now counter. At least that gets shut down, but you're right. That you wanted to see one of those go in.
Oh, yeah, and that hurts because Tool, I don't even think he needed to go for the pass, and I'm not even sure if that touch was intended to be a pass because with how good the interception was, the net was wide open. If he put that one on target, it would have been the first goal for Zookeepers in this game and the first goal in general. But still, we are waiting for somebody to break this silence.
Maybe a chance here. Oathard clear. Bambi keeps in, but we don't know where his teammates are. J-Bot did turn hard. It seems to be the story for Zookeepers now is they've been getting very aggressive. I am worried that sometimes they'll commit a little too hard and get a hard clear on them, but I mean, it's what else are you going to do when you can't score any other way? You got to start putting that pressure on. Minute 30. At least they've held off Vibrance. This could be awkward, though. No good touch there from Fifi. Go back to midfield. Now Zookeepers on the turn. J-Bot with a chance. Tries to snipe the top corner. And yet again, another miss. Bambi needs to clear this one.
Goodness.
Oh, that's still... That was a little scary there.
Look at this back-to-back shots. We're seeing, what is this, 4, maybe 5 shots on each net? This is insane so far. The speed that these teams are playing at, definitely on another level, and things have ramped up. But I'm hurting right now for both of these teams' offense because we've had close shots off the crossbar and then saved off the post. Nothing has broken that final defensive wall.
Yeah, I wonder if we're getting those back and forth because both teams are starting to get antsy for a goal right now. They're like, okay, we need to get one in. Let's not go to overtime here. So they're all just kind of pushing real hard with their offense.
Oh yeah,
having to scramble back.
This has got to feel like a must-win game as well for Zookeepers because a reverse sweep in a best-of-7, that is a difficult task for literally any team, and you don't want to have to face that obstacle. So maybe you could end it here. 7 seconds left. Zookeepers look like they were going to get something on the board, but these 50s from Oath actually set up another shot. If he has the flip reset, Fifi could set this up for Astro. It was going in, but the ball hit the floor.
That was so close. I am so scared for the Zookeepers whenever I see Fifi with the ball in the air and a full tank of boost, man. Like, Fifi is killing it with that air game playmaking.
Woo-hoo! Tool the ball.
They did it! They finally broke the curse of no goals. They scored one.
Oh, man.
And it was off a miss there from Astro.
Oh, and that's tough. I don't even think Astro got a touch there. He was going for the pre-jump save. It bounced off the crossbar, went down. And that's just unfortunate because at that point you are waiting to see how the ball's going to react, go off the crossbar. Zookeepers hold off Vibrance from going to match point. My goodness, Leaf, that was a crazy one.
Zookeepers finally take a game, so I think they deserve a Nerd Focus game break.
Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Oh, I'm exhausted. I'm not going to lie. I'm watching these games, Leaf. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the pain. I'm feeling the burn at this point for both teams. We have had, interestingly enough, we've had a back-to-back card change in between games for Astro. And I like talking about this stuff because it's a clear sign that something isn't clicking for Astro. He's a little bit uncomfortable on the field. And for Zookeepers, they finally can build some momentum with that first game win for them.
Yeah, no, this is, as we said, we saw the change from game 1 to 2, and then they just still couldn't connect. it was only a matter of time that they grab a win in this series. So it's nice to see them get it early on, because that would be very devastating mentally to have yourself on match point and then try to climb back. Reverse sweeps and best of sevens are not easy at all.
Yeah. These teams are just getting warmed up. The speed has been gradually increasing over time. In this first best of 7, Bambi looking for something himself. Now Tool off of the ceiling. Could he maybe set up his teammates? Bambi was there being aggressive, and J-Bot just flies in for the 50-50. Zookeepers, they're not scared to go for those awkward challenges.
Trying to set something up there, but Bambi managed to carry that one all the way to the other end, and a dunk. Tool on the far side, hoping maybe that would drop down to him for a sneaky side swipe shot. But he doesn't manage to get that opportunity. Both teams kind of having their offense fizzle out just short of a goal line.
Oh, nice little passes in between each other in the midfield from Zookeepers. That's something we haven't seen too much. It has been relatively linear as Fifi does get the demo. Tool then looking for J-Bot on the other side, but Vibrance, they've always been doing a great job of reading those midfield passes and finding interceptions where they can.
A solid clear from Tool, but doesn't, again, result in much of anything. And I want to agree with you that I do like seeing the passes. Kind of mentioned it in Game 2 there as well, that might be for Zookeepers what they need, since they weren't finding an answer. But probably going to be what both teams are going to need if they want to start getting some goals in, because we had nothing from Vibrance before. Bambi is going to send away a goal. Zookeepers looking on the up.
And at this point, I might start questioning the mental strength of Vibrance, because this shot from Bambi wasn't too strong, but Fifi, he panicked in net, pre-jumped way too early, and ended up just flying all the way to the left, even on the weak shot. In that instance, you just want to wait in net, and if it's a great shot, then it's a great shot. There's nothing you can do, but you always want to have that weak shot covered.
Yeah, I guess also just, for the embarrassment level. You're right. If it's a good shot, it's a good shot, but you don't want the slow roller to roll in. That just looks bad.
That's literally the mentality, at least I had whenever I was playing, and I think Garrett G was the one who brought that up to me. It's like, a good shot, most of the time, if it's fast enough, even a pre-jump, unless you're incredibly lucky, you're not going to find the save. But you want to have the most likely situation covered, which is a weaker shot that you can recover to.
That's fair. Well, we'll see. I mean, they did have a mental fortitude before in their series against the Farius, so I have a feeling they'll be able to recuperate themselves. They're only down a goal right now. Sure, that was enough in last game, but
this game has been all Zookeepers. I mean, look at the way they're moving down the field. They've been trapping Vibrance in their own half.
Well, again, I think the key thing is they found that solution back in Game 2, only really found it come to fruition in Game 3, but now it's carrying on, and it's up to Vibrance now to really say, what do we do to make sure that we can carry ourselves with possession on the orange half of the field? And they just, I don't think, have found that yet. They're getting shut down pretty quickly anytime they're down there.
Can't find any boost either. Vibrance.
That's what it is, I think. That started in Game 2. Double
tap. I believed in it. I
think we both did.
Pretty.
That's why we yelled.
It looked pretty.
143. There's a chance.
Ooh.
Fifi couldn't tie it up. It's back in front of the net. They're low boost now. You look at Zookeepers. They're going to be the ones to struggle a bit here. The pressure has to stay on. That was a good, solid touch there at midfield from Zookeepers to really bide themselves some time for
what
some
a challenge. Ambi, you see him getting up so early to fight the midfield presence of Vibrance. Won the 50, and then because of that, they're able to keep this possession going forward. Astro's forced to get a long clear forward. They bought nice touch in the midfield, and those little touches when they're moving onto offense have been the difference for Zookeepers and keeping that possession forward.
Final minute on the clock. Zookeepers up 1-0. They won the last one 1-0, so we're sitting at 2-1 in this best of 7 of the best of 3s. If that didn't that confused you a bit, just hang around. You're watching some Rocket League.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're testing consistency. We need to play as many games as possible, and that's a good pass in the midfield. J-Bar, look at the pre-jumps. Vibrance are panicking so much on the goal line, and while I don't blame them, a lot of these shots from Zookeepers aren't anything too special. It's weak shots that just slip in because Vibrance are jumping all over the place.
You know, I wonder if that comes from a level of respect from Vibrance, saying, hey, we expect them to make extremely hard-to-save shots. And Zuki was like, we're just going to check this one and we'll roll her home.
It's a difficult thing because it's like if the team you're facing off against is really, really on fire with their shots, then I can understand wanting to pre-jump all the time because you expect those. But we haven't even seen too much strength behind the ball. But hold on, wait a minute. Oath, the aggression comes in handy, and he gets this one off of the 50 from Fifi.
Oath loves these shots, man. He's always hanging around midfield.
Yeah.
He's always scoring from that spot. I'd love to see stats on it because I feel like a good, at least like 30 to 40% of his shots are scored from there. Well,
there's a chance.
10 seconds left. Yeah, they're back in the game right now. Wrong half of the field, but.
Here we go.
Maybe.
Oh, man. And Fifi had no boost. That's what we were alluding to earlier. And J-Ball just stole the corner, then bumped Fifi. But maybe it won't matter if Astro can find a touch here. Of course, Tool is going to hit this one down and save his teammate any chance, honestly, of getting that shot from Vibrance on their own net. And that boost starvation, I was frustrated for Fifi in that last second. Astro left this match again. No way we get another card change. That's got to be a sign of frustration.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that oftentimes when it comes down to a player not feeling it on the day. You know, it's like you're trying to find some sort of groove, rhythm, right? And a lot of times players will jump to the tiny little things, almost like a tradition of, okay, maybe it's this hitbox. I'm not feeling it today. I'm feeling off. Or so, and so many variables that can happen, placebo or actual thing. So you're right. When you see those card changes, then that tends to mean that maybe there is a little bit of a vibe missing from the flow of the team, and that's
a vibe missing from Vibrance.
Yeah, they're just rancid. They're rancid right now. Because for me, Vibrance, that's what is Vibrance, is a completely synergized creative offense. And if one piece is missing, I can just destroy their entire play.
They need to figure out how to get boost here, and I don't know what it's going to be. It could be maybe a slower approach on these clears. Go for some dribbles, and that way you can stall out and waste some time for your teammates to go back and get some boost. They need a strategy to implement in order to get them some more boost. Here's Astro, a couple of different touches. This is the man who left. Maybe, I don't think we got a card change. I think we're getting decal changes, possibly camera settings changes. You never know what could help with these players in that placebo effect.
Well, game number, this is number 5, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I can't count.
I was thinking too. It can be difficult sometimes. Yeah. Counting is hard for us casters.
Well, we're in game number 5, and we're all tied up. We wanted this. We expected this too. We said it. Full 21 games.
I'm here for it.
Full 21 games. We're starting. It looked like Vibrance may have wanted a different story at the beginning, but a fight back here from Zookeepers keeps them in our first best of 7 of our 3 sets. If they win this best of 7, they'll have 1 point. J-Bot is looking to make that happen.
Oh, and you love to see this carry downfield. This is Tool all by himself. Then he gets it off the backboard, and then Team Pinch passes it. What? How did that go in? That was 2 players flying at the ball. I do believe Tool almost hit it into J-Bot, and they somewhat pinched it into the back of the net. Some chaos on the side of Zookeepers, but it works out.
And chance here, pass to Oath, the slow roller. He can't finish it. We almost had a quick answer from Vibrance. That's what I did like to see, though, is look how quickly they decided that they're going to use each other. When they get on offense, those passes come out nice and clean to each other.
Well, that's a really good first touch from Oath, then off the backboard, and then we had a miss from Bambi, but thankfully J-Bot was in position and had his back on that rotation, and Zookeepers can keep this ball out of their own half.
There's a shot.
Oh, beautiful.
Bambi, I honestly, I got confused for a second. I'm like, they're not going to connect with this. There's a defender. But it went in. Great pass.
Oh, and there's something a little bit off about the Vibrance defense. While that was a fantastic pass from J-Bot into the midfield, you ideally want to have one player contesting and watching for that midfield pass. In that situation, it was Oath, but he went far out on his rotation to get some boost.
Definitely some things to be cleaned up here. Zookeepers are starting to show that there are some holes in the Vibrance play style. Vibrance are getting close, though. We have seen, some plays. I think you're right. Boost obviously is a huge proponent to how they play, how fast and aggressive they play, and if without it, it starts to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they're trying to work as a unit moving downfield. They're relying a lot on Oath with that aggression to generate some opportunities, or even if we're looking at the goal they got in the previous game, that one came off of a 50-50 and Oath is just in the proper position at the right time, but it didn't look too calculated. You're relying a lot on these challenges to go your way instead of maybe going for a back pass or looking to keep possession. And Bambi with the pre-jump save. I was roasting these teams for being a bit panicky on the goal line, but there's when a pre-jump save is perfectly executed. My goodness.
Another thing I think I'm seeing from the Zookeepers is all of their defensive touches are really good. They're clears. They're not allowing for rebounds. We see a lot of times Vibrance is set up for some of those rebounds, and they're just always in the wrong spot because those touches. But here, I think a miss sets up Astro.
And I would say this is a boost issue from J-Bot as he was looking to pick up some pads, but he had about 36-40 boost going into that aerial, just misread that bounce. And coincidentally, as soon as we compliment Zookeepers on their backboard read and their touches, J-Bot just flies by.
It's the inevitability of casting.
That's right.
You're always going to say something wrong.
Oh, J-Bot's got full boost. Bambi just went for that crazy backboard touch, and then using the stealing, the whiff, or excuse me, the miss from Tool. He did get contact on it, but couldn't find the accuracy to get that one in and past the back of the net.
That's 2 crossbars in a row. Please don't make it a third.
My goodness.
It's not. Bambi will grab a third goal, though, on the scoreboard.
And you've got to respect Zookeepers in this situation. They had a couple of missed chances, but they kept the pressure forward and knew that if they were able to keep possession, they'd get another chance, another shot at net.
A big thing about a sustained offense is recognizing and being very aware of your opponent's boost levels, their positioning as well. There's a lot of things to track on the field, and that's why it can be so exhausting. You're tracking up to 7 objects at any given time, plus all of the boost pads and their timings. So,
Astro?
recognizing that.
Just went off
No, it was close. Recognizing that is a good thing to do, but we have some pressure here. As you're pointing out, a minute left.
There have been chances from Vibrance, but this is the first time we've seen a sustained offense where they're getting a couple of chances, a couple of looks. But what's the difference? What does Vibrance need to fix here, Leaf? At this point, it seems like Zookeepers have just warmed up with the 50s, the saves. That one not going in favor, especially off of that challenge. But regardless, there's only 33 seconds left. You need to hold on, try and find some booming clears and waste time off this clock, and you got that match point in your favor.
Well, I'll answer that question in break. What do they got to do? Because right now, I want to see if they can get it in the next 15 seconds. Okay, never mind. I'll start answering it now.
Nice going, Lee. Nice going.
Because it is. This will be over now. This will be match point here for Zookeepers, because there's no way 3 goals come back here in 12 seconds. But I do think, in my opinion, what's happening is we're seeing sometimes when they do have boost, some good passing from Vibrance and they're connecting. But the issue is that second man sometimes is in the wrong spot for rebound. I was kind of touching on it before. Almost. I was kind of touching on it before when we were talking about Zookeepers getting just great clears in that. And I think it's going to come down to Vibrance being able to read those clears to keep that pressure, because they are losing that offensive pressure too much. Now, is it going to be as simple as just position differently to get those clears? Or is it that the Zookeepers are keeping a heads up and making sure they're setting those clears wherever there just isn't a Vibrance player?
Oh, yeah. And a lot of these shots, I'm realizing now, coming into the replays, are just off of solid midfield passing. from Zookeepers. They were able to find each other on the other side and break down the Vibrance defense with those passes. Maybe we need to see more of that from Vibrance. They're not looking for each other as much. Instead, it's just relying on those 50-50s that I mentioned earlier. And interestingly enough, what we did see from Vibrance earlier on today in their original set, which was all best of 5s, I believe, Vibrance had gotten reverse swept in the exact same fashion. However, we are in a best of 7. So Vibrance against Nefarious won the first 2 games and then lost the next 3 in a row. So it seems like adapting mid-series for Vibrance has proven to be very, very difficult. And we're even getting Astro, again, asking to change the map in the text chat. Normally, I wouldn't bring this stuff up, but there's these little moments that you can see when a player is tilted. There's card changes, there's map changes. He's looking for something to change the placebo and make them feel comfortable on the field.
Here's the thing: if you go try to get whatever you can, I'm all for it. Trying to find that perfect state to get you in that flow state. This is low competition. That's why we've seen the card changes. That's why we've seen those requests. All those little things can add up to a proper mentality to get you in that flow state. So you want to be at peak, but I do think again, I think it really is going to be just being aware of where some of those clears are coming from your opponents.
Yeah.
And being in the right spot, because then they keep that signature pressure that Vibrance is so good at.
Now one hurts from Fifi. He backflip going for the touch, which gave J-Bot all the time in the air, but then Fifi, he gets some revenge, a double demo, but then he gets taken out. There is chaos happening on the field. This game is getting gruesome.
Attempted 50-50 into the net over there, but that got kept out by the Zookeepers. Again, here's a chance. It's going to be a clear here.
Oh, I love the slow pace. Look at this.
Oh, he's over 2!
No way, what? That was insane from J-Bot. The slower approach. When have we seen Vibrance keep the ball close to them on clears like that? It has not been working out for him.
I'd say Oath has had maybe a couple, but you're right. It's usually on offense that he's
here we go.
He's doing that. Oh, there's one. Okay,
he's trying
there's
to
your
bit of
answer. Yeah, that was actually like, it looked like he had turned on a slow-mo mod.
Yeah.
With that air dribble. But yeah, this is
oh my goodness, Fifi is getting aggressive. This is something that they're trying to implement. I mean, it's only been Fifi going for demos. They're wanting to get aggressive here, and they're frustrated. They're throwing everything they can at Zookeepers to just get them out of their groove and push them out of their rhythm.
I mean, hey, it doesn't hurt to try. Well, it hurts your opponents, but it doesn't hurt you to try. J-Bot tries to get a play set up. Tool follow. There's Bambi just to keep that pressure on. And it's funny that we talk about watching for the clears, positioning yourself on Zookeeper's clears, and then they go for air dribble Salif, so there's no more clears to really position for.
One thing I love about J-Bot when he moves downfield is the fact that he likes to utilize the ceiling a lot. We just saw him there smack it off the ceiling.
Yeah.
I saw that in the previous series that I casted yesterday with J-Bot, where he was using the ceiling a lot. So nice little creative passes, little creative plays. But look at the aggression comes through.
Just straight
Wins
in.
the 50. Exactly, and he took the boost. Just disrespect on the field.
Yeah, there was literally there was no respect there. It's like, I'm driving straight. You're in my way.
Yeah,
Get off the
I'm
ball.
taking your boost.
Hey, sometimes it's those kind of plays that get you on the offense, that throw off your opponents. So I'm not going to tell him not to do it.
J-Bot's up early, maybe a pass down. You can see the connections happening on the field into the corner. Astro is up for this one, and the slower approach. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Taking the ball down and looking for a carry. And while they didn't get past the defender, it still looks a lot more calculated from Vibrance when they're moving forward. This could lead into something special here. If Astro, maybe a shot, wraps around the ball, down, doesn't get the shot, and Fifi thought somebody had to save. What is going on?
That second miss error, just a misread off that bounce down.
What?
And that hurts to have it so close to going in the net.
They worked so hard. And still came up empty-handed.
We'll have another chance here. 61 boosts. Pass center. Fifi was just a little out of his reach. You saw that read from J-Bot. He hopped on that intercept real early. Oath with a hard bang. Wanted the boost, but he lost possession as a result. Wonder if another option might have been more optimal there.
2v1.
No goal from Zookeepers. They are, remind you, at match point right now. If Zookeepers get this goal. Oh my God!
Oh!
That rolls just in the side there. Wasn't sure if it'd be saved.
And Astro came in for the follow-up. I do believe there was some bumps on the play leading up to that shot. Vibrants were just taking the boost, being aggressive, and with 35 seconds left, it might just take this game and force a game 7. If he needs to get that save, he does find contact and still continues to move forward. The clear game, now the 50. Things are working out for Vibrants. They're not going out without a fight.
There's almost a chance, 15 seconds left. They just have to hold off. Maybe another shot.
Zookeepers need something.
Flick, stopped. Good intercept by Fifi. 0 seconds left. That touches the ground, and we go to a game 7. And I found the solution.
Yes.
Look at.
Let's hear it.
Oh, never mind. They woke up. The camera was frozen, and it looked like one of the players had their eyes closed. They just had to close their eyes and use the force, right?
Oh,
and
man.
that's all Vibrants
my favorite
needed.
strategy. I love that strategy. And you know what else I love besides closing your eyes while playing in the middle of a game? Getting the follow-ups. I don't even know how that one went in, though. To be honest with you, we're looking at the replays here.
Yeah.
Astro came in with the clutch, and I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I wonder if Bambi would have had the save here.
Well, Bambi got bumped back towards the net, and he certainly would have had the save. He certainly would have had the save, so maybe some panic coming out from Zookeepers. And you don't want to blame J-Bot too much. I'm sure the communication did come through that Bambi got bumped, so maybe J-Bot was trying to compensate. That one was just a hard situation to leave.
It really was. Well, I think that was Tool off the backboard that jumped across. But here's the thing: you see a shot coming in, you have to. That wasn't Tool's fault at all. Tool got the touch, but you don't know that Bambi's recovered or not in that situation. So, yeah, it was tough. It was close, but this is what we wanted, Turtle. We asked for a close series.
Let's go. Let's go.
Set 1 is already going into a game 7 here. This is why we made sure to tell you that both of these teams are deserving of this. It's just a matter of who shows up on this specific day. And both teams are showing up. We want it to go to 21 games, and it's looking like it may just do that. Game 7, Vibrants, Zookeepers fighting for a contract with Beasley Esports. This will be the first set of potentially 3 once this game is done.
And you could tell that Vibrants wanted to disrupt all of Zookeeper's rotations, and the man behind that strategy was Fifi. He was getting demos left and right. Maybe he'll be going for that now in this game himself, as we do get a pause, another player disconnect happen on the field, but we're going to get right back into the action. And thankfully, there was nothing. You know, we've had a lot of these disconnects, but there's not been any goals as a result. So I think we're getting a little bit lucky here whenever these accidents and mistakes.
Hey, well, we got to give a
weird
shout
bugs
out.
happen.
Mods are on point.
Oh, yeah.
Furtiv's in
Shout out
there. He's
Furtiv.
like, boom, boom.
Furtiv's a beast, man. A beast.
No, it's going pretty smooth dealing with what we got to deal with here. But you know, everyone's on board, though. Everyone knows what has to be done. We head ourselves back to a kickoff. Reset to that position there. A couple seconds added back on the clock as well, and we're ready to start it off again. Game 7, basically like we just started.
Oh, yeah. Here comes Oath. That was a good kickoff there. Setting up his teammate, maybe going for a back left. Bambi looks to get it clear, and Zookeepers aren't able to get those slower touches. You can see Bambi is going for this, but Astro's aware that Zookeepers like to have that slower approach on their clears, and instead opts to wait for that challenge. But a booming clear puts some pressure towards Vibrants, and we've got a little bit of kickball back and forth.
Oh, that pressure, though. Look at him. He's just in there. He is mad. He's like, we should not be in a game 7. We should have this one by now.
Well, I mean, that was Fifi last match. Fifi got like 6 demos on the field, and Zookeepers couldn't recover. But J-Bot, okay. It's just bloody on the pitch.
That's the worst one, because you know a player's coming up behind you. You're like, maybe I could just get okay, never mind. Yeah. I should have gone sooner.
It's so frustrating, because your last look at it as 3 players jump towards the ball from Zookeepers. What is happening? This is
boost steals.
As crazy a game of 7, or as crazy of a game 7 as we could ask for.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of boost steals now here from Vibrance. They've kind of turned around that Zookeeper strat on themselves. I think he got that one too. I saw it just spawn. So they should be able to hold midfield in all honesty. Now they'll back off.
Bambi maybe a solo play to get Tool set up in the midfield as he goes off the corner. J-Bot pre-jumped so early but misread the bounce, and he's left Bambi in such a tough situation. And Oath, I don't know what the pause was there. Maybe going for a pinch shot, but opted to not go for the midfield pass.
Yeah, I think he was thought to go for the shot, saw that it was covered, wanted to pinch across, hoping his teammate would just be able to get there fast.
Interesting.
Yeah, ultimately the wrong call, but I think I can see what he was going for.
Yeah, definitely. J-Bot, the rotation back after the
What a
double off
save.
the post. Oh my goodness. This is a action-packed game 7.
Yeah, no kidding. There's one!
Oh.
Bounces off 3 players. Tool's going to get credit as he sends that one home for the first goal of game 7.
I thought for a slight moment this was going to get saved. Oath dove across, even pre-flipped to get the pre-jump save in, and it just narrowly goes past the goal line. Zookeepers strike first in game 7. Still half the game left, about half the game left. The Vibrants have more than enough time to recover. See what they do.
Flip reset miss there. Fifi thinking that had happened because he had pre-jumped and used all his boost. Maybe now flick chance weak. Fifi pushed aside. Now push out here from Vibrance maybe. Oath has been leading that charge quite a bit. He knows how to move fast, and he's trying to be that disruptor.
There's Bambi. Maybe off the backboard, a double tap. The whiff does come out. Cool, another miss. Some weird mechanics here from Zookeepers, but they have managed to maintain possession. Astros last back, the bump play comes out, but the shot was just ever so slightly too high. Oh my goodness, Zookeepers, they were within inches.
Yeah, J-Bot showing us exactly what Vibrance had been showing us. Always be useful, even on the play out. You're on that rotate out, do something useful. Another signature slow-mo dribble from J-Bot. Does get them onto the offense. Ooh, that might actually be rough. Maybe I gotten a better touch on that.
Ooh. Look at the slow clear from Fifi. Because he's taking that ball down and dribbling, he's preventing a lot of that boost starvation because his teammates have way more time to even collect a couple of pads. It can be that much of a difference. But Fifi now, maybe the bump on Tool, Oath off the backboard. If a shot had come out from Oath, I think that would have been a equalizing goal, but they're still trailing by 1. 1 minute left here, Lee.
Ah! How did that stay out, Astro? A rush back to net, goal line save. As you said, a minute left, down by a goal. Vibrance. It's still honestly looking all right on the field right now. I feel like they've definitely started, to get themselves in a bit of a groove here, because it has very much been back and forth. Chances for both teams. No finish. Fifi will try to follow. There's Oath right behind. Astro center. Shot. Now they need to keep the pressure. They need to keep that boost.
Oh, what a pass.
Oh, slow play. And a hard clear.
You see what Oath was going for there, trying to get a recovery and maybe cut into the ball, but they're still hunting for the equalizer. 10 seconds left. Otherwise, they lose the first best of 7. They need something off the corner. Maybe this could lead into a shot here from Fifi. Another corner pass, and J-Bot's going to slam it down. Zookeepers take the first game 7.
There it is. 1 point into the set of best of 3s here after taking the first best of 7. It went all the way to 7. We asked for a close series. Zookeepers and Vibrance are giving it to us.
That was crazy.
A lot on the line. They're showing that they're ready to fight tooth and nail. Both teams having to make some adjustments along the way as well.
And that one hurts for Vibrance because they looked really solid, even in that game 7. I thought we were going to see an equalizer. Certainly, there was about 2.5 minutes left whenever they went down 1-0. And they continued to move forward with some pressure. The slower dribbles out of defense, I love to see that. And you just think what would have happened if they were given maybe 20, 30 more seconds on that last drive forward. But doesn't even matter, at least for Zookeepers, because they were able to handle it. They bounced back after winning, I believe, 3 games in a row. They got things kind of flipped on them. Vibrance started destroying them with the demos, which we didn't see in Game 7. But then Zookeepers still fought back and took the series.
But the fact that it was such close games too, like 1-0s half the time here, just shows how difficult it's been for both of these teams to find themselves those opportunities on the offense to actually sink the ball away. Both teams know how mechanical plays happen, so they interfere with those. Now they're all set to find other plays. Maybe go for passing. We try demos. It's been so difficult for either team to find those chances. I am glad to see, though, in my opinion, Vibrance back in a flow right now. We mentioned a few times that it looked like they might be struggling a couple times to find that flow state. We know that team relies heavily on that flow when they're on offense, that creative play, using every moment to be involved in something. So seeing them back in it makes me very happy for them, because it means we're going to continue, Turtle, to get a close series in our next set.
And while Vibrance didn't win that best of 7, the first best of 7, I was happy to see them force a Game 7 against Zookeepers, because they initially got reverse swept from Nefarious, and I didn't think that with how that final match, or Game 5, excuse me, went with Nefarious, I didn't think that Vibrance, had they been given another opportunity, would have been able to fight back mentally. But here they proved that they could bounce back even after losing 3 games in a row, force a Game 7. It didn't go their way, but they still look solid. So I expect this one to get maybe even a trade. We can see Vibrance now take the second Game 7, or excuse me, the second best of 7, and even things up here, Leaf. I think that's 100% possible.
Yeah, no, I really can see Vibrance taking this in the next set, because this was close. This was awesome. This was fun. Rocket League, we've seen both teams try to really sort out what to do, and the actual adjustments coming along have been phenomenal. But they have a few moments to do that while we go to a break. You guys get filled up on your snacks from HEB and refill, or just open up. I guess you can't refill it. Open up a new Nerd Focus and stay with us, because right after this, the search continues.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a sec. I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
All right, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah, man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the search for the next Rocket League team. We are handfuls deep into our final match here of the day. We have already gone through a best of 7 between Vibrance and Zookeepers, and what a match it was. Thankfully, I have my snacks here with HEB to keep me filled up during the broadcast.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about us too.
I guess we're not snacks, Leaf.
They sent me
don't worry, they're out of stock. We sold out at HEB. We are hot demand, so that's why.
If you guys are ever in Texas, make sure to check it out. Hopefully, when lands come back, hopefully, maybe we'll get to back to the Lone Star State, my hometown. We have a tweet to read here from the Lone Star Vanguard. 2 monster teams duking it out in the finals of the hashtag search. Zookeepers and Vibrance to enter. Only one will take home the crown and be the newest hashtag RLCS team. LSV is a community organization that supports the Outlaws. They have chapters in San Antonio, Houston, Dallas as well. So it's just a group of community members that have gone and contracted before to help with the Outlaws activations. And so hopefully they will have a new team to cheer on in the future. So thanks so much for helping out the broadcast, guys. Okay, next, best of 7. Lots of talking points here. Vibrance looked good early on, but Zookeepers were able to bring 3 games back. Vibrance got 1 at the end there to bring it to a 7th game, but Zookeepers eventually had that clutch factor to bring it forward. To me, it feels like Vibrance always starts out strong, but then they just kind of start slipping or their opponent gets adapted. I'm really not sure how to pick this through, because we saw this before with Vibrance losing the first series, but then they just came back even stronger in their next best of set. Turtle, what are your thoughts on this?
I would have to agree. I think that Vibrance always looked like the stronger team in the beginning, and they start out looking fantastic, but things start to shift because Zookeepers, obviously, with the experience that they have in the RLCS, and the way Rocket League competitively works is it's just constant adjustments to your rotation. So one team might be dominant against another, but then that losing team will start to shift their play style a little bit, maybe get a little bit more aggressive or more patient. A lot of times is what we did see from Zookeepers. Those patient clears were coming into effect. And Vibrance were struggling to respond. And they did respond after Zookeepers won 3 games in a row, and they changed their play style. Vibrance were going for more demos, more physical plays, but that was the only adaptation we saw. We need to see more from Vibrance, more willingness to change things up, to swap up some roles, maybe send Oath a little bit farther back. They can't rely on the same strategy every single game because it's going to get stale. And of course, Zookeepers, they're going to recognize it and they're going to exploit it.
Well, I hope the teams are taking their breaks in between these best of 7s, because I know that we are with our Nerd Focus here, presented by...
Wait, hold on. This is what I did yesterday, right?
See, you've got the 0 calorie one today, which is actually
Dude, it's so... How did I do this yesterday?
Tape it up there.
Please do not break your microphone during grand finals. Okay. Perfect. Just don't move and stay like that for the rest of
Yeah,
the
be careful. Turtle's booming voice might knock it over. There might be enough vibrations from that.
I don't trust that. I'm scared.
All right, good vibrations aside, it's Zookeepers to take the very first series leaf. Going into this next one, you know, I would really like to speak upon how mentally taxing it is to play a best of 7 in Rocket League, let alone play a best of 7 at a high level, let alone play a best of 7 at a high level for a contract position that could change your life. It is just, if you lose focus for half a second, you get scored on. I want you to talk a little bit about that mentality coming forward here.
Yeah, so I think it is tough when you're putting pressure like this, especially knowing most of these games have been 1 goal apart. Right, so 1 goal is potentially separating you from the next. Sometimes you start to focus in on that, and what you're not doing at that point is actually paying attention to your teammates' positions, the boost timings, all that stuff. So focusing in on the wrong things and not allowing your mind to be focused on the task at hand can really be detrimental. For Vibrance, I do feel like we saw that. We saw a point, and we saw how many car changes were happening, requests were happening.
Yeah.
That it did feel like that flow was lost, and the players are trying to get that flow back. And it is hard if you're not in flow state and staying in flow state. It's very easy to lose it. It could be something as simple as a car horn going off beside you in the parking lot, right? That just pulls you out of that moment, that you're not focused. You didn't see that opponent just picked up 3 small pads. So now when you're in a 1v1, you don't realize how much boost that player has, right? So it's all these small things. Losing any bit of focus can really cause a problem. And we saw that. I think they got it back. I will say I think Zookeeper's mental aptitude here was a little stronger in the long run. I do feel like they had a better ability to bring themselves back and keep themselves strong throughout the game.
Well, I think the match is ready, and instead of getting y'all's predictions for this next best of, we're just going to go right into it to avoid any flip-floppers, aka Craftman, who will not be named on the podcast.
I'm not flip-flopping. Don't worry. I'm staying.
No flip-flopping here.
That's a lie.
But the match is ready. We have our next best of 7 and potentially match point for the Zookeepers. It's going to be Vibrance and Zookeepers, and on the call, it'll be Turtle and Lee. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Fickle. As he just said, Turtle, this could be the end. If Zookeepers win this next best of 7, that's 2 in the best of 3, and they take that contract. So for Vibrance coming into this, as Fickle was making sure we pointed out, this is pressure now for that team. When we saw 100%. It be a little problem for them before, I wonder, Turtle, how they're going to handle it now.
I mean, there is a luxurious, beastly esports contract just lurking in the distance. These teams can see it. They feel the pressure. They've got to be feeling it at this point. And we've got kickoff. We're going to see who's going to take first game with confidence. So what are you going to say, Lee? Huh?
It's like a cage match. And I really wish we had a modded map where the contract is hanging from the top, or a ladder match or whatever.
And it's like
they have to get it.
The old school style where it's kind of crumpled up a little bit. It looks like it was like found in like some treasure chest.
Yeah, it's written on parchment paper.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, he sees the contract. I think this man is practicing some visualization. He's imagining that the back of the net has the contract, and he's doing everything he can to knock it down from those shackles.
Well, this is the thing. We saw Oath really forcing himself to get in that flow last series. By the end of it, the last 2 games, man was just driving straight at the ball and other players. Very not surprised to see that coming again. Oath with another one. 2 goals in the first 30 seconds for this beast.
And look at him just keep going. He sees his opportunities. Tool actually went for the boost instead of the ball in that situation. Didn't think Oath was going to keep driving forward, but never underestimate Oath and his ability to just chase that ball, because he is going to be aggressive. He's going to be a very annoying player to deal with, and he's going to be in your face 99% of the time.
It's a good start for Vibrance here in game 1 of the second set of best of 7 here. And they need this because they have to win this best of 7, keep themselves alive in the search for the next Rocket League team.
Well, it's very reminiscent of how the original, or the first best of 7
true.
started. It was Oath being aggressive, Zookeepers, 4 shots. That one was pretty solid, but Oath had the pre-jump save, and no sweat drops down from his forehead.
No answers yet from the Zookeepers. I don't expect that to last for too long, though. Maybe through game 1, maybe not through game 2, though. As they'll certainly start to find some answers. Bit of confusion around midfield here. J-Bot just tries to buy time in the corner. But Astro actually stole the boost and keeps that ball on the orange half of the field.
I believe Astro also swapped car designs. Okay, so never know. Maybe this is the
Oath
one.
did too, yeah.
This is the one. Wait, what was? Oh yeah, Oath did.
Oath
swap
had the
car
SSL
design.
on before, yeah. Now he's got
Absolutely.
BDS, I think.
That is Solary. How dare you?
Solary, sorry.
How dare you? No.
I'm not an RLCS analyst.
Yeah, hey, come on, man. Fifi, nice little save there off the backboard. Fifi was the main guy who was changing up his playstyle. Maybe he's going to be the guy who also continues to adapt and change what he's doing. This is a nice shot there from Astro. Crossbar and down. The follow-up there as the third man. Looked effortless.
Yeah, Astro just went up confidently with that. Bar down ski. There's no way Bambi was saving that. He was waiting to see if that bounced out, but certainly it did not. It went into the net. Great placement there on that shot, and a 3-goal lead. Now for Boys in Blue, Vibrance taking control of the second best of 7.
Another slow start from Zookeepers. Haven't seen too much of them. The shots have been solid, but I think back to the first best of 7 in the beginning, all of the striking from Zookeepers was really off. But what worked out for them as they continued to develop that play style was the midfield passes. They were using each other to get clears forward, small little 1-2 taps, and then booming clear afterwards to keep, I believe it was, to keep Vibrance on their toes.
Past the halfway mark, it's still an answer yet to be seen from the Zookeepers. Sometimes a little break is all you need to either steal your opponent's momentum or
Bambi,
get your own.
there it
And
is.
Bambi does give themselves an answer, though.
And initially, I was actually going to roast this shot here coming through from Tool as it was weak again, but the recovery and the positioning of Bambi was spot on. He knew that the save was going to come out and predicted exactly where the clear would go. The recovery and then the follow-up on that shot was beautiful. There's a chance, 2 minutes, but with how strong Vibrance have looked, it's going to be difficult.
J-Bot's a little out of position. That might be a chance for Astro to pounce.
Oh, the miss? What is this?
I don't want to even talk about it.
I don't know what miss you're talking about. What my screen, I turn on my monitor. Can you see anything?
Can everybody press X to skip?
I don't know.
I'm doing it.
Skip what? There's not even a replay going on.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
I'm watching a game.
That's crazy, but 4-1 Vibrance. Strong performance, man. This team, it's like you get the worst aggression and performance whenever you're up against Vibrance in the first few games, because my goodness, how do you deal with these guys? They're on fire right away in this first or second even match.
Yeah, no, this is an explosive beginning to the second set, and that's what they needed, man. They needed that confidence. Apparently, all the decal changes are the meta. Why was Astro there?
I don't even. So he went for the challenge, then he was going to try and take the boost.
Oh, maybe he was going for
and
a
then-
demo.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
He turned around.
Maybe that could be a key strategy, is to extend their rotations a bit. I mean, if he was doing that with the demos, maybe you need Astro to clean it up a little bit. And I think I think this is where Vibrants are their best, where Oath isn't as aggressive as he was earlier on. He's letting Astro and Fifi push up way more. Like right there for Astro, that was a little bit of what Oath does a lot, but instead we got Astro being aggressive.
Hey, I mean, if that's what they needed, I'm sure they're saying we'll take that. All three of them I've seen be good. Fifi's shown that he's great with his air control. Oath, that aggression and cutting in is so good. And if Astro's getting involved too, Zookeepers definitely have a big threat on their hands.
Yeah.
And that's shown with the scoreline.
It's a big statement here for Vibrants. They just lost the first best of 7, and they might be feeling a little down on themselves, but then you come out in game 1, 5-1. You've shut down Zookeepers in nearly every department of the game. You've gotten demos through, but hold on a second. Maybe we get one for the road here from Tool. Doesn't find the follow-up. And some interesting plays here as this first game unfolds.
I don't know if you saw Oath. Oath was getting a flip reset off the ceiling on his rotation back to defense. Like, he wasn't involved in a play at all. He's just like, I'm just going to keep my mechanics warmed up as I go back. I'm not sure what's going on there, but Zookeepers are definitely going to need a moment to think. So let's give them a Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
First one, and a statement
Oh, yeah.
going out to Vibrants right now, Turtle. This is a 5-1 win for our second best of 7 here. Zookeepers, of course, taking the first one, but we wanted to go the distance, and this might be the case here.
It's almost like Vibrants get frustrated and annoyed whenever they start losing, and for whatever reason, that makes them play even better whenever they first
They just start going.
Exactly. I mean, they lost the first game against Nefarious, and then they won the next 2 best of 5. That's ridiculous to have that kind of comeback and stamina. Because normally whenever you get beat in a game 7, you're exhausted, but that is not really having any effect on Vibrants.
So what's the answer? I mean, do Zookeepers go back to what they had to do in the first set and just start boost starving? Like, is that their solution?
I mean, if they even can get on offense, I miss those slow clears from Zookeeper. Even that touch right there from Tool, it's really not calculated or going to anybody. Even J-Bot in that corner. And then he tries to get the boost. I don't think he was able to get it yet. He missed the boost steal. His teammates do keep up the pressure, but J-Bot's forced to go all the way back, and now Vibrants can go on offense. So slower touches, bring the ball down, and I think maybe you could implement a better strategy then because of that slow pace up against Vibrant.
We'll see if they have a solution coming into game number 2. Because they don't want to let the score get carried away like they did before, but at this pace, it just might.
And they're slipping on the defensive side. You're right, Fifi with some speed in the midfield. J-Bot came crashing in. It did look like he could have found an angle to find a touch, but it was difficult nonetheless. And Zookeepers, they still struggle to maintain or at least acquire a lead early on in this game.
Yeah, it looked like J-Bot expected maybe even a bit more speed, and he didn't want to be behind the block.
Yeah.
So ends up as a result being behind the block.
Well, Fifi with the bump. And then the 50-50. Vibrants have been destroying Zookeepers on the challenge game with the speed. Astro's getting this follow-up, forcing J-Bot to have an awkward touch. Just look at that challenge even there from Fifi. We didn't see that whenever Zookeepers were gaining momentum earlier on.
Oh, we're certainly seeing it now. Astro tries to pinch that out. Fifi still pounces on it, even though it wasn't the most optimal touch out. But,
Here's that slow play. Here's that slow play. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted, Leave.
Hey, you called it too. J-Bot on the run down. A little help from Bambi, but boom.
Oh,
keep that low. Don't bring it up the wall.
That first touch around the player, that was so satisfying to watch from J-Bot. The Staple Ones player in this lobby. Everybody has seen him compete in a lot of those 1v1 tournaments. He's proven his worth not only as a threes player, but now as a 1v1 player, and he's doing the same thing again. He's keeping it to himself. This is what I like from Zookeepers. They look their best when they're keeping control of this ball.
The answer comes just over a minute and a half into game number 2, with the first game going to Vibrance. First series going to Zookeepers, but they did not want to let Vibrance carry this one away. They're looking to end this, grab that contract in 2 sets rather than 3. They might be able to do that. They can take control of game 2 and keep that momentum going forward.
Oh, and look at J-Bot again. He keeps it slow, forces the 50 in the midfield. But wait, that's a poor challenge. Oath is, of course, in the perfect spot. Has this man ever been in the wrong position when a 50-50 goes their way? And
that'll be an interesting one, too, because I think the goal went in after the DCs. Very curious. I think they're going to sort that out. So we'll find out an answer for that in just a moment. Goals not count. So that's been taken back to a tie game. And I think both teams were agreeing with that as well. So that's good sportsmanship, I think, all around here. But it's such an interesting thing. I think everyone knows what they're dealing with right now, right? So.
Oh, man. I love the response, too, from Vibrance. Shout out to Vibrance for being good sportsmanship here, because we had Oath saying, if he was there, I would have put it top left, though, as
He's
a joke.
confident.
Yeah.
He's like, I still would have scored it. But,
Absolute legends, yeah. But we're going to even this one up. That goal is not going to count, and we're all friends here, Luke, okay?
Yeah.
There's
Well, I
no
think
bad blood.
that's the other thing, too, is, like, especially coming into this, like, Beasley's got to know that this is great that they're getting players on both sides that are great sportsmen. About all this too, right? Like these are not just your angry teenagers playing video games yelling at you. These are good guys that understand competitive. They respect the rules. They respect the scenario that they're put in, and they're being respectful to each other. And that's real cool to see from all these players. But confidence too, again, from and he almost gets us there. Almost gets it right back.
I was scared for a minute. I thought that he was going to find that back of the net, especially after the kickoff. That would have been hilarious. Imagine he's like, you know what? Let me just prove to them that I can do it again. But Bambi was the player who DC'd. He's back in the game. Things are flowing back to normal, and the scoreline is currently 1-1. The scoreboard, will correct itself in a moment here, but it is 1-1, all tied up here. Zookeepers trying to fight back and even up this series, but they're not going to be able to do so if Fifi is on the pitch and scoring bangers like this.
Yeah, well, now the scoreboard is correct.
Yeah, now we don't need to touch anything. Perfect.
Yeah. Production knew. They're like, no, they're going to score. That's how it will correct itself.
Yep. They can see the future.
Well, we do get it back to a lead here for Vibrance. And Zookeepers. I'd look for an answer off this kickoff. Ooh. Bambi, patient, good. Otherwise, that could have been a deadly double commit.
I want to see more demos come out of Zookeepers. We need to see more aggression. That control does happen, which is what I was asking for originally. But I think my perfect Zookeeper goal at this point is J-Bot goes in for a slower play, maybe a little bit of a dribble, and you've got that first man forward going for a demo, because you're wasting time on the slow play, giving your teammates time to get a demo in, get a boost steal in, and then J-Bot has a flick off the backboard and potentially get that cleanup through. Zookeepers, we saw that strategy plenty of times. Maybe we see it again.
What a drop down. J-Bot loving the creativity on the offense. Unfortunately, doesn't result in a goal for them, but I feel like J-Bot's feeling it right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when is J-Bot not feeling it? This man has stepped up time and time again for his team, and there's no doubt in my mind that he can step up again here in this second series. He won the first one, but it's going to be hard because players on the other field, Fifi, he's been stepping up. Hasn't been the Oath show the entire time here, Lee.
Oh. Somehow that gets sent back out to midfield, close off the crossbar. Almost a third goal there for Vibrance. And that's, in my opinion, an example of one of those demos that might not have been optimal. You saw the player chasing there when his teammates didn't have really any offensive pressure.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it didn't for them result in anything. But I think with 20 seconds left, they are just looking for a desperation goal at this point. You may as well send it all, you know.
And you can even see Fifi. We're talking about aggression. He's bumping J-Bot and just trying to do something here to throw off Zookeepers. Waste time. Final 7 seconds. Zookeepers need one opportunity, anything, to give themselves a chance here. Otherwise, they're going to go down 0-2, and they do just that. Vibrance looking strong.
Yeah. That was, for Vibrance, a happy turnaround. They got their goal back here. Zookeepers very close to finding a solution. Very reminiscent of the other set. I think they're going to need another break. Let's go to our HEB game break.
Thank you for tuning in to the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by HEB. We are down to the final teams and excited to see who your next Rocket League team will be.
Now taking a look here at the replays, Mr. LeafX. I was excited. I think that a lot of plays that we saw from Vibrance were much different. We're not seeing Oath be as aggressive. That's one thing that I keep noticing. He doesn't want to push himself too far forward with his extension in that rotation. He's almost put a leash on himself. You know what I mean? So that his teammates can do a little bit of the work.
Yeah, no, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Ultimately, I just want to change shift and talk about overall what I'm seeing from both teams in the scenario that they're in right now. This is a heavy pressure situation, and I do feel like nobody's really holding back. I think we saw maybe a bit of nerves maybe from Zookeepers in that first round, but I feel like that's changed a little bit now. I think both teams have really found confidence on the field, and now we're starting to see both teams really handle the pressure that's on them to win this contract and secure that dub. For Zookeepers, they want to do it now, but Vibrance, they know they have a long journey ahead of them still.
Oh my goodness, Astro almost starting things off with a banger, a double tap attempt off the backboard, but they still got pressure if Oath can get this pass out into the midfield, but Bambi has other plans, and right away we see Vibrance with that same level of speed that's been so effective at beating out every single player on Zookeepers.
Oh, that actually would have been a good 2 misses there. Oh, that was risky too. He was the last man back. That would have been quite the scenario had he not gotten that 50, but he did.
Oh, a miss from Bambi. Pretty awkward place here from Zookeepers. And I haven't seen as many passes. If you remember back to that first series, Leaf, Zookeepers started going for those little passes in between each other on defense, even into the midfield. I haven't seen too much of that. They are more focused on the challenges, which is understandable because they've got so much aggression. Maybe Tool can get the follow-up. The first touch was just too far forward, and he couldn't keep it within a solid striking distance.
First minute by, no goals. The Zookeepers certainly are trying here. Demo is going to buy a little more time for Vibrance on the way out. Another demo. And that's a lot of time for them on the way out. Beefy just with a bit of pressure. Oath with the follow-up. Astro's going to have to deal with J-Bot. He tries for a touchdown, and it goes a little wide, forcing Tool on an awkward shot.
Does seem like we've found ourselves in the exact same position as the previous series after the first 2 games. Vibrance look to be the better team. Zookeepers are slowly figuring things out, slowly cracking the armor, adjusting their playstyle, and learning how to counter this new Vibrance offense that's regenerated a lot of energy. And with demos and aggression, Zookeepers finally seem to lift that curse and create some sustainable offense.
Yeah, a little deja vu here. Best of 7-1. Vibrance up 2 in the series, and then they turned around for Zookeepers. They finally grabbed themselves a dub, and then we went back and forth from there on out to get us to a Game 7. So hopefully Vibrance.
I can't see that happening. I just can't see the repeat of the first series.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They've got to take this series. I just
hoping
can't
they
see a
don't,
world where they don't.
like, realize it's happening and start overthinking things a little bit. Otherwise, it might happen.
I think that's what I would do if I was in Vibrance's shoes right here. If you lose this game, I'm like, oh no, this is what happened last time. Why does this keep happening to us? That's what they keep saying. They see J-Bot downfield, and they are terrified. Look at this banger of a shot J-Bot put in.
Yeah, I think Astro thought he had enough time to turn back to the net. He most certainly did not. And that was a banger.
Either way he timed that flip, that was perfect.
That was great. Expects J-Bot.
You're right. James Bot is proud. Proud father sitting back. Beefy. Ooh. Here's the thing, though, Leaf. Vibrance,
what's the
they don't adjust, right? So we've got Zookeepers now starting to warm up, get pretty hot, striking with a lot more power. How do Vibrance respond? Before, Fifi was getting way more demos, and that's how they threw Zookeepers off. What is going to be the answer this time? They've got to change something up.
The answer
Let's hear it.
is going to be
Say it.
get J-Bot in a Rule 1.
Yes.
And then 2v2 them.
Yes, it's genius.
That's the only solution.
Coach Leaf.
That's why I'm an analyst.
Exactly. Oh, no. That's a double move.
Yeah, but they're still fine, I think. Minute 30. No answers, though.
The Breeze said, ooh, Tool. Might have taken the shot away from Bambi, but you got to get those freestyles in.
All right. Okay. I was hoping he'd hold that close, to be honest. I feel like he kind of just gave that one away.
I mean, you could be feeling the nerves. This is the same situation. The same thing happened in the first series.
Uh-huh.
Question is, does Vibrance have, potentially a coach in there to keep their spirits up? How are they recovering mentally? Maybe a goal here could spark things up for Vibrance, but it's saved away from Bambi, and a solid 50-50 will at least waste a couple of more seconds. But the pass to Fifi and saved from J-Bop, with the recovery from Astro. He's there to finish things off and just bring it within one.
And this is something Astro's been so good at, just positioning themselves right in the perfect spot in the slot there for those cleanup goals. We saw it, before when I'm like, why is he there? He had that quick turn. He knows where to be in that box to make sure he can get those cleanup goals. So Astro in the right spot to get themselves on the board. 30 seconds left. It's a chance for them to bring this one back. But, Zookeepers are looking good.
Yeah. Plenty of time, though. Got a few shots here, a couple of opportunities. 30 seconds is a lot to work with. You can definitely get passes in the midfield, but if you're just plainly hitting him off the backboard, you're going to give Tua all this time in the world. Then he gets the pinch off the sidewall. Even more valuable seconds taken off the clock, and J-Bot, a big clear, but we've come down to the final seconds, Leaf.
Yes, we have an Oath. Puts it center
way.
for Fifi.
Fifi.
Oh, Astro! He tried so hard. And they almost had the 0-second goal. They got so close.
Oh, my goodness.
They are definitely, Turtle, going to need a moment to focus up, which brings us right into our Nerd Focus game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
Now, Vibrance looking to try to steal that one back. There's a bit of pain in there, I think, from the last moment. Good stop from Zookeepers.
Yeah.
They all dove at that one at the last second, but we're seeing, as I said, some deja vu from our first set of 7 there.
Yeah.
Our first best of 7. This is what happened. Vibrance grabbed the first 2, looking super dominant, and all of a sudden the Zookeepers found a solution and bounced back. And we talked about it mid-game. We do not want Vibrance thinking about that, because that could ultimately self-prophesize and bring forward that truth.
When at this point, you 100% are thinking, okay, this is exactly what happened before. How do we change this next game coming up so we get at least a little bit of a different outcome, something to switch things up? It was Fifi getting the demos. This time, Oath was the one who left the game to maybe get a card change, something, a decal swap, anything to break that curse and to go for a little bit of a placebo effect. But Vibrance, their back's not necessarily against the wall, but they don't want to follow along in the same path that the first series went.
We'll see how she goes here. Game 4 of our second best of 7. First one went to Vibrance. Now in this best of 7, to Zookeepers. Now in this one, Vibrance take the lead. Zookeepers bouncing back with a dub of their own.
Oh, I think it's J-Bot maybe being a bit more aggressive. J-Bot's opted out to go for the rotation that ends up leading him to the ball, and he'll instead go for the corner boost, and they're going for that starvation play again on Vibrance. That's what you mentioned a lot before. Yeah. Just take the boost, grab those corners, and eventually an opportunity will present itself.
That's literally what they did last time. got themselves back in the series, and Vibrance has to see that happening. They have to know what, because they did bounce back themselves too by the end of that last best of 7, that last set. So I'm wondering if they can get themselves back in earlier here. Astro cannot get the clear that he wanted. By Tool, get out of here. J-Bot's keeping a lot of pressure on, though.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and then Bambi's going for that little bump play, letting the opponent land on his car and throw him off. But now moving forward, taking the midfield boost, J-Bot gets to clear out, and Bambi was in position, but Fifi, you love to see them reading the plays well. I think Vibrance have always been doing that solid, and that's reading the passes, getting in those lanes, finding the interceptions. But if you don't have the boost, sometimes you can't even manage to get up in the air. J-Bot flies through, doesn't make contact, and there's a lot of space on the field for Vibrance to work with.
Yeah, at the same time, one of their players is without boost in the corner there. That's Oath. So they didn't really have much chance to keep a lot of midfield pressure on, and that's
if
still
there's a player
truth.
you want to starve out, it's got to be Oath.
I think he finally got a corner there, which will be nice. But yeah, you're right. If he's out, you need to pounce on that quick.
Ooh, that one looked like it was going to slip in. Shot from Tool. Last second heroics forced out of Vibrance in their defense, and then a miss from Tool. This is a weird 1v1 situation. They opted for the pass from Fifi, or to Fifi rather, but it didn't work out, and we are neck and neck. Things have leveled out. It started out with Zookeepers having all the momentum, but Vibrance are battling back.
Past the halfway mark, no goals from either team. Bunch of goose eggs sitting up there on the scoreboard. There's one. No, Fifi is going to crank one home. Where did that even come from?
This was an immaculate shot. He got the perfect amount of speed on this ball. You barely touch it, barely find the redirect, but you gain so much speed with your shot if you hit it in that exact way. Fifi, a huge moment there for Vibrance as they take the lead.
That placement, too, is just... There was nowhere else that could have snuck by that last defender. That angle was cut down pretty tight. Credit to Fifi. The banger of a shot there. Vibrance in the lead now, trying to make sure that set number 2 doesn't end up like the first one had. Because if it does, that's Zookeepers taking the contract with Beasley Esports. Vibrance ain't having none of that.
It's almost like Vibrance want to feel that added pressure. Maybe they perform better, actually, and you can tell things are working out. Astro slips this one under the goalkeeper from Zookeepers and brings it now within 2 instead of 1.
Oh, J-Bot, he almost had that, too. Just barely. Even it did bounce out, though. There might have been another player, but Astro did put that in such a tough-to-reach spot. 2-goal lead, 2 minutes left. They can't let up yet. Zookeepers will pounce on that opportunity.
See what happens, though. J-Bot throws one towards the net, forcing the defense to make some last-second saves. Astro is moving forward, and we haven't seen Oath be super aggressive. Again, they're keeping Oath back, and they're letting players like Astro be aggressive. Look at this flip into the forward half of the field, and he's just being aggressive, taking that aggressor role. You love to see it.
Well, look how fast they're getting up, too. Fifi jumped on that so quick. Even to get that ball out before, it was Oath that did jump out off the defensive half. That got that clear, and off a kickoff. It's looking like game 1 again.
Now 4-0 here, as it looks like Vibrance are going to get themselves to match point in the next game if we don't see anything from Zookeepers.
Yeah. That one was more of, I think, a mistake off the read off the corner there from one of the Zookeepers, but of course, you know Vibrance is going to pounce on that.
I also don't see a world now where Zookeepers, because they're basically going to be forced to win what would be a normal sweep in a best-of-5 if Vibrance do take this individual game. That's going to be so difficult, but hey, anything is possible.
That's a good way to start
it. Tool's trying to build some momentum and some hype early on.
Great pass,
What a pass. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a banger of a pass cross there. Ground pinch. J-Bot floats to the ground.
Leaf, what are the percentages, or what's the percentage that we get a Zookeeper's comeback in this game? 50 seconds left. What do you think?
3.68.
Okay. Solid. I love those odds. I'm taking them. I see the comeback.
I did the quick crunch.
Here we go. Never know, dude. Okay, never mind. It's slowly just, the numbers are just going down. Zookeeper's losing some energy. They're going to have to go back to the drawing boards and figure out just how they can counter a Vibrance offense that's not so reliant on Oath, but instead everybody as a unit. Oh, wait. Leave.
Okay, odds are now 33.33% repeating. Of course.
Okay, there's no way it's that high. I'd say like maybe 8% chance here we get a Zookeeper's comeback. Believe. Not because I'm biased. I don't want Zookeepers to win. I just want to see an OT. I'm here for some crazy Rocket League. Vibrance have looked beautiful on offense, and yep, that's going to do it. That's going to
do it. It's in fact, it's down to 0%.
Okay. Hey, man, you could go for a 2-point play here, but Vibrance, all jokes aside, they look absolutely like the better team. They started out pretty strong here, and while they've been faced with some weird J-Bot passes, they have held their own on defense.
What would you, in Rocket League, what would you consider like a 2-point, 3-point play? Like what would count?
Ooh, I'd say like if you get everybody involved in the goal, like, you know, like 1, 2, 3 passing play down the field.
Time limit?
Yeah, within like maybe 10, 15. No, within 8 seconds. Okay, I would consider that to be like a 2-point play.
That's a lot of time. 8 seconds is a lot of time.
Okay, 4 seconds. How about 4 seconds? We're still in 4. We come
four
forward
4.5.
Oh my goodness. Okay, 4.5 seconds. That's what we take.
All right. Okay. I can see that. What about like a Cookser pinch from your own half?
A Cookser pinch from your own half, that's a 2-point play. We take those, but it has to be behind the midfield line.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah.
I think that's possible. With how Vibrance have looked so far in this game, they have actually changed the course of this series. We aren't following along in the same trajectory. They take this win. Previously, Zookeepers had won this individual game and started that comeback, but Vibrance smack them back down and force a match point.
Oh, this is it. This is a gauntlet, man. We have 3 potential best-of-7s that need to be played. Whoever wins the most of those
Imagine we
best-of-7s.
go the distance in every single best-of-7.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
my
it's certainly possible here. As the first one did, the first best-of-7 ended up being in favor of Zookeepers, so that was why they're up 1-0 in the overall sets. Well, Vibrance is looking to do that here to tie it, to bring us to our 3rd best-of-7. We asked for 21 games coming into this. It's all for a contract with Beasley Esports, so why not make it go the distance? Vibrance could end it here as they bring themselves to match point of set number 2, but Zookeepers need 3 in a row. They want to take that contract now.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a good response here from Zookeepers. I want to see more out of Tool and Bambi. We did see a lot of magic from J-Bot, but we know certainly that his teammates are capable of some fantastic shots, some fantastic mechanics. You even see Bambi getting a little bit aggressive there. I just want to see them support J-Bot more. And we do talk about J-Bot a lot. I do know that Bambi and Tool, like I said, they have the capabilities to put in some crazy shots. We're just waiting for it. Oh,
to kick it off again, though. This man has been all over the field. Sometimes he's crushing defense. Sometimes just getting his team on the right foot.
I do believe that one came off of a demo. Awkward plays from Zookeepers. It seems kind of flat, very stagnant. I don't know, the speed isn't there, but wait, hold on. As I say that, Bambi, nice little immediate shut off the kickoff, but regardless, I don't know if you feel the same way, Lee, but it's slowed down like far too much from Zookeepers. The aggression, the pace, they're not matching that of Vibrant.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel like it has been an amp up, though, on the side of Vibrance. They're starting to flow a bit better, but I think that's because they do have a lot of boost. That's why I think you've seen J-Bot really focused on those corners. He does not want Vibrance to have boost, and he understands that that is the kryptonite right now. If you take that away, you break their flow, you have a better chance of getting yourself on that side, but they have such good defense shutting down everything from the Zookeepers.
That 50-50 right there from Fifi was crucial. He had one player behind him, one teammate behind him who was going to get the final save, but then he got taken out, and Fifi needed to get a touch, found a little bit of contact on the ball, and it was just enough to keep Vibrance in the lead and to hold on. Oh, what a shot! J-Bot high up in the air, forcing that defender to go for a pre-jump. And what a pass, too, off the backboard. But then you got to mention the speed from J-Bot to get up early.
The placement, the speed, the confidence, everything from J-Bot shows why he's a star player and why we keep talking about him. Because he's doing a lot of work for his team right now. So are the other two, but J-Bot's definitely got solid head right now of what needs to be done on the field.
Oh, but he's a little bit too slow on the defensive side. J-Bot, we just saw what speed he was capable of. He doesn't implement that here. It'll be a result of barely any boost. 17 in the tank going up to this challenge, and he was just far too out of position to make any contact.
Three minutes left. Match point of set number 2 here on the line. And on the hold for Vibrance if they can make sure that their opponents don't score any more goals. And I expect Vibrance to play maybe a little safer now. Make sure they control those back boosts. Because if they can control those, they can keep themselves... Their defense is pretty solid, so they control those back boosts. They got the lead, and they got this set.
There's a little piece of me, though, that is a bit fearful of a passive Vibrance now, because I feel like if Astro and Fifi decide to push back a little bit more because of what's on the line and the circumstance they're in at this moment. I mean, it's the match point of the series. They're trying to get this comeback and start it up here. Astro and Fifi could pull back, but that will mean we see an aggressive play style come out onto the field, and that did not work for them in the first series. So I'm a little bit cautious here, and I don't want to see that from Vibrance personally.
That's fair enough. Well, Astro looking for another to seal the deal here. Be able to find a play. Fifi does his best as well. We do have Oath finally moving in just to try to keep pressure while his teammates back up. That's kept out. Danger's not gone yet, though. Slow roller from Bambi. And Zookeepers just can't find a consistent offense there.
Yeah, and that slow touch from Bambi just it's not ideal whatsoever. You need to have something a little bit more thought out. But J-Bot is alone again, going for the 1v1 play. And he doesn't manage to take the corner boost. Fifi is listening to your advice, Leaf. They're trying to focus on their own corners and make sure they don't get starved out to at least stay alive here in the final minute.
I think it's important because even if you don't stay back there, just at least controlling those, knowing when to step back. Because in all honesty, if you lose control of those, it can slip very quickly into an offense-heavy push from the Zookeepers. Nice. Don't you love when you get those pinches on the wall where they go nowhere?
Yeah, and then you're just a little bit embarrassed on the field.
It's like, oh, okay, just let me drive away for a moment.
Doesn't make any sense how that even happens, honestly. But sometimes you get a bit unlucky, and 30 seconds left. If you're a fan of Vibrance, you're going to hope they don't get unlucky at all with any challenges. But a demo might play into effect here as Bambi takes them out. They don't get the flick, but they keep the pressure going forward.
Bambi's going to try setup. Does he keep it high? Flip reset. On target. Follow up. Astro in the net with a hard clear. 10 seconds left. That may have been their last opportunity to keep themselves alive in set number 2. 5 seconds left. It's looking like Vibrance is going to be taking this, bringing us to a third set if it touches the ground, and it does.
Vibrance, the comeback, adjusting their play style every single game and made sure they didn't repeat what happened in the first series, kept a strong play style, continued to be aggressive, and it was a movement as a unit, not just with Oath leading the way. It was all three of them, and you love to see it because this means we get another best of 7 coming up to decide who takes and acquires this Beasley Esports contract.
Well, we're not getting 21 games like we asked for. This one was
I'm not complaining, though.
A bit sooner. That's fine. Hey, the fact that we go the distance is key.
That's
but
right.
I'd have to say, man, now looking at this setup, Zookeepers, I think, are still in it. I think Zookeepers definitely have some answers. J-Bot's been putting in the work, setting up his team, allowing his team to start a lot of those pushes. But Vibrance definitely knows what Zookeepers are doing to shut them down and is doing their best to stop that. So both teams have a solution for this final set that I legitimately couldn't tell you who has the edge going into it.
Well, we had a great duo of Astro and Fifi. I'm looking at these replays and reflecting, and while I did mention it so often that Astro and Fifi were being more aggressive, I didn't realize just how much of an impact they had on the field with the passes between each other. They were moving down with clears back and forth to each other to open up some opportunities, so that was fantastic to see. Even here, we're looking at Astro toss that one up to Fifi, and the striking absolutely on point from Vibrance. Every single shot was hit with power, with pace, and it was pretty accurate. And while we did see some highlights from Zookeepers, it just wasn't enough. Simply put, it was not enough. They need to do more going to the next best of 7.
Yeah, I am glad for Vibrance, though, that they were able to avoid the pitfall of remembering what had happened in set 1 and falling into that trap, and they kept themselves strong in the game. They knew their game plan, and they stuck to it, because there was every possibility that they let themselves fall apart again and let Zookeepers sneak in to those corners, and they didn't let it happen. And that's some good mental fortitude to hold themselves strong in this second set, to pull out the dub better than Zookeepers had, and that might be a bit of a plus for them going into the next. They say, well, Zookeepers had to beat us in Game 7. We beat them in Game 5. Game 5. And that's confidence. And when Vibrance has confidence and boost, they are deadly. They are very threatening.
And this is what happened with Vibrance earlier on with Nefarious. It's weird how similar these teams can get with patterns and how they perform and what they do against others, because against Nefarious they got reverse swept and they destroyed them in the next 2 series moving forward in those best of 5. So we'll see if we do get another fantastic Vibrance performance. I would love to see Zookeepers start to pop off again, though. Zookeepers are the ones who the ball is in their court. They've got to make the change. They've got to implement something unique. It can't just be J-Bot going in again with those solo plays, because that's not going to be enough with the defensive stance that we have seen from Vibrance.
Sure, I'd absolutely love to see Zookeepers connect a bit more with each other. I mean, we started seeing J-Bot, had a lot of great passes down center. You saw those drop passes. I want to see him use the ceiling a bit more, too. You talked about how much he loves to do that. I'd love to see him get himself using those more creative approaches to that offense to shut down Vibrance. Otherwise, Vibrance might have the solution here, but we're going to find out very soon, guys. They need a little bit of a break to reset. We have another best of 7 coming your way, and in that best of 7, we will be handing out a contract to one of these teams. Who's it going to be? Stick around as the search continues and finalizes after this break.
When you're an outlaw, you don't have a lot of time to look for quick and easy, healthy food options. And when you're in the middle of gaming, there's only one real solution. HEB. HEB Curbside. Jake places his order on the HEB app and then heads to HEB. He texts HEB to let them know he's arrived. And bam, his order is delivered to his car in no time. Contact free. It's that simple. Now Jake and Dante have a full stock of grub and are back online gaming with their teammates. HEB Curbside, making it easy for Jake and Dante to be Houston Outlaws.
You know when they click through, try to send this box to be a show, be fun. coming up hot for a minute.
Welcome back, everybody, to The Search. We are here at the last best of 7 to determine who will be getting that contract from Beasley Esports. Vibrance just brought it back to a 1-1 scoreline here in this best of set. You couldn't have drawn up a better storyline. Go over to HEB.com for a $5 delivery. You can get $5 deliveries anywhere at your doorstep as long as you meet actually, I don't think there's a minimum requirement. It's just $5 of whatever you want to do. They deliver it straight to your doorstep. So if you don't want to put pants on or you don't want to go inside, well, then HEB is for you. And if you're living in Texas, I wish you could do it. I cannot. I'm in Arizona, but I used to be in Texas, and I miss it dearly. We have a tweet to read here from KSF. Finals now. Go see who's going pro. Hashtag The Search. That is KSF, who is a professional Overwatch player for the Outlaws. So they're drawing in their bread and butter here to help cheer us on to determine who will be winning their contract from Beasley and be joining the Beasley family with the Outlaws. Welcome back, Turtle and Leaf. That was an amazing set of games. We played 12 of the possible 14 games we could have played thus far, and I think we're going to potentially reach the 20 digits here. It might be going all the way. Actually, 12 plus 7 is 19. It's impossible to do that, but it's very, very close. Very close. Sorry, I should have listened to Leaf and never done math on broadcast.
That's your cardinal sin.
Cardinal sin.
Because of the new glasses, man. You're too cute now. So
dude,
you had to lose a little bit of the logical
IQ goes down,
ability.
right?
Yeah.
I was doing my rehearsal this morning, and look at this. They snapped. They broke. They
I like the
literally
ones you're
broke.
wearing right now, though. The ones you're wearing right now are amazing, man.
They broke. Man, I'm so sad. I've had those glasses for
Those are the game day glasses because of how much is on the line here. One contract for each player. Like what more could you ask for, Fickle? I can't get over it, man.
I could ask for this delicious can of Nerd Focus I've got right here.
Oh,
look at that. Hitting all of them.
Okay.
I didn't see yours, Turtle.
Wow, no, it's fine.
I saw it. I'm backing Turtle up on this one.
Thank you.
All right, let's do this, boys. Last prediction. It is essentially now just a single best of 7 to echo the sentiments of our famous casters of past, best of 3 formats, etc. Best of 7. This is all we got. This is one match. So, Turtle, is it going to be Vibrance? Is it going to be Zookeepers?
Man.
I know you went Zookeepers in the beginning. Are you going to flip flop?
I don't think I'm gonna flip flop because I think that this is going to be similar to how Game 7 went for Zookeepers. They looked like they were going to take the whole series. They started solid in Game 7, got the 2 goals. But then they kind of threw a little bit. They gave a chance to square one, scored twice, it went into OT. But then Zookeepers, the main theme is that they clutched it out. I think that's going to happen in this series. Zookeepers looked great in the first set. And in the second set, things started to shift and kind of cascade and spiral downwards. But now they make a comeback, and I think they find that play style they're looking for with J-Bot in the front, and then his teammates to support him.
Okay, he's not gonna flip flop.
No, sir. No, sir.
Are you trained Vibrance here all the way?
I am. Why would I change? I'm not a flip flopper. I'm not Craftman. I'm sticking with them the whole way through. I knew it. They're
okay,
taking,
respectable.
Yeah, of course.
Respectable.
I'm not stepping off this. You saw how they were playing by the end of that last game there. You know, I think Zookeeper's still in it. I think J-Bot's playing phenomenal right now too. His teammates, I think, are utilizing everything he's setting up too. But I want to see some more creative from them. But I really feel like there's a solution in the hands of Vibrance right now.
Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the pantheon of our tournament here for the search. One team will go home with the contract today. Will it be Vibrance or will it be Zookeepers? We have one more best of 7 to determine that fact. And to call it the legends, none other than Turtle and Leaf. Take it away, gentlemen.
Here it is, Turtle. All this way, multiple qualifiers. We've had yesterday as well, up to today. These teams have been through a lot.
Yeah.
For a lot. There is a contract sitting on the line. As we said, if this was a wrestling match, a ladder match, there'd be a contract hanging in the stadium right now, ready for them to grab it. But it's not there, so use your imagination. But it is there at the end in real life. One of these teams is getting signed with Beasley Esports, the professional team here for RLCS going into the next season. And you know both teams want that so desperately.
Ooh. And Leaf, this contract, it's not just, a controller sponsorship, because that's what I got back in the day, just a controller, and that's it. No, this is solid payments every single month. You're getting stability to chase your dreams, to become a professional Rocket League, and it's all coming down to one best of 7. You win this, and you take home the prize.
Well, we're going to find out here as game number 1 is underway with no goal scored in the first bit here. I was wondering if we'd see an explosive start from Vibrance, as they did have a full tank of boost at the beginning, but that is not to be. Been held off here by the Zookeepers with almost a chance of their own. Bambi keeps the pressure.
I like that approach from Tool, though. We didn't even see too much of Tool or even say his name too often in the previous set. He was kind of quiet, but to see him go for the mechanical plays, but now he's stuck on defense alone. He has to make the save. He finds it off the crossbar and then prevents a follow-up shot with how perfect that touch was.
Let's see what happens here. Astro playing super safe in his own half there. Fifi helps him move out. And look at Oath again. Yeah, just playing that third man, allowing Fifi and Astro to be those disruptors on the offense. We saw it the other way. Oath was that guy. But against a team like Zookeepers, it's just not been working as well. So seeing that adjustment, and you mentioned you like that adjustment, I will have to agree. I think that has been key for them.
Yeah, putting Oath into a more passive role has actually given him more opportunities to be that cleanup man and have a couple of more chances at the net. And then also, you got to mention in the other series we saw the dynamic duo between Astro and Fifi. That's something that you've got to pay attention to, because if you don't, things like this are going to happen as Astro gets the first goal.
Yeah, Astro just on the hard push. Doesn't have to do anything too fancy, as the Zookeepers were kind of flopping around on the goal line there.
Very awkward plays from Zookeepers, and you don't want to blame them too much, but this is the first game. You see what happens when you give Vibrance some momentum. They kind of just run away with it, and with how they've been reacting and also adapting mid-game, it's been a lot better than that first series. This is a completely different roster you're up against if you're Zookeepers.
J-Bot couldn't get that second touch. There is no follow-up to force pressure there on the goal line, but they do manage to get possession back. Look at the bumps goal line.
Oh, they're getting comfortable, too. They're taking boost. They're getting bumps in. Surely you're going to think an opportunity will present itself.
You think, but their rotation was spread kind of in an L shape there, back towards the right side. So as soon as that ball moved down the left, they kind of lost their pressure. That's why they end up back down in their own field, or end of the field.
Well, maybe one here from Fifi. He got it. Oath with the assist. And you kind of question what's happening with the Zookeeper's defense. Somebody was on the backboard. It's J-Bot. Oh, but he got
bombed.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, he got annihilated. Look how fast Fifi jumped on that one. Fifi's like, yeah.
Wow.
Give me that goal. 2 up now.
That's tilting. That's tilting, too.
The Vibrant squad. I think J-Bot has that mental strength, though. To come through. Look at Fifi just flexing with the wall dashes, too. I cannot get those.
No, I'm horrible at wave dashes, man. That's just a lost cause for me. I'm just horrible at this game in general, but those particular, I mean, it's rough.
Yeah, I'll let you say it.
Thank you.
1:30. Now on the clock.
Oh, the fake. You see that fake from Fifi? He drove up the sidewall, and it made just his presence alone. A lot of fear into Zookeepers. And then this one, the pop out from Astro. I'm telling you, this duo, Astro and Fifi, we got to talk about it more because they are popping off.
Yeah, it's these playmaking pushes here that are just great. You're seeing them just get multiple touches. That's kind of making the Zookeepers say, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And I do feel like Zookeepers in their own respects have not been helping themselves out the best defensively.
Right. Well, and Astro has been, ever since Astro found that car preset that he was comfortable with, he's been a beast. I mean, the dude has been involved in 2 out of 3 goals here, 4 Vibrants. In the previous series, he looked amazing, so.
Oh,
that
was
shot
beautiful.
from Bambi, so sneaky.
That first, the failed Musty did end up getting it around that defender, and Bambi with a banger. Feel like that Dominus got just that little extra power on it, and that placement was clean.
I mean, he's swiping across the field, and then to get that angle and still be accurate with your shot. Okay, Zookeepers, there's a chance then. Under a minute left. Let's see what you got.
Well, J-Bot's got a nice big old whiff at mid.
No. I wanted to see a little bit of a closer attempt at least, but J-Bot, okay, he's recovered. Don't mean to roast him too hard. And then now he's gone. All right. Well. Oh, no way. You see, Fifi got that flip reset. That looked deadly.
Oh, Fifi's great with his flip reset. I am actually genuinely surprised that he didn't get it forward. I think we also underestimate how difficult it is to consistently get super useful, clean flip resets like that. But he has been pretty consistent with them.
Well, downfield, maybe a connection up to Bambi, but they don't find it. 10 seconds left, and with Oates clear, that's going to do it in game number 1 of the final best of 7. The contract is what's at stake here as Fifi's drop this one down. Vibrants take game 1. My goodness, Leaf, this was very confident performance here from Vibrant.
Now, Zookeeper's going to have to shake that one off here in our Nerd Focus game break.
Thank you for being a part of the search for the next Rocket League team, presented by Nerd Focus. Stay tuned as we crown a champion this weekend and announce the name of the newest RLCS team.
Vibrant starting off set number 3, how they started off the first 2. Zookeepers need, in my opinion, to do the opposite mentally that we asked Vibrants to do with their second set. Vibrants had a chance to let themselves overthink, seeing that it was going to repeat the first one. Zookeepers need to think back to that first one and say, let's remember that feeling and get ourselves back in this game, because we did do it before.
Yeah. Well, there's just got to be, simply put, better mechanics, I think, coming out of Zookeepers. We see what they're capable of with those shots from Bambi. I mean, that's incredible, but we need more of that, more spice. That's what I've been saying this whole time. And it's crazy because Zookeepers have those elements that you love to see and that you look for in a pro-level team, but they need to learn how to activate it for longer sets and periods of time. Otherwise, Vibrants, they might just run away with this one.
No, you're right. We did see a few Odd misses here and there in that last game from Zookeepers, and those need to absolutely be cleaned up. Oh. Some control off the back. I think he's just buying time for his teammates to get back in a
pass.
good position.
Oh, Tool. He came in for that shot, looking for the backboard double tap, but it was too predictable. At that point, I would just opt to even get a banger in as Bambi comes back on defense. I thought for a second he was going to put that one in his own net, but of course, as a professional, he manages to find that angle.
Hard clear from Astro. They just want themselves down in the other half of the field. They'll figure out their boost when they get there. As long as they're there. I wonder if he's going to use this. No. This has a wave dash. 3:50 on the clock. No goal yet. We've seen a lot of confidence from Vibrance, in my opinion, back in this game number 2 as well.
Yeah. And I just don't think that ever since Oath has been able to push himself back and be more passive. But wait, hold on a second. The pass in from Tool and the demos out of Zookeepers making waves. Really, this is a huge impact here on the field. If you take out the players, you don't even need to worry about those saves coming through.
I thought I saw a Vibrance player getting demoed or demoing someone as well, and they still managed to pull out that goal there. So confusion all around, destruction and death on the floor, and Tool is going to get another one here.
Now this is scary. You give Zookeepers a little bit of mental momentum, and then J-Bot comes through with those passes. Things could start going and getting pretty one-sided rather quickly. Zookeepers off of the back of J-Bot, I'd say, so far. I mean, I think J-Bot was the one who got the demo in the first goal, and then now he comes out with that midfield pass, looking strong.
Hard clear here off the kickoff. Tool picks that one up and sends it flying down the other end of the field, back to the Vibrance half.
Oh, to J-Bot.
Oh. Well, awkward. He just wanted to get away from J-Bot, almost scoring on his own net as a result. They are going to be stuck for a while now. Look at these boost steals coming out from Zookeepers.
Yeah, they're all starved on boost. Vibrance looking for a way out, can't find it. Astro, we just talked about it. He had absolutely no boost. He's looking for pads. He picked up one pad, had 20 boost to try and get that save. Couldn't get the read, and then J-Bot comes in with the clean follow-up. And that's how Zookeepers win games. When they get into that rhythm where they can drive back and forth, steal some boost, and starve out Vibrance. Now the question for Vibrance is, how do you get yourself out of that? Once you get trapped in, somebody needs to step up.
Oh, I mean, I think the only way is if a shot and okay.
Well,
I thought that was just a terrible miss there. Is that going to be a goal?
Oh man, what? The defense of Vibrance. What's going on here, Leaf? What did you do?
What?
This is your fault. I blame nobody else but Leaf. Let the record show this is all Leaf X's fault for Vibrance's defense. Okay.
So they're trying to role play as me.
That's true. That's true. Oh wait, for the demo. Okay, this is what changed things up here for Vibrance earlier on. Fifi was the one going for all those demos. Maybe that's what they try to implement. And interestingly enough, Zookeepers, once they start demoing more, then they look better. It's like demos are the literal shift in play style that everybody resorts to when they're getting destroyed. It's like, okay, we're not doing anything on the pitch. Let's just start demoing and see what happens. And more often than not, it works out.
Yeah, but if you're on the defensive half and have no boost, how are you going to get those demos? I think once Zookeepers realize that they have that starvation push, that aggression, just keep that ball away from the backboard, I think, because that would give your opponents a chance to we're just going to radio cast this for you guys now. We lost our observer, so let me stop what I'm talking. Okay. Minute 18 left on the clock. 4-0 here on the side of Zookeepers. Oath with the ball, a push center. Astro with a shot. There was a defender, but it was placed perfectly, and you're going to see if I did a good job.
Oh,
Here, you can actually see it
man.
now.
I mean, that was fantastic. I feel like I'm listening to the radio right now. You see Oath get that pass into the midfield, and Astro comes in. There's 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Plenty of time to get this comeback in. 3 goals. It's a big mountain to climb, but you already know Vibrants have what it takes to do that. And I hope somebody clipped LeafX just chilling in the camera. I want to see that so badly. That's what I was laughing about earlier. So hopefully we get that and possibly the Vibrants comeback just for the sake of content as they look to make the comeback.
I like to be comfortable when I enjoy Rocket League.
So
you know?
good, man. Oh, Fifi gets the save out last second. Okay, they're still holding on by a thread, but they're still in this.
Yeah, well, I don't know about this game.
I don't know. I'm not feeling too confident to watch saying that.
It's so I'm just gonna ignore. What I was trying to talk about before is out the window now. So we'll just get to this. We have game 2.
Just move on. Just move on to game 2.
The Zookeepers were tied up in this best 7. This is what we wanted. If there's another one that needed to go to game 7, it's this third set for certain for the contract.
It's crazy. It's like Vibrants the entire time are just trying to prevent themselves from getting starved and trapped in on defense, because it seems to be impossible for Vibrants to break out of that habit of losing boost, of having a couple of poor rotations here and there. And Zookeepers, when they are feeling that rhythm, they're in flow, it is really hard for them to get snapped out of it.
Well, they need to snap out here, and they'll have a few moments during our HEB game break.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by HEB. HEB makes it easier than ever to fuel up and grind. Shop now at HEB.com and download the HEB app today.
All tied up here, Turtle, in our final set of the search for the next Rocket League team. It's certainly going to get sweaty going forward. Both teams even now on the board. It's do or die. Winner of this best of 7 takes home that Beasley contract.
Yeah, and just taking a look at these replays, you can see the impact that boost game has on Team Vibrants' defense. J-Bot then coming in with a lot of great passes himself. J-Bot is usually the pillar of this Zookeeper offense. He needs to stay in form if they want to take this series and secure that contract. We'll see if he has what it takes to keep up that performance. It's a lot of responsibility, but Bambi and Tool are certainly stepping up in their own regards. We'll see. Vibrants, if you're going to look for somebody to have that same J-Bot impact, it's going to be Oath, but I would also love to see that Astro Fifi duo come into play. So a lot of aspects on both sides. We'll see what we are in for as game number, is this game number 3? I think my face is blocking. Game number 3 is on the way.
And I do want to point out, is that I think Astro is bunkered in for the long series here. You can see he's that is a unique gaming position.
Wait, is that which one is? Are we sure that?
I think it's Astro. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Oath is in the middle. Oath lost his forehead.
That's what.
Whoever's on the top only has a forehead.
I love like the variety that we get in this space.
Yeah, it's a diverse team for sure in positions.
Meanwhile, Zookeepers is like everything is perfectly in line, and then just I don't know what happened on Vibrants. But you got to stay comfy, okay? You got to stay comfy. Put your feet up on the chair if that's what you prefer to game in, because my goodness, there's too much on the line to not try your best at feeling comfortable.
Minute passed here in game 3. And a shot saved by Tool on the side of Vibrants. Oath is back in it with that cleanup. Just a bit of a miss off that left post. Fifi can't keep it alive. Astro at midfield gets a boost stolen away from him, but he's got enough here. Flick center. I'll go a little high for Oath, but at least they keep that pressure on. But they're going to lose the boost steal, so hopefully Zookeepers can break out here.
You can see what the priority is of J-Bot. Every single rotation is to go for the boost, and Astro missed his opportunity. It went off the crossbar, so you'd think the cleanup would come out. And then Oath again, the accuracy plaguing Vibrants. They can't find the back of the net.
Whoa! Off the post. And that one manages to sneak in. Tool.
Wow.
Gets the goal for his team.
Zookeepers have 1 shot and 1 goal. Meanwhile, Vibrance, they've had 5 shots on net. None of them went in. You've got to be feeling that frustration and your inability to find that accuracy. Tool, huge play from him.
Ooh, shot saved by Astro off the kickoff. Almost a 2-goal lead there for the Zookeepers. Fifi the dunk, and that's going to roll in. 2 defenders ain't nothing for Fifi.
And the curse has been lifted. Fifi, I'm surprised that he was able to get this because he had to land and then get the mind game. Bambi assumed that shot was going to come in a little bit earlier, went for the higher approach on that 50-50. It didn't work out. And just like that, we're all tied up.
Off the kickoff, we saw an early attack attempt from the Zookeepers, but that was shut down. Now everybody getting boosted up. We'll see who wins this 50. Oath takes it over top.
With Bambi.
Can't start anything up. Zookeepers on the attack.
They're going back to that dribble play style that we saw in the first series, where every time Zookeepers get the ball on the defensive side, they want to keep it close to them, go for some control. I'm actually surprised to see J-Bot go for a booming clear, but it works out. It went over Astro. Maybe we see something out of Zookeepers here, and J-Bot is lurking for that demo. I've been watching his rotations. He's trying to take the boost and then find some target to take out, but it's not going to matter. If Oath is still on the field, he'll find the shot.
There it is, off the ceiling. J-Bot tries to use it, but...
Wait, what? Did he read the ceiling bounce?
Yeah, he read...
What on earth?
I don't know if he read the ceiling touch. I mean, J-Bot does do that a lot. There is a possibility, or if he jumped for a 50 and it happened that it came down for him, but...
I mean, the recovery alone, that's crazy.
Yeah, the fact that he adapted to it, absolutely. With 2 minutes left, they take the lead. They almost get tied. J-Bot hard turn. Look at the power he got off that, but that was a quick to jump in the way. Push that to midfield from the Vibrance players. J-Bot on his way back just tries to keep some disarray in the Vibrance half.
Oh, and he tried to go for that little chip shot over Astro, but I've noticed the dunks have been so good from Vibrance. They're managing to get those reads in. Look at this, J-Bot in the midfield. He wanted to get a little chip over Astro, but Astro completely shut him down and then got the follow-up shot. Vibrance, they are on point not only with the shooting, the accuracy, but also the dunk.
With a minute left, 2 goals up. That actually could, but 3 goals up. That will spell a Game 3 win for Vibrance.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I had to think really hard to figure out what that phrase was.
My chicken's already hatched.
No.
Yeah.
A minute and 12 seconds. There's several more that can still hatch, okay? So just relax.
Yeah, here's the thing. Out of 5 chickens, 4 of them have hatched.
Okay. But
so you can't get more chickens
that
than
there's
me.
several more eggs in the basket.
No, there's like 1 egg left.
No, there's definitely 3 more eggs.
Fifi's doing a play.
Orange.
The wall dash is in the middle of being involved in a play. What is he doing?
Man, you're up by 3 goals, all right? It doesn't matter what you're doing. You just got to get a touch in that's a little bit confusing, waste some time, and you're set.
I don't know.
Oh, this one's about to hatch. This one's about... That's what I'm talking about.
That's the last egg. There's no more to hatch.
That is not the last one. There's 31 seconds. Plenty of time. J-Bot, nice little mind game. And Sewell comes in for the cleanup. There's a chance, man. There's a chance.
I have the inventory. The dossier is right here.
Look, all I'm saying is if these eggs aren't organic, it's over for you.
How do you have an unorganic egg?
I don't know.
Growing eggs in the laboratory. I did see someone incubate a chicken in a glass, like a water glass. So I guess.
Does that mean it's not organic? I mean,
it's still organic, I guess? I don't know.
I don't know.
Either way, there's no more eggs! And Vibrance takes Game 3 Getting themselves closer and closer to that contract.
I'm so upset. I really wanted to see a comeback, just to get to OT. That's what I'm always praying for, what I'm always hoping for, to get to overtime. And we're gonna get into the next game, but before we do that, we've got a nerd-focused game break coming your way.
The search for the next Rocket League team is presented by Nerd Focus. Nerd Focus, the original think drink. Available at Amazon, Walmart, nerdfocus.com, and on the GoPuff app.
6 eggs, Leaf. 2 hatched for Zookeepers, 4 hatched for Vibrance. Now moving forward, what do you expect to see out of Zookeepers? Do you see a comeback, or do you think Vibrance are going to ride this momentum?
I expect an omelet.
Oh!
And we're putting everything in it, too. We got the ham,
Okay.
we got the cheese.
Okay.
Yeah, and Vibrance, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, here, Zookeepers, you want some? And they're going to throw it on the ground and make themselves another omelet. They're going to eat while Zookeepers eat it off the ground.
Okay. But then if Zookeepers eat that omelet, are you implying that they get fueled by it and then make this comeback? Or is it just contaminated and they just
Honestly,
lose all
Turtle,
their
I
powers?
have no idea what I'm implying here.
Okay. Well, Leafex, ladies and gentlemen, the omelet connoisseur himself. We got Vibrance in the lead with this series so far. We are tied in set score 1-1. Zookeepers won the first series. As we get into the game, I think there's a little technical difficulty, so we will get the game back up and running. And we go back to the cameras, Leaf. I do wish I could see that clip of you where you were just... I mean, I'm sure I look like a goofy boy as well.
Like,
but man.
you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of way back when that happened with the it was the RLCS too, and I was sitting back just like stretching like this, and someone put into Photoshop the whiteboard into my hands with Lawler pointing at it.
Oh man,
I remember that. We almost had another moment like that, but
I love moments.
It's
look, Vibrance is feeling the influence. They're inspired by you and your laid back approach. You can tell in their face cams they're getting cozy. They've got a lot on the
I'm
line.
vibing with Vibrance.
That's right.
That's what it was.
You're just connecting into the matchup as best as you can for the casting. But again, the contract with Beasley Esports is on the line. That has got to be inflicting some level of nerves here with how impactful this win could be for either team.
Well, Vibrance takes the lead in this best of 7. Does not count Zookeepers out at all. They have had their own answers, but Vibrance is feeling it right now, and that is problematic for Zookeepers.
I mean, if you're watching this right now, you got to pay attention to these corner boosts that Zookeepers are trying to starve out from Vibrance. If they get in possession of those corner boosts, even the midfield boosts play a huge role, as Bambi, I believe, just ignored the corner boost, assuming somebody from Vibrance would take it, and we've got a bit of a stalemate here in the midfield as both teams look to gain possession and start some early momentum.
Chance for a bit of a play here from Vibrance as they slowly
smacking it.
Yeah,
At
slowly
the
like
backboard.
inch it towards the net. It's like an inch every touch off the backboard.
I love the goalkeeper's approach to just let them do whatever they want. They're like,
Yeah, it's
you're
like,
not
all
gonna
right,
come
cool.
towards the net. Well, I'll just wait here, man.
Yeah, you guys flop around as much as you want. Look at that boost steals coming out though.
I want to see Tool or Bambi start to pop off. I keep saying this, but like I feel like that could be the difference maker. Like that could really change the tides of battle. It's pretty evenly matched here, but we've seen a lot of lifting on the offensive side from J-Bot, and it's not to say that Tool and Bambi don't hold their own weight. It's just seeing one of them in particular have a stellar performance here could really show up, because we've seen all 3 players from Vibrance step up. Astro and Fifi, the dynamic duo. Oath, of course, has been an aggressive monster, and here he is again going for the double tap. That one,
Oh
on
my
target,
God, what?
off the crossbar. I love when this happens. I was talking about Oath and his impact, and he does this. Incredible.
Now, does that classify as, I think they're calling it a psycho now? Like
what?
A psycho, yeah, where we just hard clear it across the field. I don't know if I think it has to be across the entire field. But
I don't even, I'm not hip and happening with the kids. I have no idea what you're talking about.
all those
J-Bot.
crazy
Oh,
freestyles.
instant response. Instant from J-Bot.
Yeah, hey, that's what you like, though, if you're a Zookeeper, is getting that quick answer back, kind of reset everything, back to kickoff, too.
Yeah, and that was great work from Tool, too. You see him being aggressive. He went in and he sacrificed his car and got the 50 off the backboard for J-Bot.
I've been clarified. It has to be off your own backboard to be a psycho.
Oh, okay.
Well, what he just did there, but basically off your own backboard across the entire field.
Leaf.
Yeah.
Just you're 55 years old, man. Just stop.
Hey, at least I even knew what it was.
Hey. You're right. I'm sorry.
Well, tied up. 2 minutes left. Vibrance is up in the series. Winning this will put themselves at match point. Bringing them oh so close to that contract.
Ooh, nice little clear there from Bambi, but the Zookeeper's defense is a bit disorganized. J-Bot taking the slow approach. They don't really have people going forward. Like, the Zookeepers will go for a clear, but nobody is aggressive enough to position themselves forward to receive it. It's always like they're neck and neck, and they don't want to be too aggressive when they're looking for that clear. And I would like to see them be downfield a little bit more, maybe throw one up to J-Bot and see if he's got a nice little strike in the system and ready to take the lead in this game.
Bambi trying to set something up. That 50 actually goes in favor to J-Block.
Here we
Roll
go.
in front of the net. Astro
Oh!
somehow lands on the ball on his way out and stops the play from the Zookeepers.
I don't think Astro had any boost either.
Yeah. No, he was just trying to avoid J-Bot, too. But now with everyone kind of sitting with no boost, there's been a scramble to get possession here from both teams. Ugh, and a missed touch there from Oath.
I mean, you know that Zookeepers are by far feeling the nerves a bit more because Vibrance, if they win this, they are on match point now in this best of 7. So much riding on these games.
I've seen 2 misses from Oath right now, and a little uncharacteristic. I think that might be what's killing a lot of their offense.
As you say that he's out here like flipping everybody and trying to get these flicks, but the demo from Tool a little bit toxic there, just takes him out. If he's got space in the air though, maybe he makes something work from it. Still, they're getting met with every shot, or they're getting every shot met with a challenge, excuse me, as I learn how to speak English.
15 seconds. Might see an overtime here in game 3 or 4. This is close. This is intense. Both teams feel scrambly right now. Like everything's getting disrupted by everyone at this point.
Like scrambled eggs?
Yeah. Yeah, we're not quite to omelet form yet.
We do get OT, baby. It's time.
It might
Oh,
end
no way,
quick,
Bambi.
though. Look at him sneak right in there. A little sneaky snack.
Man. The question is, who is cheating? It was Astro. Astro went in for the early flip and tried to get that challenge on the side of Vibrance, but he just went right by it, and he gave a clear shooting lane for Bambi to win this one for Team Zookeepers.
Wow, that was a close series, and it came down to an overtime kickoff. A 50 going very much in favor of Zookeepers. They bet on that stall right on the kickoff, and it worked out for them very well. We tie ourselves up here now in the series 2-2. Both teams looking like they're desperate for these goals.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's still a lot of room for Zookeepers to grow with this playstyle, because I'm looking at these goals, and the one goal that they conceded against Vibrance was, granted, a fantastic touch from Oath, but I think somebody could have had the touch off the backboard. So they're finding solid positions where they can at least contest and make a challenge happen, but sometimes they're not making contact with the ball. So if you fix that up, fix those mechanical issues, things should be all sorted here, as Bambi was the one who secured this win in OT. That was really quick. And we've got all tied up games here in this series. This is what we wanted. Game 7 in the last best of 7, Leaf. I'm here for it.
I wanna point out too. I was looking at it just to confirm after CJ was talking about it. Shout out that pointing this out. It was 11 shots for Vibrance to 2 shots from Zookeepers, and Zookeepers had 2 goals. 100% shooting accuracy.
It didn't feel like that though. Why did it not feel like that?
I think it's because it felt so scrambling out there.
Yeah.
It felt like there was plays happening, but everything was being disrupted. It wasn't like a constant onslaught from either team.
Well, classic example of quality over quantity. Vibrance, they get that many shots again, you're going to hope that they can be a little bit more accurate or at least set up some better opportunities. Maybe we'll see that Fifi Astro connection that we saw in the last series. I believe that could be the difference here.
Almost a play started up early here for Vibrance in game 5. Winning this
There
will
we
set
go.
you at match point. There's a set to the side, but there was no one to follow it
It's
up. And
wide
now
open.
Astro's just going to walk home with this one.
A huge opening in the defensive side as a demo took place. I think it was, a demo came out, and then it just completely disrupted that rotation from Zookeepers. That's why you get such a weird gap in the defense. Vibrant striking first. I believe they did this as well in the last game, so solid positioning, solid plays overall. We'll see what Zookeepers have to say.
Fifi up just to get the pressure. He got the boost, but gets demoed out. That boost will be dead for a bit here. J-Bot will look for solo, and two defenders cannot stop it. What?
And at this point, you got to wonder what happened to the defense of Vibrance. Fifi had 33 boost. I think he assumed Oath was going to get the hit, but either way, Fifi just pulled way too far back on his save and completely whiffed on a solid hit on the ball. That is a mistake you cannot be making. What's on the line?
That is absolutely true. That contract on the line, you need to be real tight on the field here. See if Astro can get a carry out and start up here. And Bambi shuts that one down real quick on the push out. You see them set up and ready. Zookeepers looking for the strike.
J-Bot.
And there it is. J-Bot jumps on that one for the goal.
This is the last player you want to be behind the ball. And you can see the patience from J-Bot. Actually, I really like that. He waited so long in that corner for Vibrance to panic a bit and try to force out a clear. And that ball just ended up setting perfectly in front of the net of Vibrance. And J-Bot, of course, is going to nail that shot with an accurate hit. Zookeepers go up by 1 goal and take the lead. Oh, but wait, hold on, Astro.
Wait on.
Wait on, baby. He's got something to say.
Yeah, Tool didn't want to miss that. It was a free open shot here for Astro. You know he's not going to miss an opportunity like that. Tied up.
A little bit sloppy here.
Yeah, both teams. I mean, here's the thing. This is a lot of Rocket League right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is exhausting for these players. This is really pushing the limits of what a team is able to play to consistently for an extended period of time.
100%. And I think it's important to make sure you're taking mental breaks. Another big whiff from Fifi. He was set up for the shot. The pass came through, but he didn't find any contact on the ball. And that was just a huge opportunity wasted.
Shot, double tap chance, stopped out. They sent 2 instead. Might be an opening still. Oath opts for the corner instead of the net. Bambi dead. Oath sits on the ball.
The backboard.
J-Bot the shot. They're not going to make this mistake again. Fifi does take his time with that one. He's got his flip over one. Tries to demo the other, but it doesn't succeed. There's some pressure, though. Look, Vibrant starting to move. Trying to
If
feel that
Vibrance lose
speed.
this game, I'm going to get a little bit concerned for Fifi's mental
strength.
Not mental health, but yeah, definitely his mental capacity right now, because it seems like he's losing it in terms of the mechanics. He's going to be going pretty down on himself if they do take this loss and Zookeepers get to match point first.
We're getting closer and closer to hitting the end of Game 5. A tied game. I wonder if we'll get another overtime. We're still seeing gameplay look a little resemblant of that last one where things are a little scrambly. Flip reset. That's going to find its way home.
Okay.
He called you out on his mechanics
yes,
there,
sir.
Turtle.
Yes, no, I'm happy for this because he completely snapped out of it. He went from not even touching the ball to getting a flip reset play, absolutely dusting the defense of Zookeepers, putting Vibrance in the lead, and now with the advantage to get to match point first. That could be huge for Vibrance.
Okay, almost made it in for Zookeepers and even us up right again. Final minute now on the clock, and Zookeepers desperately need a goal. You looking for that physical play.
Oh, yeah.
They're doing everything they can to find themselves that little extra edge here. Even Fifi at midfield getting hunted down.
Oh, J-Bot looking for the midfield pass. I like the idea. Good vision on the field, but the execution wasn't there, and you can see Zookeepers extending everybody forward. They are desperate to get this equalizer. They want to force an OT, but they've only got 30 seconds to do so.
Again, match point gives you such a mental advantage in this best of 7, and right now Vibrance is looking to hold on to that one. Oh, no!
He faked him! What?
Zookeepers bring this one back in. Bambi lobs it, and J-Bot fakes out the defender. What a ballsy move here to put that one away.
Honestly, at this point, I question why Astro was respecting J-Bot so much. At the end of the day, that is such a difficult shot to hit in the first place. If you're Astro, the best option is just to assume that J-Bot won't make contact or won't get a solid shot on net, but things have been equalized and maybe even end here if Zookeepers can keep this alive and put a shot on net.
That goes to the ground. Overtime for match point.
Oh my goodness! I didn't think we'd get here.
Well, remember, this is for the mental win. What? Fifi takes that one away off the kickoff, straight to the air. So fast.
Goodness. And this is revenge. Vibrance win in OT right off the kickoff. That's how Zookeepers took a win earlier on in this series, and Vibrance go to match point to secure this contract and win that sponsorship.
It's so close, and this is so crucial now for Vibrance to understand that Zookeepers will fight tooth and nail for this. They will get in there and get dirty because their backs are against the wall. They're a caged animal, and they have nothing to lose because if they lose this, they're done. Whereas Vibrance needs to play smart. They need to watch out for what is going to be thrown their way here from the Zookeepers because it's so close. You can start to smell the ink hitting that paper of that contract.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that was Zookeepers' game to win personally. I mean, there was a fantastic flip reset from Fifi, but other than that, it felt like Zookeepers let in some quite odd goals. And then on offense, they got gifted a lot of chances, a lot of free ones, and couldn't find a way to recover off the kickoff. So we do get match point for Vibrance. They've worked so hard. This tournament has been going on for over a month. And both these teams certainly deserve it, but only one can win that ultimate grand prize.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Zookeepers pull out here. This is their game to answer to. They can't get in their own heads. And that goes true to Vibrance as well.
Oh, there it is.
They give too much space. Tool is going to set them off on the right foot. Zookeepers keep themselves in the series.
And this is all thanks to J-Bot. He got the first touch, dodged the demo, and then somehow managed to get a fortunate enough 50-50 out straight to the midfield where Tool is waiting patiently. That is the best way to start out this game for Zookeepers. They need to ride that momentum if they want to get a Game 7.
50-50 into the end of the Zookeepers. They'll try to make a push out there. 50 not in their favor. They at least got a demo to buy some space. That'll be a boost pickup. J-Bot tripping on the net. He's not going to get that boost pickup, but at least he will get that ball.
Oh, my
nice
goodness.
and flicked out of their own
There's
end.
that pancake flip reset, dude. Oh, my
I
goodness.
got some height to it there, and a back pass to nobody from Bambi. At least take control and try to buy time. That's going to go to the net. J-Bot can't keep it out. Disarray on the half of the Zookeepers.
And you got to think that the confusion of that touch by Bambi led to J-Bot not being able to get the save. And as I'm watching this from his perspective in the replay, it does look like he could have found the angle surely to get that save, but a couple of errors, and again, Bambi didn't have the best touch. So back-to-back mistakes on defense will lead to an opening for Vibrance, and they secure it.
Moving upfield here for Vibrance. Tool loses a 50. Oath pushes in hard. We've known him to do that quite a bit in the past here. J-Bot plays it slow. We know he's good with his slow plays, and that does set up a teammate for a hard clear, but it's to the side and doesn't pass midfield even. Oath shot high. Follow-up. Bambi needs a 50. He gets it. 3:30 on the clock. It feels like it's already been forever in this game. We are tied up. Zookeepers looking to hold off the win here from Vibrance as they sit on match point. Chance Tool plays it slow. Fifi reads that play. J-Bot shot!
Nobody's there.
Saved by Fifi. Follow-up! And there's Tool taking the lead.
Oh, and you can see the tunnel vision from Vibrance. All three players were looking at that shot, and Oath actually rotated to the corner boost instead of the net. In that situation, you want to play it safe. Oath decided to go straight to that boost pad. Didn't want to go to the far post. And they're going to pay the price of some sloppy rotation. Zookeepers get the second goal.
Floater here for Oath. He's got to buy time for his teammates. Does a good job of that, exactly. Ooh, bounce there for Bambi. That's going to be awkward. J-Bot! Goal line save. Keeps them in the lead as we approach that halfway mark. Follow-ups here. Astro shot!
Ooh!
And we're back to a tie game.
I love how this series has unfolded. It started out so polished. Every team was honestly in pretty much the perfect position, but it's just turned into a real gruesome match and a gory one at that. I mean, this is just everybody fighting. It's getting bloody on the field. They're exchanging punches left and right. And that's because of this format. The way this is set up, it tests your stamina. You're going to get tired towards the end of this series, towards the end of this set. You're going to feel that I'd say pain, because you've been playing this game for so long. You need to keep up that performance.
And it's hard. This is exactly why a format's good. It really tests which team can keep themselves in there. But regardless, it is difficult.
It's so close, 2-2.
And that's I'm hoping we go to game 7 here.
Yeah, come on.
But Zookeepers.
We deserve a game 7 here. We've waited long and hard.
Zookeepers need to give that to us. If the Vibrance wins, it is all done. There is no game 7. Zookeepers looking for that offense there. Demo! And it doesn't roll in. It does get saved. The last second here through the smoke screen. Duel the hard clear, buys back some offense for his teammates.
Oh, here we go. Oath with the solo clear. Bambi's waiting so far back. And then I believe that was...
Oh, pass
looking
Tool,
for some
slow
demos.
play!
And he rotates back in. The panic from Vibrance. I'm getting flashbacks to the first series. This is all Vibrance were doing. They jumped so early, 2 players in the air. If you just patiently wait on the ground, you can get a free clear, but they are feeling the pressure.
I'm glad you mentioned it because that's exactly what happened. Looking back to the panic pre-jumps, they need to be aware that's happening. They need to be aware that with 2 people in net, you got chances to save that. Zookeepers, the minute left, need to hold on to this lead, and they do bring us to game 7, but they cannot hold on, and this will roll in 3-3, 1 minute left.
Oh my goodness. These teams, the defense, they just can't hold up. The pressure, it's just getting to every single individual player. We've got Astro on Vibrance with a hat trick and Tool on Zookeepers with a hat trick himself. Crazy performance from both players. The defense is trying to hold up, but it's getting more and more difficult the longer we stay in this series.
Both teams fighting so hard for this now. Look at this slow boy. What? And it stays out miraculously for the Zookeepers. With 30 seconds left, that could have been the ticket.
I don't know how that didn't go in. I have no idea how that didn't roll in, but Oath, hold on a second. A 1v1, if he gets this flicker, maybe even a midfield pass, which he opts for, but J-Bot had it read the entire way.
For Zookeepers, they count their lucky stars on that play there. Another one saved. Goal line. Astro is up. Does he have the flip? He doesn't. He gets the tap. Pushed out there by Bambi to the side. Zookeepers in a precarious
Vibrance could end it.
Situation here. Vibrance, 1 goal, and they take away this contract. We'll see if this touches the ground. It doesn't. It stays alive. Fifi up for the shot. Second touch. Still alive. Tool needs to clear. That touches the ground. Golden goal for Vibrance to take away the Beasley contract. Zookeepers, the goal to stay alive.
Everything comes down to this one goal, this one potential mistake. Tool could keep them alive. The solo play, the 1v2, he gets past both of them. But Fifi, solid defense, and you got to be careful of your Zookeepers. You don't want to overextend. You know the explosive power on the side of Vibrance. Anything could happen, but that's a miss. Maybe a good 50-50, but no, of course, Fifi there to take this one out.
So much sweat must be on the hands of these players' controllers right now. Zookeepers. It'd be so hard to figure out what we do. Do we play safe? Do we play strong? Do we push hard? Shot chance for J-Bot. I love the creativity, though. They got the boost on the way back. Great 50 from Bambi. But Oath will take control of that. Does he look for a bump?
Oh, this is crazy. You can see Tool is trying to figure something out there with that clear, but not the best touch. A good back pass, and they're keeping possession. Vibrance, they seem to be a little bit more level-headed here going into OT. And one step-up performance, one play is all it takes to pretty much change your life. This contract, everything that's on the line. This is huge for Vibrance. Almost a shot there for Tool, but it's blocked out.
Maybe keeps it alive, though. It's a good push. His teammates get boosted up. Oh, they got enough, though. Bambi, J-Bot back. Good touch from J-Bot. That bought a lot of time. Slow play from Bambi. Great 50, a second touch. Can he play at center? That'll bounce straight down. Oath clears it away. J-Bot and Tool stayed back.
Oh, here it
Tool,
comes.
chance.
Shot.
Weak.
Maybe a demo play, some form of aggression from Zookeepers could be beneficial strategy, but you don't want to be too risky with that. Bambi's looking for a slow play. Let's see what he's got. Maybe a dribble over Fifi, but 2 players from Vibrance do go up for it. Don't find the touch. And Bambi's left alone on defense with Tool trailing behind him. I mean, this is just so close, Leaf. That's going to be a good bounce, though. Oh,
shot!
If he hits the read.
Oh, my God!
Down. It's still out of the net. They stay alive.
I can't believe how close Vibrance has been so many times. 1 goal has been their contract takeaway, and they get denied time and time again by the Zookeepers.
How did that manage to stay out? Zookeepers defense. It's ridiculous, and the flick in J-Bot. He's done it. He's forced a game 7.
It rolls in, just floats away. And Vibrance,
oh my goodness,
frustrated that they have to go to yet another one. You can see it specifically from Astro. He is so mad that he was unable to get that save because they did not want this. But Zookeepers stay alive. We go into a game 7 for everything
we
on the line.
We gotta look at these replays. We have to pay attention to these replays. I'm not even looking at the goals, really. I want to see the saves. The way that Zookeepers managed to keep this ball out, it is beyond belief. Not only did we see some crazy shots all series long, from Zookeepers as we run through this replay package. In this game alone, to keep them alive, the saves, they were unbelievable. Simply put, unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's been nuts how the Zookeepers kept Vibrance at bay. I have no idea. My head would be in my hands like Astros were as well when you had so many shots that were on the goal line and Zookeepers hold you at bay. It's been just absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
How many times I'm losing my voice now. I've been screaming at goal line since.
I know, it's crazy. This is one of the craziest results from this new format that I've ever witnessed. You know, we got this in the championships. We got some crazy games, but not only for what's on the line in this situation is a career in RL Esports, but also the way that this has unfolded. The incredible defensive performance from Zookeepers and Vibrance, their ability to keep pushing, striving with different tactics on offense, throwing Oath a little bit more passive. I mean, it's just been a battle on this team, or on this field, excuse me, between both teams.
Here it is. Game 7 of the search for the next Rocket League team. It all comes down to one game for a contract with Beasley Esports for the next season here of the RLCS. This is massive for both teams, and I do not ever want to be in such a stressful situation as these two.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we saw a big breakdown of both teams' defense in the previous game. I mean, it was getting sloppy on the field. This whole series has been a lot sloppier than before, and that's because not only are they feeling super nervous, but your stamina, it's getting tested. Tool now moving downfield, gets the demo. We're seeing more physical plays out of Zookeepers. They're here to compete. They are feeling confident after that OC
what a pass
win.
to
And J-Bot in the midfield. He gets it.
Incredible pass, and he threads the needle. Look at this snipe. There were two defenders right there. He had to just push it right between the two. Beautiful placement from J-Bot. They take the first goal. We have to say, though, at the end of the day, both teams absolutely deserve to be in this position, regardless of who wins. But right now, the Zookeepers take the lead with a minute past in this final game.
Vibrance have been able to get quick responses, though. Every time Zookeeper scored in the previous game, it seemed like Vibrance were right there to match them. We haven't seen that just yet, but we'll see what they have to offer. Fifi's looking for some demos. That's something that changed the game back in Series 1. Oath looking for something here off the ceiling. Doesn't find it. Fifi maybe into the corner, and J-Bot, of course, is going to meet him there. Starvation could play a huge role here for Zookeepers. If they take that boost and get comfortable trapping Vibrance in, it could be over, but Oath has other plans. The backboard double tap, but it doesn't go in.
Yeah, it was good that Fifi did manage to pick up one of those big pads. He's got a hard clear, and Fifi has been solid on those backboard clears for Vibrance to buy themselves that space. Look at that backboard pass follow-up from Oath. Astro turns hard on that one again. No touch there. Fifi left in an awkward spot. Oath is going to be left alone on a 2v1. How does he handle it? Nicely, I might say. Pass one, a flick up past the other. Oath grabbing a demo on Tool. They were hoping probably to get some space on offense, but they don't. Zookeeper shut that down.
Zookeeper's looking like the cleaner team at this moment. We're not seeing them step over each other's toes. Some demos are coming out, though, from Fifi. He is getting more and more aggressive. He's going to be a big factor that you have to deal with. But I have noticed Zookeepers, they're going for so many slow dribbles. They are bringing this ball down on the defensive side and trying to force every safe 50-50 that they can out of Vibrance.
Past our halfway mark now. With a minute 50 left on the clock. Zookeepers have held on to their lead thus far. But we know it's going to get ferocious from Vibrance if that clock keeps ticking down without a goal on their side of the scoreboard.
Oh, man. J-Bot, good patience, waiting on the sidewall. And you can tell Vibrance unable to find boost, unable to get some connections with the passing on defense. They are getting starved out, and they need to respond. Only a minute and 20 seconds left here.
That final minute, when you hear that come up, man, that is just wrenches your heart when you know you're down a goal, but they just have to play their game. Keep it smooth. 1 goal at least for overtime. You don't need 2. And there it is. Off the backboard, hard clear from J-Bot. Astro and Oath playing it safe here. Fifi, can he receive the pass? He can't.
Oh, what a read.
That makes it way to the other end. Fifi gets a hard clear. Will there be a follow-up on the wall? There won't be. That'll leave Tool for a clear. This clock slowly ticking away. This calm before the storm. Feels like it's back and forth, but oh my God, in their heads, there's
the demo,
so much
maybe
going
this could
on.
be it. Fifi, they've got to make a play down the field. There's not enough time to go for this slow approach. Somebody needs to get a demo. Try to starve out Zookeepers. Otherwise, it's going to be the single goal for Zookeepers that secures that
Chance?
contract.
Astro!
With a chance. Astro hits it, and they tie up the game.
12 seconds left, and Astro manages to get that past Bambi, a crucial win past that last defender. And we may have overtime, but we can't count it out yet. This is a stressful kickoff, Turtle.
Oh, I don't even know how that one slipped through, and
They
you're
both
exactly
cheat.
right. Oh, Oath, this is his chance. He could end it right here. He doesn't even want OT.
No chance. Astro, though, backboard. He's got the touch. No, he doesn't. Fifi
Fake.
takes
Fifi.
the shot. J-Bot will clear that one.
Oh, my
Overtime, ladies and gentlemen. A contract golden goal situation. 1 goal gets you signed with Beasley Esports.
Who will be the player on this field that steps up and acquires that contract for their respective team? Astro looks to make a play in the corner. Maybe he finds something with a demo, possibly some physical plays. J-Bot, of course, a big clear forward, and Bambi's there to receive it. What play styles will we see? Odds are we see a lot of passive approaches to the ball where people don't want to risk that one mistake that could be their demise.
Astro's up by himself with 0
Demo.
boost. That will kill likely, maybe, unless Oath controls this. That's towards the net, J-Bot. I didn't see him behind Oath there. Does get the touch. Oath and Astro playing way back right now. It's going to waste a lot of boost here for Astro, but he does get it past J-Bot and gets that mid. J-Bot.
Here he comes.
Slow play. You know he's going to go for those slow plays.
Oh, yeah.
So smart with them.
There's a player on this field that you out for. It's J-Bot and Oath, and this is where he's trying to make a mark. The demo comes through.
Bambi!
Hits the
Double!
tap. It's over! Zookeepers win Game 7 and secure the contract.
It's a GG. Both teams fighting to the very end. Overtime, golden goal, but the Zookeepers will walk away. Vibrance so close.
Goodness.
But they could not clean it out, and Zookeepers will be representing Beasley.
They have fought so hard in this set, in this series, every single series, not only leading up to this Game 7, but just in general. Zookeepers were resilient. They were relentless with their performance. Just when you thought you could count them out, J-Bot or somebody else like Tool and Bambi would come through with an insane last-second play to keep them alive.
That is so hard because, as we mentioned multiple times, both of these teams
They deserve it.
absolutely phenomenal. Whoever got that final goal deserved that contract. Both so close. It went down to the wire. And for Vibrance, you have to feel for the players that they worked so hard and got to 1 goal away.
Oh,
and Zookeepers take it, but you have to be so happy for the players on the side of Zookeepers that they won this. You see them even on the cans. They got straight on the phone. They're calling right now. That is pure joy.
Goodness. You just see the excitement. This, again, is a life-changing game, a life-changing win for Zookeepers. You're able to dedicate so much time now into this game. It's your job. You are officially a professional player. This is where you can make your mark now on the upcoming RLCS season. You've got an org backing you. You've got support that you never had before, really. This is where everything could change for these three players.
This is, and you see it. I have to point out again the reactions. You nothing can say what you're saying more than their faces right now. Look at that. Mom, get the camera. He's straight up calling somebody, look what we just won it. We got the contract. J-Bot with the tears in his eyes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that this is the situation for them, and that it had to come down to something so stressful. One goal, and it could have been Vibrance with that. But Zookeepers do manage to take it away. A journey to get here, too. And I have to say, for Beasley, there is no way on earth they are not happy with the result here. Whether it was Vibrance or Zookeepers, these are teams and players that are well known, have been continuing to fight for quite some time. And Zookeepers, again, with that RLCS experience, are going to be great representatives. And with that contract behind them, Turtle, we talked about it, is going to be so much more motivation for them to continue to grind even harder and harder now with such a large organization backing them.
I mean, just looking at the face cams, I'm sure everybody watching at home can see the impact that this is going to have on those three players, excuse me. But I just want to say again, on the side of Vibrance, they played a fantastic game of Rocket League. They brought it all the way to the final game. Huge respect to them. And then, of course, on the side of Zookeepers, I don't even know how they managed to stay alive in Game 6 of that last series. You saw the goal line stops, the incredible saves that we had from each individual player. It was something that I would even say looked like a miracle. It was almost as though this was destined to happen for the Zookeepers in the same way that in the way that they managed to keep that ball out of their own net. Huge performance from them.
That was the most valuable double tap Bambi has ever scored in his life.
Dude, can you imagine the nerves? Everything was relying on that double tap for Bambi. If he hit that, which he of course did, they won the match. I can't believe it. That was incredible.
That was absolutely. I can't believe it was so good script. Right? Was it Fickle? Brett, Fickle, come here. Was it? Did you write this script?
Hell no, I did not write this script.
Okay.
This was way too intense for me to write this. This was so sick. I would like to first start off by saying absolute congratulations to Zookeepers. And secondarily, I would like to give a round of applause to Vibrance. They played their effing hearts out. You could see it on their cameras. It was just, man, it was total gut-wrenching for them. Unfortunately, they do not take this contract home, but you could tell what it meant to them. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to be able to compete in the RLCS, and I really hope they continue to do so because they're going to have a really good performance. Regardless if they're not taking home the organization here, I have hopes for them that they will find one in the future. So everybody give a round of applause to Vibrance and show them your support because they definitely are feeling low right now. So
yeah,
kudos to the victor as well.
This is the thing with any victory comes a defeat. You can't have a winner without someone not winning as well. So it does hurt, and there will always be that heartbreak. None of these players here were not putting their heart and soul into this, but I think that's what shows. And again, to the players on Vibrance as well, they need to, while they did not walk away with the contract, be absolutely proud of what they've accomplished here, what they've shown the world that they can do. I've become a believer as well coming into the next season that there's a good possibility that we see them coming through those quals into the RLCS and nabbing quite some points across the entirety of that season.
I mean, Oath was literally one read away from hitting it down, crossbar down and out, and then it doesn't go in. That just seemed like to be his curse for this entire tournament. I've seen that shot many times from him, and it just goes post and down again and again. It's just, what can you do, man? But Zookeepers, congratulations. They are now your Beasley Esports Rocket League team. I'm going to say goodbye to Turtle and Leaf for today's broadcast. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was everything we would have expected and more. So you guys are free to go. Thanks for coming on the broadcast.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Guys, that was a fantastic performance, but it's not over yet. If you want to stay for the heartwarming interviews, we have those coming up with the new team from Beasley. Last but not least, we would like to give a huge major shout out to Nerd Focus for presenting this tournament today. I've got my can right here, and drinking this plus the heart intensity of that last finals, it's a little too much for me. So I'm just gonna hold off for now because that was way too intense to try to bring this in. But hopefully I have I have an extra person on the line here. It's going to be Lori Burgess, the COO of Beasley Esports, and what her goal is going to be is to interview the team thereafter me and give them an ovation coming into the Beasley Esports orgs. So let's go ahead and bring Lori in on the line. Welcome, Lori. How you doing out there?
Hey, Fickle.
I actually don't have Lori sound on the side of my call, so I think we need to get that sorted in just a second. Sorry, Lori, if you can hear me. I can't hear you. They're working on it. Just give us 1 second here. I'll go ahead and just
say it out loud.
Say again, Lori.
Say, I can't hear you.
Fickle, I can't hear you.
Yes, I got you now. I can hear you at least. So hopefully we will get this fixed soon.
I can't hear you, and I know you're saying some really good and exciting things.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to be able to hear me before we get into it.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. All right, yes. We have Lori Burgess, COO of Beasley Esports, on the line. A more formal introduction for you now. How are you doing today?
Oh, well, I think I'm doing better now. That was quite an afternoon. These teams were just unbelievable. And first of all, you did an amazing job. The casters did an amazing job. But man, the talent was awesome.
Yeah, so let's just get rolling into this. I have a couple questions for you. So how is Beasley Esports feeling about the search and the winning team, the Zookeepers, after that performance?
Oh, wow. I mean, I got to tell you, we dreamed up this crazy idea of an unconventional search. And it started, as everybody knows, back on July the 17th. We had some fantastic competitions with Qualifier 1 and 2 that you hosted. But seriously, this past weekend just put it over the top. And I think the grand finale and the finals match with both Team Vibrance and Zookeepers duking it out to the very last second really showed that we had some fantastic elite level talent that's worthy of playing for us this season.
I think either team that would have won would have been adequate, if not amazing, to represent the Beasley Esports brand. Next question. So you guys are mostly known for your Houston Outlaws team, of course, in the Overwatch League, and Beasley Esports is really not, a prominent brand in many other games yet. But what made Rocket League and the RLCS your target for the Houston Outlaws?
What a great question. So we acquired the Houston Outlaws a little over a year and a half ago and fell madly in love with esports and have been really watching several other leagues and games that interested us. And we wanted a game that would, embrace a totally different fan base and younger consumer to really complement what we're doing with the Houston Outlaws, and fell in love with the team at Psyonix and the game and the accessibility of it, and felt that this is precisely what our organization and Houston needs.
And I'm actually a Houston native, so I was actually born and raised in Houston. So this is an especially kind of heartwarming moment for me because I've always wanted Houston and Texas. I know Dallas has a main hub for many other teams, but Houston never had really a team to call their own. So Outlaws was really the first team, and the esports scene, it was just waiting to be thriving in Houston because such a metropolitan hub. Dallas had all the cool stuff, but Houston never had any of the new stuff. But now with you guys on the line, it should be an amazing contract coming through. So let's actually talk a little bit about that contract and what that salary will be. We're getting the team ready for the interview so you can talk to them. They're not quite ready yet, but we will get them on the line. So what made you guys want to give out this, instead of kind of dipping your toe in the water, what made you want to go full force into this Rocket League venture?
Yeah, so we were very inspired by, shows like American Idol and The Voice, where they really use an opportunity to search far and wide for absolutely fantastic talent. And we felt that this was a really, really great approach for us, as opposed to, scouting and seeking a team and trying to negotiate and sign them. We also felt that this would be an opportunity for us to identify a team that not only had the skill set that we needed, but also that had the hunger, the appetite, the grit to really go the distance, and was willing to work hard and really go through what I would consider to be a pretty competitive and maybe excruciating tryout. And so this is the way that we chose to do it. And I am absolutely convinced that this was the right opportunity for this entire field of competition. And I think it gives all of us in our organization at Beasley Esports the confidence to know that that we're picking the right team to get behind. And on that note, we really do hope that we will rub shoulders again with Team Vibrance as well, because boy, did they just pull it out incredibly well today as well.
I can't commend Team Vibrance enough for their performance. It was heart-wrenching to watch their cams afterwards, but unfortunately there does have to be a loser in this tournament. But enough about me and enough about the losers. Let's go and shine a spotlight onto the winners and meet your new team, Lori. It's the Zookeepers. Take it away.
Okay, great. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So psyched.
Oh my
I can't even describe it.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna cry. Like, it was insane.
Honestly.
Oh my God, the shots that we were able to see on camera of your reactions, and I think Bambi, your room you must have had a ton of fans in the room next to you, just pounding on you, was just unbelievable. I mean, what a day. You guys never seemed to break out of mold. You were just focused and just I guess convinced that you were going to win it at the very, very end. Tell us about that. Was it stressful today?
I mean, yeah, I'll go ahead and start.
Okay.
For me, it was pretty stressful. Actually, I woke up at 6:30 today because I moved my whole setup from my house to college, because I moved in today actually to college. So this is so literally I got to college around 11. I had to take a 4-hour drive, and I'm here. I built the setup, and yeah, and a little bit of history behind our roster. Me and Tool have been together for about probably almost 4 years, I would say. J-Bot, we've been around with J-Bot for a year, and we've consistently been a really good team, I'd say. And recently, I think we kind of proved it to a lot of people that we made it to the next step. So, yeah.
Oh my God. Well, okay, so great question. So I want to pose this to, who was the one, was it you, Bambi, that was traveling a few weeks ago before your qualifier? Was it you that was on vacation, or who was on vacation?
Me.
What the heck? You could have, just think about that. You could have lost the whole thing if you didn't come back.
Yeah,
from
I know. That's why I made it my mission to let the people at Beasley know, and they did a great job, by the way, to actually help me move the tournament back a couple hours, because the tournament was originally at the tournament was originally at 12. Yeah, but
we felt bad because, truth be told, when you guys embarked on your summer, right? No one knew that we were planning to do this crazy search, and that it was going to screw up everybody's weekends, and that you had to commit to which qualifier you wanted to be in, and then training. So, you and several others contacted us and said, come on, you got to work with us. So we're so happy that everything worked out. Tell us something, J-Bot. There was a lot about you on chat today. People seem to really like you. What made you guys enter the search? What made you guys decide, you know what, let's do it? And by the way, did you think you could win it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the reason is going into the season, it's really, really, really nice to have just someone backing you, and just someone to try to prove to something to, and work for, basically. And so when you have people behind you, it's very helpful, and it just feels like you can fight for them, and not only yourself, but fight for the organization behind you too. And along with that, one of the major things too is that the stability that it brings is really, really nice, and there's also just a lot of cool people you get to meet, and it's just great opportunity for, if we won this, which we did, to have that kind of backing. And coming into this tournament, I think we were pretty confident, but more and more teams joined the second qualifier, and Vibrance had been playing very, very well. A lot of other teams have been playing great, so we definitely had our doubts along the way. But you have to keep a your head forward, and we were focused and we were pretty confident we were gonna win.
Wow. I mean, it's just so impressive what you guys have done. I mean, really, really exciting. Tool, let's go kind of over to you. Let's get the lowdown on each of you. So, where do you live? Are you in college as well? Give us a little bit of information about you. And by the way, why are you named Tool?
Yeah, so I live in Gainesville, Florida, and I just started college. I'm starting college actually tomorrow. And so I actually just got a job recently, so this is kind of making me think, I might get rid of that. But,
yeah, you have to get rid of that.
What was the other question? What was the last one?
Why are you named Tool? How did you come up with that?
So I used to be called the original Tool, actually, and that actually was for my brother. And that was actually because when he rode when he was younger, people would call him a tool, so I just kind of took on that name.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So Bambi, I mean, tell us about the word name Bambi. What's that all about? Does that have anything to do with this zookeeper name?
I gotta be honest. I didn't even come up with the name. My friend that I started playing Rocket League with and that I've known since pre-K, he literally came up with the name, and I'm like, oh, let's just add 2 eyes because that's cool. So that's basically the name. No joke.
Oh my god! And J-Bot, you?
Yeah, so my brother's named Ryan. My name's Jason, and so shout out to my brother, by the way. And his name was the name he chose for in game was Arbot. I guess it was kind of like robot. And I was 8 years old, and I was like, that's kind of cool. I want to be like my brother. And so I stole the name and added my own first letter in the front.
Okay, so last question before I tell you the big news. So, how long have the three of you been playing together? Seriously?
I think it's been about a year.
Yeah, I think we started. Yeah, probably more than a year actually. Close to a year and 3 months, because I remember
mid last summer.
we started mid last summer, around mid. Yeah, so we've been together for a while.
Oh my gosh! And was there always the aspiration that you should make it to the RLCS? Did you guys all believe that was a possibility, a real possibility?
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure.
With our quality players on our team, including myself, of course. Yeah, we definitely thought.
All right. Well, listen, I'm hoping that you guys are going to be very comfortable retiring the name Zookeeper for a while.
Yeah, we'll become
because Beasley Esports is very much about building a franchise here, and you are the first Rocket League team you're actually not just the first Rocket League team, you're the second team that we've brought into our esports company. So it's really, really exciting. You will forever be very special to us. But I would love to reveal the name of the team that you will be playing for and that you will be the very first to represent. Might we put something on the screen? I hope that we can get something up on screen to show you. We are here to tell you that you are officially Team Accelerate.
Ooh, I like it.
You like? You see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Logo,
So
too.
you like those? Yeah.
I'm an aerospace engineer, or I'm studying to be an aerospace engineer. So I like the stuff,
All right. Well, that's perfect. We've got a special jersey for you as well, and we're very, very excited to get you guys started and to start working with you. We will be talking to you this week about your. Oh, there you go. There's your jersey, by the way, with 2 sponsors already. What do you know? HEB and Nerd Focus. You're going to get your package of all that next week.
Appreciate it.
You like it, you guys?
Yeah.
Yes, we love it.
Well, it's official. We're so excited. So we'll get everything squared away in the next week or two. We'll be reaching out to you this week with about your player contracts. And yes, no other jobs. This is your job. I guess you're in college. We're going to have to support you in that. We support players that do that, but this is going to be it. And we expect you guys to really show Psyonix and the RLCS that you guys belong at the top of the leaderboard like the Outlaws. So we're super excited. Welcome, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Alrighty. Well, the last thing I'd like to do before we sign off tonight is just to give a couple special thanks to a number of people that really made and a number of groups that made this happen. There has to be a huge shout out, and I hope you guys will to all the fans that watched you. I mean, the numbers that we were recording throughout the entire tournament, but especially today, were just through the roof. And so I think on behalf of all of us at Beasley Esports and for Team Accelerate, we'd love to say thank you, fans, for coming out, for supporting these winning teams, and to viewing this incredible search right down to the final seconds. So thank you, fans. Well done. I couldn't say enough about the incredible broadcast lineup that we had. I mean, Fickle Platypus was awesome, just awesome. And not only because he's from Texas, where we're based, but moreover, because he just really kept it all together. And there was a lot to juggle. I know that this has never been done before. So Fickle, on behalf of all of us from Beasley Esports, a job well done. You are a star in our minds. Thank you very much. Also would like to really give a real shout out to our passionate casters, from Turtle, who had so much fun playing with the Nerd Focus, and we really appreciate that, to Leaf, who somehow didn't get his, so we've got to make good on that package, to Danger Taco, who we thought was awesome, and Jolly and Eternal J. And then, of course, I would be remiss not bringing up Craftman, who stepped in yesterday and today. And if I didn't know any better, I think he'd be working for Nerd Focus next week, heading up their new European division, because he was making all sorts of suggestions on what kind of product and packaging needed to be happening over in the UK. So anyway, just a great caster team, and you guys made it just so much fun and made all of us, particularly Beasley Esports that's new to the Rocket League game, just really be enthusiastic about where we're headed. So thank you, casters. Last few thank yous. PAX Arena team. Wow. You guys delivered the goods big time. Luke, you guys came through. CJ, Chris, Lewis, unbelievable. Can't wait to work with you guys again. You helped us design this never been done before search. You helped us kick it off. You helped us host, several different, 2 different qualifiers, 4 different full-on broadcasts that went till wee hours of the night. And you guys were just absolutely fantastic and help us select and crown the best winner. So thank you so much, PAX Arena. We just think that you and your team are awesome. And then the last group I have to thank today is Beasley Esports. If it wasn't for my team that manages and works on the Houston Outlaws and worked all summer adding this new sort of challenge to their plates, wow, we wouldn't be here where we are today without you. So thank you to every single one of you, from Mike White to the entire sales, sponsorship, marketing group. And last but not least, our content creators, Lordenzo, who had visibility on the show, Elusive Firefly, Busted Duck, who edited a lot of videos for us, Ace of Spades, Nindo, and Glacier. Man, we are falling in love with Rocket League, and all of you guys helped us do that. And last but not least, we couldn't have done this without Nerd Focus and HEB, our special sponsors that are going to be moving forward with us as team sponsors as we launch our team, and Team Accelerate really makes it into the big leagues. Your products are great, your services are great, and you're perfect for gamers and esports, and we just couldn't be more thrilled to be working with you. So thank you to all of you. As we sign off tonight, I hope this isn't goodbye. I think that this is just the beginning of a new relationship between Beasley Esports and Team Accelerate. Please be sure to follow Team Accelerate as they gear up for this fall's Rocket League Championship Series season and make their way onto the elite level stage. We're super excited. Our social media is going to be transitioning over the next week to Team Accelerate. But in the meantime, sign up, follow us, let us know what you think, back us, and root us to the finish line and to the top of the leaderboard again. Thank you on behalf of all of us at Beasley Esports. Thank you.
Gotta keep the flame on that. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on.
Sheesh, this grind is making me hungry. Yo guys, give me a sec, I'm gonna order some food real quick.
Oh jeez, this is gonna take forever.
Alright, I'm back.
Whoa, you back already?
Yeah man, quick and easy on the HEB app. Let's get it.